her husband, David.
Becky and David Parsons were having an affair.
The investigators had learned of the affair earlier that same day, when Becky's brother had come forward and identified Becky and Christopher as Kay's likely killers.
After I spoke to him, went and sat down and typed arrest warrants for Becky and Christopher.
Kay's husband, David, brought in for questioning at around the same time that Becky and Christopher were arrested, had just confirmed that he had been having an affair with his once best friend.
He chronicled out the relationship and told about how they had tried to stop seeing each other and that Becky just really wasn't having it. She didn't want the relationship to end. That early morning before Kay was beaten, they were still having an affair. I believe they were having phone sex.
However, when the investigators questioned Christopher that evening, he denied breaking into Kay's house and beating her with a hammer. And other than that, he refused to talk at all. Becky, on the other hand, appeared more than willing to talk to the investigators.
We explained to her that we knew she was involved. We knew what was going on. And we kind of laid everything out for her.
However, even when confronted with the evidence against her, Becky maintained her innocence.
In the beginning, she denies any kind of connection to this.
In fact, Becky claimed that her affair with David was over and that she had been trying to patch things up with her husband, Tony.
Tony and I were we were trying to make things work out.
But then, over an hour into the interrogation, the tape suddenly stopped.
The battery stopped. And then I think approximately 2 hours, 20 minutes into the interview, they discovered the battery stopped.
The investigators quickly replaced the batteries and restarted the recording. But once the tape started rolling again, it captured what had become a vastly different interview.
When they come back on that tape, she is telling everything.
On the tape, Becky admitted that she had talked candidly to her son Christopher about her affair with David and her desire to be with him.
I had said that I loved David and that I wished that we could be together. And he had said to me that he could make that happen if I wanted to.
It was obvious that Rebecca Sears and her son Christopher were close, maybe closer than the average mother-son relationship.
She would pick up the phone and call him. He would drop what he was doing to come to her. She would lavish him with money. It was just a strange dynamic between the two of them.
According to Becky, she hadn't explicitly taken Christopher up on his offer.
Christopher and I didn't plan on him going. We didn't sit down and make a plan for him to go over there and kill Kay.
But she admitted that she didn't directly tell him no either. In fact, Becky confessed that on the morning of the murder, she had secretly picked up Christopher at his home and driven him back to the house.
He goes upstairs, hides in a bedroom, doesn't want the other kids to see him there.
But according to Becky, that didn't mean she had expected Kay to die.
I thought that he was just scared and wouldn't even go over.
But he did go over there.
But I still thought that he would change his mind.
You just assumed he would change his mind, but he didn't.
She claims that, that she's completely innocent, that Christopher just did this on his own.
On the tape, Becky claimed she didn't even know that Christopher had gone over to Kay until he called her later that morning, asking for a ride.
She rushed over to pick him up in the neighborhood. He hadn't gotten far.
When he got in the vehicle, could you see blood on his clothes and stuff?
I didn't see his blood on his clothes, but he had blood on his I think he had blood on his face, and I asked him, what did you do? I said, oh my God, what did you do?
According to Becky, it was only then that she had learned the horrific truth.
He said, I beat the out of her.
Did he think she was dead?
He didn't know.
But if Kay could still be alive, why hadn't Becky called 911? According to her, she had panicked, worried more about her son than her former friend.
She didn't know how to protect him, so she did not call police.
How are you supposed to call somebody and say that your child did this because you may have think that this was what you wanted him to do? It's not what I wanted him to do. I never, ever wanted anybody to get hurt. ever.
Instead, Becky said she had helped Christopher cover up his crime.
He changes clothes, puts his bloody clothes into a book bag. She goes, takes him to her work, where he cleans up, and they sit at work until they get the phone call from Michael to come back to the house.
But according to Becky, the fact that she had covered for Christopher didn't mean she condoned what he had done.
I swear to God, I never wanted anybody to get hurt. I never wanted Kay to get hurt.
Becky's in tears, almost hard to understand her at some points during the tape.
Becky could cry all she wanted, but the investigators didn't believe a word of her denial. Instead, they suspected she had used her unusually close relationship with Christopher to manipulate him into committing murder.
You did all kinds of deliberate stuff to plant the seeds in your son's
The
head
only
that
thing
he
I
should
did
kill
was
Kay.
tell him, no.
She blamed everything on her son, misreading her signals.
Becky's statement pinned the entire murder on her own son. But it wouldn't be enough to save her. Following their interrogation, Becky and Christopher were both booked on murder charges and held without bond.
The district attorney's office was very convinced that these two did not need to be out on the streets.
And they were prepared to keep them off the streets forever.
After their indictment, the district attorney filed her intention to seek the death penalty.
Coming up, Becky has her day in court.
She looked like a whole different person.
But the proceedings take an unexpected turn.
It was a big surprise to us.
When 44-year-old Becky Sears walked into a Columbia County, Georgia courtroom on the morning of May 11, 2012, many in the audience didn't recognize the woman accused of murdering her next-door neighbor and one-time best friend, 41-year-old Kay Parsons.
Becky had lost all this weight prior to the murder, 3 years in prison, and she looked like a whole different person.
Becky and her son, 23-year-old Christopher Bowers, had both been held without bond since their arrest in March of 2009.
At the time, Christopher Bowers was charged with murder and Rebecca Sears was charged with conspiracy to murder.
And soon after the arrest, the prosecutors announced they would seek the death penalty against both mother and son.
In Becky's case, they felt like the way that she masterminded this attack deserved the death penalty too.
In fact, the prosecutors had Becky on tape, admitting that she and her son had discussed killing Kay.
I had told him before that I wished Kay would just fall downstairs. And he said she couldn't just fall downstairs, that she could be pushed.
However, Becky maintained that Christopher had acted on his own. And despite the fact that his mother had fingered him for the murder, Christopher had refused to testify against her.
We did explain to him that just putting it all on you. We just want you to know that. And yeah, like we just didn't care. There was a weird relationship between mother and son.
Not only had Christopher refused to cooperate, the defense had spent most of the last 3 years trying to get Becky's confession thrown out too.
Investigators were questioning Rebecca Sears, and the tape stopped for a certain amount of time. The defense jumped on that.
But in the end, the judge denied the defense's request. The confession was allowed in, and that changed everything.
It was a big surprise to us that we went to court, and all of a sudden we find out that they've reached a plea deal. Becky and Christopher both decided to change their pleas.
Becky had come to court that morning to admit that she had put her son up to murdering her best friend.
Rebecca walked in, and she was in tears as she was admitting that she had done that.
And later that same day, the mother of 5 was sentenced to life without parole.
Some of the family members said, yes, it's a good thing because of the children. Others said she deserved to die.
Unlucky in love, a single mom poured herself into her children.
Her kids always came first.
Then, a kind single dad changed her mind about men.
He ended up kissing me for the first time. She called me and said that she had gotten married and he was the one.
But a sudden disappearance puts their second chance at true love in jeopardy.
She tried to file a missing person report 3 times.
He hasn't been at work. I've been calling family and friends.
I don't know where he's at or what's going on or anything like that.
What starts as a missing persons case soon morphs into a murder investigation.
There was blood. Not just a little bit of blood. Something happened in the van. I was freaking out. I was like, what is going on?
As they dig deeper, detectives uncover the truth about a heartbreaking crime with a twisted motive.
He's dying, but he's on the phone. He was actually pleading for his life.
Why would you do this to my dad?
Things were falling apart, and just all sorts of crumbling down.
Indianapolis, Indiana.
It's a larger city. It's where a lot of people come to relax, read, jog, ride the bike trails, and just enjoy a calm and steady, normal life. It's a great city to live in.
While Indianapolis prides itself on small town values, it also has its share of big city problems. March 17, 2015. An Indianapolis Metro Patrol officer performs a routine check under the Raymond Street Bridge on the banks of the White River. There, the officer notices something suspicious.
He found this van down by the White River, where there used to be a homeless camp at one time, and no one's around it.
The officer runs the plate and makes a discovery about the registered owner.
The person was missing. His name is Stephen Williams, and this was Stephen Williams' van.
3 days earlier, on Saturday, March 14th, authorities had received a 911 call from Stephen's worried wife, Opal Williams.
Okay, you said he's been missing. He's been missing since Wednesday.
Since very early Wednesday morning, between midnight and 2 a.m. is the last time I've seen him. And he hasn't been at work. He hasn't even called at work or anything.
Now Stephen's van has been found, and next to it, a troubling clue.
There was a spot of blood also found somewhere on the ground near the van.
Born in Fort Worth, Texas in 1963, Stephen Doyle Williams grew up in a humble but loving household.
It was a happy childhood for the most part. Parents divorced early. My mother raised us by herself. We didn't have a lot of toys and things like that. You know, we had clothes and we had the necessities, but not a lot of extras. Stephen, he was real intelligent, you know, real book smart.
At 18 years old, Stephen fell in love for the first time with a young woman named April. They married and had 3 kids together, Amanda, Kelly, and James.
My dad, he was strict but not bastard. He was always there for us. He made sure we had a better life than he did. That's one thing I love about my dad. He was just there for us.
As part of that effort to provide a stable life, Stephen joined the Army in the mid-'80s. There, he discovered a passion that would stay with him for the rest of his life: computers.
Once he learned computers, it was it. He didn't just have a computer. He had computers, you know, several of them, 2 or 3. And they're all hooked together, and you do things that most people couldn't do.
In 1995, Stephen and April decided to part ways.
And then, you know, Stevie filed for divorce. They started, you know, raising the kids on his own.
By 2006, Stephen had been honorably discharged from the Army and was working as a computer programmer near Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Though he loved his children, Stephen had grown increasingly lonely.
He wanted someone there, and I guess he just missed being loved.
That all changed one spring night when Stephen was hanging out with friends and spotted 25-year-old Opal Drebenstead from across the room at a karaoke bar.
The very first time we actually seen each other, he was singing karaoke. I had just gotten off work. I was doing deliveries at the time.
Opal was born in Aurora, Illinois in 1979. Her best memories from childhood were created at 55 miles per hour.
My father was a truck driver. So I've been on the road since I was 3. I've been everywhere but 6 states. So the happiest times I had of my childhood was when I was on the road with him.
When Opal was 18, she married a man named Don, and the couple eventually had 2 sons together, Stephen and Dakota, though the family struggled financially.
Her kids always came first. If they didn't have enough food or funds to go around, she would do without to where her kids could eat and have clothes.
But after 2 years, the marriage failed, and Opal and Don divorced. When Opal met 42-year-old Stephen Williams in the Cedar Rapids karaoke bar in 2006, she was in the middle of a custody battle and in need of some fun. Stephen was more than happy to oblige.
It started going out every night with the same people, sing karaoke and stuff like that, and then he ended up kissing me for the first time, and I'm like, okay, what was that for? He's like, well, how about a date? I'm like, okay.
He wasn't looking for a relationship. She said she wasn't looking for a relationship. It just kind of happened.
She called me and said that she had gotten married and she had met the man that made her very happy, that he was the one, and that he had 2 daughters, and she absolutely loved them.
Stephen is a software engineer. He ended up coming here to Indianapolis to start work here, and then the kids and I followed.
Opal loved being a stay-at-home mom to her and Stephen's growing brood.
She taught me how to do makeup. We love a bowl. We are a big bowl family. Sometimes we'll go to the water parks.
They were a very happy couple, a very happy family. The kids got along very well.
By 2014, Stephen's kids had moved out, leaving only Opal's sons in the home. With a partially empty nest, Opal was eager to pursue a lifelong dream.
I've always wanted to be a truck driver. I love the road. I love to travel. I just love everything about it. It's just a sense of freedom.
Opal obtained her commercial driver's license and began driving a big rig. But her life on the road put a strain on her marriage, and she and Stephen began to drift apart.
We're different. I mean, me, I love traveling. He falls asleep after 2 hours in the vehicle. Come on, you can't get much opposite than that.
Sometimes they slept in separate rooms, they had arguments.
But Opal and Stephen weren't quite ready to give up on their marriage, and they weren't the only ones having problems. In August 2015, the couple got a call from a woman named Linda, the new wife of Opal's first husband, Don. Linda explained that she needed time away from her relationship with Don, but had nowhere else to go. She asked Opal and Stephen for help.
She didn't have a vehicle. She was stuck there. She needed help. So they rescued her. And so Stevie, the white knight that he is going to step up and save Linda.
Stephen and Opal told Linda she could stay with them while she figured out what to do about her marriage. Opal and Stephen learned they would have more house guests when Stephen's 20-year-old daughter Amanda asked to move back in, along with her boyfriend, Stephen Bryan.
I called my dad, like, Dad, I gotta tell you something. What, you're pregnant? Like, yeah. He wanted to be mad, but he couldn't. He was excited because of the grandchildren. So we moved back because we needed that help.
6 months later, 51-year-old Stephen and 35-year-old Opal became grandparents. Opal was smitten with the new arrival.
When our daughter was born, she came to the hospital right away and saw our daughter was very loving. She just sat there and wanted to hold the baby. When we moved in, there was actually a lot of people there, but it was really peaceful in the beginning. So everybody got along really well.
But on March 17, 2015, just over a month after Opal's granddaughter was born, everything the Williams family held dear would be turned upside down. Indianapolis police have just discovered Stephen's van abandoned near the White River, with a pool of blood nearby. The officer calls for Detective Ryan Bartlett, who had been working the missing persons case opened on Stephen just 3 days earlier.
After IMPD contacted us, myself and another detective went to the river to go check the van out.
Inside the van, more worrisome evidence.
One thing that caught the detective in my eye was it looked like there was some type of maroon-colored liquid on the seats of the van, which had a possibility of being blood. Things are kind of sketchy, and I maybe need help here soon.
Coming up, how a worried wife started the search for her husband.
He's supposed to be taking high blood pressure medication and all that here at home.
Okay.
And a new 911 call puts everyone on edge.
We were contacted by Indianapolis Fire Department that stated someone had jumped off the bridge.
In 2015, Opal and Stephen Williams had a full house in the suburbs of Indianapolis. But in March of that year, everything started to fall apart. On March 14th, Stephen disappeared. 3 days later, a police officer discovered his van abandoned under a bridge near the White River. There's a pool of blood outside the van, and what appears to be more inside.
You get something like that, and you really don't want to just dive right into it and say, oh my gosh, someone was killed in this vehicle. You just take the evidence for what it is. So we were taking, I say, baby steps in this investigation. We searched the area along the river, in the van. We searched everywhere we could just to see if maybe he was around.
And there's a lot of video footage taken, a lot of photos taken of the scene as well. Now we were out there for a few hours.
Following an exhaustive search of the area, detectives find no new evidence.
We contacted our evidence technician and our tow trucks to come pick up the van.
And it transported over to a secure location where our CSI team processes that evidence on their search warrant.
While the processing of the van begins, Detective Bartlett returns to the station and reviews his file on Stephen Williams' missing persons case. It all started when Opal Williams made a 911 call to Indianapolis authorities.
He hasn't been at work. He hasn't even called at work or anything.
On the call, Opal worried that Stephen was without important medication.
He's supposed to be taking high blood pressure medication and Tylenol to help him sleep and be on the bypass machine and all that here at home.
Okay.
Opal explained that she'd last seen Stephen at a restaurant 4 days earlier, where the couple ate with her cousin, Charlie Lehman, and a family friend named Ricky King.
They had a little bit of an argument, and he took off, and this is not like them. Because normally when we have a disagreement, like the next morning or within a few hours, we're calling each other, apologizing, and just go on, and that's not like them.
After Opal's original 911 call, and the day before the van was found, Detective Bartlett had interviewed Opal, who still had not heard from her husband.
Stephen is missing. She hasn't seen him for a couple of days. Says that she has no idea where he's at Opal states that Opal and her friend Ricky drove to Oklahoma to look for Stephen on their way to Texas, where they believed that Stephen may have went to go see a daughter.
In that initial interview, Opal told Detective Bartlett that she and Ricky had been stopping at every truck stop along the way, looking for Stephen. When asked about the disagreement she mentioned in her initial 911 call, Opal explained it was about their rather complex home life. She told Detective Bartlett about her and Stephen's marital troubles and about all the people living under their roof, including a woman named Linda, who had just separated from Opal's first husband, Don. Opal said that after they took Linda in, Stephen and Linda started having an affair, and Stephen suggested adding an unexpected twist to their troubled marriage.
Opal said Stephen introduced the proposal to Opal that Linda would be the sister wife to their relationship. Obviously, as most would say, infuriated Opal. She did not like that one bit.
But I'm wanting to make it work. This started my second marriage. Been together 10 years, married for 9 years. I'm not ready to throw it down the drain. I'm not ready to let go yet.
According to Opal, they actually tried the sister-wife arrangement for a while. But after just a few weeks, it became clear to her that it wasn't going to work.
Opal would go on to say that while Stephen was at work, Linda would say things to Opal that would make her mad, and she would antagonize her and just kind of poke at her the whole day.
In her first interview after the 911 call, Opal said that on the night of March 10th, she asked Stephen to meet her at a local restaurant to discuss the issue. Her friends Charlie Lehman and Ricky King came along to offer her emotional support.
She stated that they had all met at a fast food restaurant in Indianapolis to hash out this sister wife and these differences.
Opal told Bartlett that the discussion got heated and Stephen took off.
Stephen just drives away in the white van and leaves them behind.
According to Opal, when Stephen didn't come home the next day, Linda decided to leave. Opal also explained that her husband had a history of depression.
She insinuates that he's suicidal, that he's taken some pills before in the past and has cut his wrist before.
Now that Stephen's van has been recovered, Detective Bartlett contacts Opal again. Opal explains that she and her friend Ricky are still in Oklahoma, but haven't found any sign of Stephen. Detective Bartlett tells her about Stephen's abandoned vehicle and explains that it's unlikely Stephen is headed to Texas and that Opal needs to come back to Indianapolis.
I told her immediately when she gets home that I really need to talk to her and get the statement from her.
She was happy that he called and happy to turn around and come back to Indianapolis.
Opal promises to meet with detectives as soon as she gets back. At this point, detectives have more questions than answers. Has Stephen steam? Or did he and Linda leave together in order to start a new life?
Maybe he just doesn't want to be found. Maybe he's just, maybe he's upset. Maybe he decided he was just going to be missing for a few days.
But what about the blood found near the van? If it turns out to be Stephen's, he could be in grave danger.
He could have got attacked by a mugger at the bottom of that river shore. So there are other possibilities that could have occurred.
One of those possibilities could be that the blood outside the van is the result of self-inflicted injury. Before detectives have the chance to track down and question Linda, they get an important call.
We were contacted by Indianapolis Fire Department that stated that there was a report of a person seen a few blocks north on the river that jumped over into the water. Someone had jumped off the bridge, and it could have been Stephen.
Coming up, startling new evidence surfaces in an unexpected place.
They could see what they thought was the top of a human head.
And more bizarre family secrets are revealed.
Things are falling apart in this house.
After Stephen Williams goes missing, Indianapolis police discover his van parked under a bridge with a pool of blood outside and possibly more inside. The evidence suggests Stephen may have been the victim of a violent crime. But now, detectives are faced with another possibility, that the 52-year-old Army veteran and computer programmer took his own life.
Law enforcement was aware of a dispatch of a person or a jumper being seen jumping off a bridge.
I met with Indiana conservation officers in the Indianapolis Fire Department and told them that we were missing a person from Johnson County whose van was found by the river, and that if a person had jumped over into the water, that it could have been Stephen. Maybe Stephen had climbed up the bridge where the van was and jumped in.
We got our ranked officers involved, go all down to this location to find out what exactly we were really dealing with. We also had sonar being used. We had boating equipment out.
As the search team scours the river for Stephen's body, investigators receive word that preliminary testing on the substance found in Stephen's van is back.
My evidence technician, after initially getting into it, immediately contacted me and said, "Hey, there's blood in the back seat. Not just a little bit of blood, but enough blood for someone to be concerned that something happened in the van." Opal said Stephen had been suicidal in the past, had tried to cut his wrists.
Had Stephen cut himself in the van before jumping off the bridge?
After they had concluded their search, they could not find a person that jumped in the river, and Stephen's not found.
The officers did not find anything in the water, but they do report making an odd discovery along the shoreline.
They had found a roll of carpet down in a homeless camp by the white river where the van was towed away from.
They found a rolled up piece of carpet with what they believed to be blood stain coming from within the rolled up piece of carpet. At first, I'm like, what could it be? It could be a person.
Located about 15 yards from where Stephen's van was originally discovered, the carpet roll had not been visible during the initial search of the area.
Earlier those weeks prior to Stephen being missing, we had some rainfall, and we believe that that carpet had been covered by water at one time. And when the water receded, the carpet was there. We peeled some of the carpet back.
The goal was to be confirmation that there was a human being inside of there. They could see what they thought was the top of a human head rolled up inside of the carpet.
We then decided not to peel the rest of the carpet back here because in that carpet could lie a lot of evidence. So the whole piece of carpet, including whoever or whatever is inside that carpet, is picked up and transported into a van to the coroner's office where they can take this carpet apart very strategically.
You don't know who or what is exactly rolled up inside of that carpet. And so that's why it's important to have the autopsy done.
At the coroner's office, authorities carefully unroll the carpet. Inside is the body of a middle-aged Caucasian male that fits the general description of Stephen Williams.
His body was still in great physical shape. The water was cold, so there was not much decay there at all. We got him positively identified. It was Stephen Williams.
The autopsy reveals he had suffered a brutal death.
His throat had been cut. There was also a stab wound to the chest that was observed at the autopsy and seemed to be part of the cause of death. The cause and manner of death was ruled a homicide due to stab wounds.
The gruesome nature of Stephen's death, coupled with Opal's initial missing persons account, makes investigators wonder. Is it possible that after the fight with Opal, Stephen made good on her request that he put an end to his relationship with Linda? and that in turn, Linda had lashed out at Stephen in a jealous rage.
At that time, Linda was still a person of interest.
Detectives track down Linda, who is now back at home with her husband. Linda appears shocked that Stephen is dead and claims to have no knowledge of what happened.
The conversation with Linda was very, very simple, very plain. She didn't have a lot of information to offer up to the investigation.
Authorities have no evidence linking Linda to the crime, but they can't take her off the persons of interest list. Seeking more information, detectives question several of Stephen's family members, including his daughter Amanda. They start with a very difficult death notification.
My thing is, I'm like, why would you do this? Like, who would have done this to my dad?
I sat in the middle of the room and cried in front of the police officers. He was my best friend. He was basically my second dad. And it still hurts.
Family members confirm that Stephen and Opal did try an open marriage, as Opal had mentioned. But they say it wasn't Stephen's idea, it was Opal's.
She proposed an open relationship to him.
They were going to see other people, but still be married and, live together and all that.
The family explains that Opal was the first to seek affection outside the marriage by hooking up with a fellow trucker, 56-year-old Ricky King, the man who, the day after Stephen's disappearance, allegedly accompanied Opal on her search for her husband.
Her boyfriend was a trucker. And I know she had quite a history with truck drivers.
According to the family, Stephen was initially opposed to the idea of an open marriage.
At first, no. No, he didn't want to. Just like, you're my wife, I don't want to share you with some other guy. No.
The family says that Linda moved in a few months later, that August, and that's when Stephen began an affair of his own.
Stephen Williams was having a sexual relationship with Linda. She lived in the house. Opal was aware about that. And she felt that Stephen Williams was more attracted and physically attached to Linda than he was to his own wife. She was jealous of the second wife in the house.
Things are falling apart in this house. I think everybody's looking for something they don't have, and feelings are getting upset, and just all starts crumbling down.
Based on this new information, Opal Williams and her alleged paramour, Ricky King, become even more important persons of interest. The fact that they left town together after Stephen vanished casts an even darker cloud of suspicion over them.
Most family members that report someone missing usually stay at their home waiting for a phone call or for that person to show up. And in this case, the wife, Opal, had left the state. Not only just left the house searching herself, but had left the state, not just one state away, but several states away. It was a red flag to me and other guys in the office. But, sometimes people do things that are strange. That doesn't necessarily make them guilty.
While investigators wait for Opal and Ricky to return, they pay a visit to Opal's two sons.
Myself and another detective go to the school to make sure they're going to school, make sure that they're there, make sure that they're doing okay.
What starts as a simple welfare check is about to yield new evidence that will change the investigation. Coming up, a young boy's statement paints a disturbing picture.
He hears the adults say, "We need to go take care of business."
And as the picture of what happened to Stephen Williams becomes clear, authorities race to catch a killer.
And give him an opportunity to flee. I knew then that the clock was ticking.
Indianapolis authorities believe Opal and Stephen Williams's open marriage might have led to murder.
Got a relationship, there's the husband and wife, and it's starting to fall apart, and then the sister wife comes in and it falls apart further.
Awaiting Opal's return to town, detectives meet with her eldest son and ask about the night of March 10th, the night Stephen allegedly disappeared. Opal's son tells them he had a school play that evening.
In our interview with the child, he states that they all went to Wendy's, excluding Stephen.
The young boy's statement contradicts Opal's story about that night.
He said that Stephen got in the van and he left off at the Wendy's.
Opal's eldest son explains that following the meal, Charlie and Ricky brought Opal and her sons to a relative's house.
Because of all the chaos that's happened, they decided to take the kids to Grandma's house for them to spend the night there.
Opal's son says that before the men left, he overheard an ominous exchange between Charlie, Ricky, and Opal.
He says he hears the adults say, "We need to go take care of business." That immediately sends up a red flag as to what did that child hear and what does that mean.
After speaking with the son, Detective Bartlett calls Opal. He purposefully does not reveal that they found Stephen's body.
Opal tells me that her and Ricky are coming back into town, and they say that they're coming back about 10 p.m. I wait for a phone call. She doesn't call me. 10 p.m. comes. I don't get a phone call. 12 o'clock comes. I don't get a phone call. I send our road units, deputies, over to the house, and they're watching it for me to see when they show up. And they show up, I think, roughly about 2 a.m.
The whole goal was to try to get them in town without them understanding that a body had been recovered, and it worked.
Deputies pick up Ricky and Opal and separate them and transport them to the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department for an interview.
I had to make a decision on who it is that I wanted to interview first, and decided on Opal.
She doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know that we found Stephen. I don't let her know that. I merely tell her that I really need to talk to her and go over some things.
Detectives ask Opal about Stephen's relationship with Linda.
You would see her face expression change when she spoke about Linda because she did not like Linda at all.
I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't take the fact that she was underneath that roof. It was just really bad situation. 3 days before Christmas in 2014, I gave him an ultimatum. It's either her or the kids and I. And he chose her.
Opal tells detectives she and her sons moved out about that time. She says that less than a month later, Stephen called and begged her to come home.
He told me Linda had left and that she's gone out of the house. So I packed our stuff up in my car and drove back up here. Come to find out, she wasn't gone.
Opal claims that even though Linda hadn't moved out, she decided to give her marriage one more shot.
They had reconciled in that time period and decided not to get divorced.
But Opal tells detectives that on March 10th, the night of her son's play, Stephen did something she felt was the final straw.
They're all at the play. She's upset with Stephen Williams for not going to the play.
Stephen decided not to go. He stayed behind in the home with Linda.
Opal claims she demanded Stephen meet her at the fast food restaurant so she could give him a piece of her mind. An argument ensued, and Stephen drove off.
She asked Ricky to take her over to another relative's house, the grandmother of Charlie Lake. And she went over there and she complained about Stephen Williams not wanting to leave the house to go to the play, and that he's having this affair with Linda, and he's more in love with Linda than what he is with Opal.
Opal claims that at that point, Ricky and Charlie started making what she believed were empty threats.
We're going to take care of business. We're going to take care of Stevens. He's not treating Opal right, and we're going to take care of this.
Opal says before they left, she warned Ricky to keep his anger in check.
At the time they went to go to leave, I told her, Rick, don't do anything stupid.
The men drove off. Opal says that a few hours later, she got a disturbing phone call.
Opal explained to me that Charlie called back and said it was done.
I'm like, what are you talking about? Exactly what are you talking about? Because I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on that night.
Charlie explained that he stabbed Stephen Williams in the chest.
Opal Williams has just admitted that she has been aware of her husband's death and has been lying to authorities since her first call to 911. But according to Opal, she had nothing to do with Stephen's murder, and Charlie and Ricky had acted on their own.
I don't know what was going through Charlie said. I don't know what was going through Rick said.
There was some minimizing that was taking place on Opal's behalf. She was trying to even manipulate me.
Whether she realizes it or not, Opal's statement incriminates her in the crime.
Opal had now given me information of how she was involved in the murder of her husband.
Detectives keep Opal in custody and turn their attention to Ricky King.
I interviewed Ricky King, and Ricky King's statement was fairly in line with Opal Williams.
While detectives believe they are finally getting to the bottom of what happened to Stephen Williams, they aren't convinced they have the full story. And there's still one more suspect to chase down.
I stepped outside the room and I instructed law enforcement officers to get involved in the search for Charlie Lehman. I knew then that the clock was ticking, that I could not take another day to get Charlie in because it would give him an opportunity to flee once he learned that someone had been taken into custody.
Coming up, detectives get a glimpse into the final harrowing moments of Stephen Williams' life.
He's dying, but he's on the phone with his wife.
At the Indianapolis Police Department, Opal Williams has just told detectives that her cousin, Charlie Lehman, killed her husband, Stephen Williams. And Opal's lover, Ricky King, has admitted to being involved in the murder. Investigators have already determined that Linda, who'd once had an affair with Stephen, was not involved in the murder in any way, which leaves 20-year-old Charlie Lehman as the only suspect who's unaccounted for. Detectives quickly track down Charlie and bring him in for questioning. Charlie tells investigators Opal begged him and Ricky to help her get rid of Stephen.
Opal had convinced them that Stephen Williams had battered her, that she was a domestic violence victim.
According to Charlie, Opal said she would make it worthwhile for him and Ricky.
She told them that Stephen Williams had a $100,000 life insurance policy, and she would share it if they carried out taking care of Stephen Williams.
Charlie admits that he agreed to do it for two reasons.
He was upset because he believed that Opal had been battered and the possible financial gain of the insurance policy.
According to Charlie, Ricky King also agreed to Opal's offer.
He was in love with Opal, and when you're in love, let's be honest, you do anything for love. You do anything, stupid or not.
Charlie explains that the three of them came up with a plan to lure Stephen to his death on March 10th, 2015.
They called Stephen Williams, the victim, and made it seem as if Opal had been hurt, and they needed to come and pick him up.
Charlie says that when he and Ricky arrived, Stephen grew suspicious of their story and did not want to go.
Stephen wasn't buying. And at that point in time, there was no turning back. He was forced into the van.
Charlie tells detectives Ricky drove Stephen's van while Charlie brutalized Stephen.
Charles beat him up in the back of the van. And that's where the blood came from, is during the altercation in the backseat of the van.
Charlie explains that Ricky parked the van under the bridge near the White River. When they pulled Stephen out, Charlie stabbed him in the chest. When Stephen didn't die right away, the men reached out to Opal.
They called Opal and told them what they were preparing to do. Stephen knew at that point in time that they were getting ready to take his life. He was consciously aware that this was getting ready to happen. He was actually pleading for his life over the phone with Opal Williams.
You got a guy being stabbed down by the river. He's dying, but he's on the phone with his wife talking to her.
Opal had one last chance to call things off. She did the opposite.
You had Opal saying that, Charlie, you need to do it. You need to go ahead and take care of business.
Charles takes that as an order to kill Stephen and goes and slashes Stephen's throat, killing him.
According to Charlie, the two men tried to cover their tracks using a roll of carpet they found near the river.
Ricky King and Charlie, together, rolled Stephen Williams up into the carpet.
And they threw the carpet into the river.
Then they went home, they got their story together, and that's when Opal decided to call and report her husband missing.
Charlie's confession makes one thing clear. Opal Williams wasn't just aware of Stephen's murder, she was the mastermind behind it.
Opal's the ringleader. She orchestrated everything.
Never in my wildest dream did I think that they would have killed him.
It was a little unusual. I never had a case quite like this where someone in a family's ordering up a murder like this.
Authorities formally charge Charlie Lehman, Ricky King, and Opal Williams in connection with the murder. Investigators never found any evidence of Stephen being abusive and believe that Opal made it up to get Charlie and Ricky to kill. While in custody, Opal maintains her innocence.
I did not have anything to do with it. I didn't have any say in it.
However, as her trial approaches, Opal feels
But yeah, because I was scared. I was scared.
Opal Williams pleads guilty to murder, and in February 2016, a judge sentences her to 50 years in the Indiana Department of Correction prison system. Charlie Lehman also pleads guilty to murder and receives 55 years in prison. Ricky King pleads out as well and earns a 45-year sentence. For those caught in the wake of Opal's crime, why she did what she did is still difficult to comprehend.
Why would you do that to my dad? Because I thought you loved him. I thought you cared about the family.
She was angry. She was in actual rage over Linda. She was jealous over Linda. She was in love with Ricky. And I think she wanted to start another relationship. She wanted Stephen out of the picture.
It's such a shock that all that happened. He was a good dad. He was a good father to his kids. He was a good brother. And I miss him.
For more information on Snapped, go to oxygen.com. When a divorced mother and a single father wade back into the dating pool, there's no mistaking what they're after.
Come out of something like that a little bit burned, so now it's time to have a good time.
But when another woman enters the picture, what starts as petty jealousy grows into something much more malevolent.
She's crying, she's mad, she's very upset. She obviously knew that I had a woman there. The texting and the emails, the phone calls just got worse and worse and worse.
She had been using different technology to try to hide her true location.
She drafted thousands of texts, thousands of emails.
Eventually, the threats move from the digital realm to the real world in the most deadly way imaginable.
She calls me, my house is on fire.
It was apparent that not only had the leg probably been dismembered, but that the leg had been charred.
As the investigation into the crime deepens, the question becomes, who's really behind it?
My paranoia level was through the frickin' roof. This person you think you know for all this time is not at all the person you think you know. Not even remotely.
December 5th, 2015, Council Bluffs, Iowa. At 6:30 p.m., dispatchers in this quiet Omaha suburb receive a harrowing call.
911, what's the address of your emergency? I've been shot in the leg.
The caller is 40-year-old Liz Gollier.
Liz reported being shot in the lake north of Council Bluffs in a park.
In the park, yeah. One of the parks I was on the left-hand side, I have a little red Toyota and I'm playing next to it.
According to Liz, she was walking on a trail when the attack occurred.
Okay, is the assailant still nearby? I don't think so, I kept on running. Okay.
As first responders race to the scene, the dispatcher tries to gather as much information from Liz as she can.
How many people were there? Oh, I don't know. I only heard one. Do you know if it was male or female? Female. Is there more than one wound? I think it was one. They shot on a couple shots. They only just heard one, I think. My teacher leg is filled with blood. Oh, Jesus.
By the time emergency responders arrive, Liz is losing consciousness. As Liz is rushed to the hospital, sheriff's officers secure the park and begin the search for the shooter.
Omaha police helicopter makes it up there and kind of scans the area.
This shooting is just the latest in a long line of bizarre and deadly events that started more than 3 years earlier. Liz Gollier was born in Michigan in 1975. Practically from the moment she was born, life dealt Liz a tough hand.
When she was a baby, her father died. But then shortly after that, her mother, I believe, was walking somewhere up in Michigan where she's from, and a car went off the road and struck her and killed her, and there was no other family to take her in, so she went to the foster system.
After years in the foster system, Liz was adopted. The family provided Liz with love and support. But after graduating high school, Liz decided to strike out on her own, eventually settling in Omaha, Nebraska. By the time she was 37, Liz had given birth to 2 children and was rebounding from a failed relationship. After a few months on her own, she tried online dating and came across the profile of 35-year-old Dave Krupa. Like Liz, Dave had recently ended a decade-long relationship.
He was in a very long relationship with a lady named Amy Flora.
Amy and Dave, they went out for, I think, almost a dozen years. And they had 2 children together. We did the family thing, had the house and everything but the white picket fence. But we never done that courthouse and did a wedding.
But Dave and Amy eventually discovered their romance was not meant to last.
We split the 4th of July, must have been 2011.
Amy is originally from Council Bluffs, so after breaking up with Dave, she wants to go back to Council Bluffs to be closer to her family. Being a good father, he followed.
I moved them, her and the kids down here. And then another month and a half, 2 months after that, I came down here. I didn't know anybody.
It was after landing a job at a local repair shop that Dave took a stab at online dating. The first person to send him a message was Liz Gollier.
We were kind of on the same page, nothing serious. Let's have a good time, just some companionship. So that's, where we started. And we hit it off. We're actually hanging out at each other's houses, going to dinner, going out on the town, that sort of thing. She was pretty sexy, a lot of fun. She was very lively, expressive. Always wanted to have a good time.
However, by the fall, Dave and Liz's fling seemed to have run its course.
Liz and myself hadn't been seeing a lot of each other at that time. We were a little more apart.
Liz was talking to a guy in House Plus, and she had made plans to meet up with another guy.
As he and Liz grew apart, another single mom caught Dave's eye when she came into his shop. 38-year-old Carrie Farver. Born and raised in Macedonia, Iowa, Carrie had a computer science degree and, by all accounts, was flat out brilliant.
She was an undocumented genius, like an IQ of like 160 or 155.
Though Carrie was very intelligent, she was hardly a straight-laced computer geek.
She wanted to live life and have fun. She was not afraid to do shots and drink beer and have a lot of laughs.
But the real joy in Carrie's life was Max, her 14-year-old son from a prior relationship.
I believe her son was her life. That's what she worked hard for. That was her priority.
Carrie was a great mom of her son's football games or any band concerts.
Between her son, her job, and hanging out with her friends, Carrie didn't really have the time or the desire to get into another serious relationship.
She had pretty high standards for herself, as far as like who she would keep in her life and certainly who she would keep around Max. She was very protective of Max.
Then, in October 2012, when Carrie laid eyes on Dave Krupa, their connection was instant.
She was very pretty. She was also very confident. And, I guess I ventured a little bit and we got a date. We hit it off.
Like Liz Gollier before her, Carrie made it clear she wasn't looking for a serious relationship.
We had talked to each other face to face about not being that involved. She made it very clear up front that she was not there for that.
Dating multiple people at times and playing the field, as they call it. She thought it was entertainment. Didn't make any apologies.
It was exciting. Like I said, she was super smart. She was smarter than me, that's for sure. She had opinions and wasn't afraid to share them, which was nice. And she certainly wasn't bad to look at. She stayed over quite a bit.
Dave and Carrie seemed to have forged the perfect, no-strings-attached relationship. So much so that Carrie seemed unfazed that Dave and his other recent girlfriend, Liz Gollier, remained friends, even after the romance fizzled out. That is, until Carrie and Liz ran into each other at Dave's apartment one November afternoon.
Liz stops at Dave's apartment to get some of her belongings, and that's when Carrie's there in Dave's apartment. That's when they cross paths. Liz claimed that Carrie called her a bitch.
Shortly after this alleged run-in, the normally freewheeling Carrie began exhibiting some bizarre behavior.
I said, bye, have a nice day. Gave her a kiss on the way out the door. Around 9:45, 10 o'clock, I got a text, something along the lines of, hey, we should move in together. I was extremely left field. We had already talked about these sorts of things. Neither one of us was interested in a serious relationship. So I just texted her back and said, probably not. Almost as fast as I could put my phone back in my pocket, I get a text back. Fine, I found somebody else. F you, go away. I don't want you anyway. You're a piece of crap. On and on and on and on.
Carrie's abrupt change of character leaves Dave stumped. But is this just the beginning of the fury? Coming up, will this once innocent fling become a full-blown fatal attraction?
My phone was literally unusable. It would just vibrate all day long.
They kind of believed that someone with bipolar would do something like this.
How far will the harassment go before someone really gets hurt?
It would become even more real than keyed up cars and smashed windows.
So she gets to shoot somebody, and then she gets to kill another person, and you guys aren't arresting her.
In November of 2012, Dave Krupa's fledgling romance with Carrie Farver has taken a turn for the worse after a heated exchange between Carrie and Dave's ex-girlfriend, Liz Gollier.
When they crossed paths at Dave's apartment, Liz claimed that Carrie called her a bitch.
Soon after, Dave reminded Carrie that theirs was meant to be a casual affair, nothing too serious. That's when he began receiving a series of harassing text messages.
Carrie was texting me again, just generally being rude. You know, I hate you, you're worthless, go away, don't talk to me.
Dave assumed that if he simply ignored the messages, Carrie would eventually stop harassing him. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Just one after another, after another, after another, after another. Probably had over 1,000 in a day or more.
And the thing she would email would just be vulgar, call people horrible names.
A bunch of expletives, cussing. He had, since they had broken up, received emails or messages from Carrie, and it would be like a pictures of Dave's window saying, "I'm watching you."
Carrie's seemingly unhinged comments weren't solely directed at Dave. She also told him how she felt about his ex, Liz Gollier, as well.
They were calling Liz names, nasty names, crazy whore, that kind of thing.
It was a firestorm of jealousy that just bled out of all these communications.
She'd be ranting about Liz, trying to say Liz took me away from Carrie, and then she'd flip around and say, yeah, you're a piece of shit too, and Liz is a piece of shit, I hope you die, and blah, blah, blah.
The harassment got so bad that Dave considered going to the police. But on November 21st, 2012, the police come to him about Carrie instead.
I was in the back of the shop, my guy was running the front counter, come back and said, hey, the sheriff's here for you. He's talking about a missing persons report, and I'm showing him my phone with all these crazy texts on it, going, I'd like to file a report too, you know, make her go away, go find her and tell her to leave me alone.
According to the sheriff's officer, Carrie's seemingly unbalanced behavior had recently bled into other areas of her personal life.
There were initial texts from Carrie's phone to her own mother.
She received a message that Carrie was going to Kansas for a new job. I'm leaving my son, and good luck, you can raise him. She had never seen that type of behavior from Carrie, and that's what alarmed her so much.
She was not one to just abandon her son.
That's not Carrie. Max meant everything to her. There would have been no question that something's up.
Investigators asked Dave if Carrie had exhibited any erratic behavior prior to the spate of menacing text messages. Dave says no, but it's clear to investigators he's rattled by this whole ordeal.
I believe, as Dave explained it, is he felt relief, like he had dodged a bullet there with maybe getting involved with someone because of mental issues.
You know, if it's going to be this way, I'm glad it only lasted 14 days. I don't want to find that out 6 months down the road.
Investigators asked Dave to let them know if he receives any additional messages from Carrie.
He seemed very honest, transparent, more than willing to help. I mean, just whatever he could do to help, it was going to be a burden off of his shoulders if all this could be resolved.
This seems to have gone from a case of harassment to one of child abandonment and a possible missing person.
It just piled on to the overwhelming feeling of where do we go? What do we do next?
In an effort to locate Carrie and to better understand the motive behind her actions, investigators reach out to Carrie's mother. They ask her if Carrie had any history of mental illness, and she informs them that Carrie has suffered from bipolar disorder.
She would go through depressive periods over the years, and you just wouldn't hear from her for a while.
Nancy's admission gives investigators pause.
They kind of believed that Carrie had gone off of her medication, was having some mental health issues. They would kind of believe that someone with bipolar would do something like this.
It's a theory that's only reinforced the following morning, when Carrie's mother informs investigators that she's received another message from her daughter.
She received a message from Carrie with a picture of a check attached to the message saying I sold my furniture.
And the text messages said, hey, this is for my furniture. Let this person into my house to retrieve the furniture. And the check was signed by Shanna Goyer.
Shanna goes by Liz as well. Liz used to date Dave Krupa.
That afternoon, investigators head to Liz Gollier's apartment. Liz explains that not only did she not purchase Carrie's furniture, she was worried that Carrie would try to hurt her or her children.
She was sending pictures of Liz's kids taken from outside the house saying, I'm watching you, I can see you, you better watch your back.
However, if Carrie was hoping to drive a wedge between Dave and his former flame, she was having the opposite effect.
Liz, who was able to commiserate with Dave because Dave was being harassed at the same time by the same person. And it certainly drew the two of them closer together.
We had this common foe, this common enemy, this common problem. You know, we could talk about it to each other because we're both going through it.
Even though they're broken up, he comes running and he comes to her aid and they get back together.
We could be on the couch watching TV or a movie and had been sitting there for an hour or more, not on our phones, not doing anything, and all of a sudden I get an email or a text, and she get an email or a text from Carrie. The texting and the emails, the phone calls just got worse and worse and worse.
In order to stop Carrie, investigators have to find her. So they turn to the internet to see if Carrie's social media profiles offer any hints to her whereabouts.
We found a new social media profile, a Facebook profile, several dating profiles on different sites, numerous different what appeared to be cell phone numbers. It was just a constant something new pop up here, something new pop up here.
Detectives hope one of these profiles will reveal Carrie's location. Coming up, the harassment goes from texting to something much more dangerous.
She calls me, my house is on fire, it's that crazy, Carrie.
Detectives in the Omaha suburb of Council Bluffs, Iowa, are investigating the disappearance of Carrie Farver, who, in a matter of days, seems to have quit her job, abandoned her child to the care of her mother, and sent a series of harassing digital messages to her former boyfriend, Dave Krupa.
Dave Krupa was living under the assumption that he was being stalked by Carrie.
Something along the lines of 12,500 emails.
But Dave isn't the only target of Carrie's digital assault. Dave's ex, Liz Gollier, also reported getting similar emails.
Carrie has been harassing Liz, sending all these text messages and so forth. Every time she would get a harassing email from Carrie, she'd forward that along to Dave.
For the next few days, investigators monitor Carrie's various profiles, but there's no activity that would reveal her current location. Then, on January 10th, 2013, Dave Krupa pulls into the parking lot of his apartment complex and is greeted by an unwelcome surprise.
He saw a car parked. It was literally 50 feet, probably from his front door to his apartment.
And as soon as my attention was drawn to it, I went, that's her truck. That's her Explorer. I called the sheriffs immediately, said, it's here, come and get it.
Sheriff's deputies impound Carrie's vehicle and deliver it to CSIs for forensic processing. But again, it seems Carrie has successfully covered her tracks.
They said that thing was in pristine condition, been cleaned. It was obvious to them.
As routine procedure in a missing person case, CSIs process the vehicle for prints. Thankfully, they're able to recover one potential clue.
They are able to lift a print off of a mint container that's left in the console area in the front.
The print was ran through APIS, nationwide, to see if we get lucky and it hits on something, and we got 0 hits. There was no match.
The print was not even a match for Carrie. With nothing to indicate where she is or what she'll do next, investigators are at a loss. Over the next several months, Carrie's harassment of Dave Krupa and Liz Gollier escalates.
Liz would make constant police reports saying that she was being stalked by Carrie, that her cars were being vandalized, her house was being burglarized. In all those reports, she identified Carrie as the person who had committed these crimes.
Then, in the early morning hours of August 17, 2013, the situation takes a potentially deadly turn.
Dave had received an email about 12:30 a.m. It seems to be Carrie saying, "I'm burning Liz's house down right now. I hope her kids are here so they all die."
Moments later, Dave receives a panicked call from Liz.
She calls me, my house is on fire, it's that crazy Carrie. I'm like, oh my God, I get in my car and drive over there. All I saw was a bunch of fire trucks. The house was total.
It was clearly an arson because there was accelerants. Gas from within the house was used to pour on clothes and a couch in the basement.
Fortunately, Liz's children weren't home at the time of the fire, but there are several victims.
Liz's pets, a snake, a dog, a couple cats, all died in the fire due to smoke inhalation.
The guy helped her clean up some stuff and drag her out of the house, but she wouldn't tell me where she's going. I don't want your crazy stalker to follow me. Totally understandable. I get it. I don't blame you one bit.
From that point on, Carrie's harassment slowly dissipates.
There were periods where I would only get 2 or 3 emails a day. That was kind of always it. But at some point, it dropped off pretty dramatically.
Though the harassment seems to have stopped, the fact remains no one has seen Carrie Fargo in more than 10 months, a fact that deeply troubles Carrie's friends and family, especially her son.
She had missed significant events in her life that she would not have missed.
Her birthday would come and go, and Max did awesome football and graduated. She talked about that when he was 4. And there's nobody that would have been more proud. And nobody had any answers.
When detectives show Carrie's family the string of emails and texts Carrie allegedly sent to both Dave Krupa and Liz Gollier, Carrie's family has doubts about their authenticity.
Carrie's mom said, "This is not the way my daughter speaks. She doesn't misspell words. She didn't have this sort of tone that was in the messages."
The harassing messages continue to flare up periodically for more than 2 years. Finally, on December 4th, 2015, there's an unexpected development. Liz Gollier walks into the Potawatomi Sheriff's Office looking to file a complaint.
It said that you were trying to file harassment?
Yeah, harassment, stalking. She keeps stalking me on Facebook.
Has Carrie finally returned? Or is this complicated case about to take another unexpected twist?
She starts telling us about how this lady named Amy is harassing her. Amy, we find out, is mother of Dave's children.
According to Liz, it all started a few weeks earlier when she began receiving emails and Facebook messages from Amy. But it wasn't just the threatening tone of the messages that unnerved Liz. It was their eerie similarity to the messages she used to receive from Carrie.
The grammar was really bad in all the same ways, and it was the same repetition over and over and over. You could tell it's the same person.
Could it be the same person behind both Amy and Carrie's harassing emails and texts? Liz seems to think so.
They only dated for 2 weeks, and I don't understand why a person would still be stalking him almost 3 years later. I would find it more reasonable to believe that his kid's mom.
If Amy Flora is responsible for all the harassing messages, is it possible she's also responsible for Carrie Farther's disappearance? Investigators ask Liz to forward them her recent exchanges with Amy Flora. Liz agrees. But less than 24 hours later, the case takes yet another unbelievable turn.
What's the address of your emergency? Oh, yeah. I've been shot in the leg.
The day after she came into our office to make that harassment report with Davis, that next day, Liz is shot.
Coming up, in the wake of the shooting, Liz fights for her life. And an already bizarre case takes another chilling turn.
It appeared that she was targeting yet another female.
For 3 long years, a person alleging to be Carrie Farther has made life a living hell for her one-time lover, Dave Krupa, and the ex-girlfriend he is still close with, Liz Gollier. Now, Liz has come forward with information that suggests the real stalker might be Amy Flora, Dave's former common-law wife and the mother of his children.
Maybe Amy's the one obsessed with Dave and is just trying to take out all these lovers of Dave's.
Before investigators can track down Amy, tragedy strikes again.
That next day, Liz is shot.
As officers secure the scene, Liz is rushed into surgery.
Liz's wound that she had on the thigh, 2 doctors examined it, and both had different opinions of what was the entrance and what was the exit.
After hours of surgery, doctors manage to staunch the bleeding and stabilize Liz. 2 days later, investigators pay her a visit at the hospital.
I was going to come and walk up behind me, put the bag in her lap, and told me to get on the ground. And I fell in bed.
She said something to the effect of, "How do you like Dave?" And then shot her in the thigh and ran.
It's a drug use business.
Pretty much, that's what I'm thinking.
Police responded immediately to Amy Flora's residence. There they located her with an infant son and another toddler-age child. Police questioned her. She said she had no idea what they're talking about.
Amy claims she's been at home the entire day and was nowhere near the park at the time of the shooting.
A neighbor there also corroborated her story, saying that her vehicle had never left the parking lot of her residence. It didn't appear that she had committed this crime in any manner.
But if Amy hadn't shot Liz Gollier, then who had? Was Carrie Farber behind this spree of terror after all? Deputies hope the answer lies in the recent spate of threatening emails and texts Liz allegedly received from Amy Flora.
Is there any possible way we could track, keep going with what you have from those emails, that we could still find any trace?
There was a YouTube video posted under the name Carrie Farber.
It's just a video of somebody using a cell phone camera going through Dave's apartment complex.
They had been using different technology to try to hide their true location, but in this instance, they used their real IP address.
The source of the video comes as a shock to investigators.
And that real IP address can be traced back to Council Bluffs, Iowa. That real IP address can be traced back to where Liz lived. It turned out to be dozens and dozens of accounts that were impersonating Carrie. Just one by one, each one of them found its way back to Liz.
The breadth and extent of Liz's impersonation of Carrie is breathtaking. If you consider it, she drafted thousands of texts, thousands of emails, all purportedly from Carrie. She would use apps that would disguise her email address.
But if Liz Gollier had been sending these messages to herself, who was responsible for shooting her or for setting her house on fire?
Dave Krupa at some point realized that his firearm had been stolen from his apartment. Shortly thereafter, he was in fear of her life from Amy. When law enforcement appeared to not take her claim seriously, All of a sudden, Liz sustained a gunshot wound at a park. Amy Flora did not shoot Liz. Liz shot Liz. It's unbelievable that someone would set a fire in their own house knowing that their pets were going to die. This is how dedicated Liz was to this scheme.
However, the new evidence raises an even more disturbing question. If Liz had been posing as Carrie Farver for all these years, then where is Carrie now? On December 14th, 2015, investigators invite Liz Gollier in for an interview under the guise that they want to ask her a few more questions about Amy Flora.
We were going to tell her that we found remains. The remains haven't been identified yet, but we believe that they might be Carrie's. If Amy's bold enough to shoot you, she probably killed Carrie. And we know that Amy's communicating with you.
I didn't know if maybe you felt comfortable seeing if you could kind of push her for some more info on the Carrie thing. Because if she would, come out with some details of exactly what she did to Carrie and so forth like that, that would help our case immensely.
Well, I'll try maybe one or two emails.
And sure enough, boom, she goes home. She sends these emails into the police then saying, I've got these emails that Amy sent me confessing. The emails also paint a detailed, albeit brutal picture of how Carrie Farver died. She came over after Dave left for work. She caught her at the house and got her into Carrie's own vehicle.
She stabbed Carrie in the stomach and the chest area multiple times. This happened in Carrie's vehicle. Her body was burned afterwards, disposed of in a dumpster somewhere. She cleaned the vehicle and returned it back to Dave's apartment complex area. We get these confessional emails, and it's telling us that this happened in this vehicle. So we decide we need to go back to this vehicle. We found the vehicle again. We've been through a couple owners. I pull out the driver's seat, pull off the fabric off the driver's seat, nothing. I pull out the passenger seat, pull off the fabric off that. There's a dark red stain on the seat. We got the results that it was positive for Carrie's DNA. It was a lot of validation. It felt like, hey, we're there. We did it. We've proven this isn't a missing persons case, that this is a homicide.
With Liz now in their crosshairs, investigators need to know if the fingerprint that was found in their initial search of Carrie's car could be a match to Liz.
Dodie requested a crime tech to compare that print directly to Liz's fingerprint because it was on file from a Michigan arrest. And upon comparing those prints, it was a match. That fingerprint from the car was Liz Gollier's fingerprint.
Even with this new evidence, the case against Liz remains circumstantial, and investigators are hesitant to issue a warrant for her arrest.
We can have a body. Not a lot of no-body homicide cases are tried. A lot of prosecutors won't take them.
However, given Liz Gollier's newfound fixation on Dave Krupa's ex, Amy Flora, detectives fear history may repeat itself. Anybody who's willing to shoot themselves is pretty off the charts, not stable. I'm convinced that she was about to do something very sinister to Amy as well. In late January of 2016, investigators reach out to Dave Krupa, letting him know that he, his children, and his ex, Amy Flora, could be in grave danger.
Dodie came to me at work that day and told me that we know Liz did it. We believe that Liz murdered Carrie. We believe that she has targeted Amy. I was shocked on many levels. They said, this is serious, this is real, you need to go take care of your kids.
While investigators work to build their case against Liz Gollier, Dave Krupa moves back in with Amy Flora and their children.
They get a call from Liz, and she was very emotional. She was crying on the phone. She was very upset.
So she gets to shoot somebody, and then she gets to kill another person, and then she gets to move in with Dave, and she gets to be free, and you guys aren't arresting her.
Investigators invite Liz to the station to talk. when she arrives, they turn the tables on her.
Why would you create all these emails?
I haven't created any emails.
They're coming from you.
No, they're not.
The thing is pointing right at you.
I'm done talking, and I'm going to have my attorney, because I didn't do anything.
We knew she was following and stalking Amy. We knew that she was driving by her home, and we were scared for Amy's life, really, honestly. They were like, we need to do something.
I've got enough probable cause to make an arrest, and I feel we have plenty of evidence pointing the finger at her. Even as circumstantial as most of it was, it was still too much to overcome, in my opinion.
With enough evidence behind them, police arrest Liz Gallier.
It was a huge weight off my shoulder. It felt good not to have to look over my shoulder anymore. Not to have to worry about my kids anymore.
Coming up. Without Carrie's remains, the case against Liz is far from a slam dunk.
There wasn't a body, there wasn't a found weapon, and a lot of this stuff was circumstantial.
But then, prosecutors make an 11-hour discovery that could tip the scales of justice in their favor.
This was the closest thing we had to a smoking gun.
Spring 2017. 42-year-old Liz Gallier is awaiting trial for the murder of 37-year-old Carrie Farver. Prosecutors believe that after murdering Carrie, Liz assumed Carrie's online persona and pretended to stalk herself and her ex-boyfriend, Dave Krupa, in order to cover up her crime.
All of these reports, the destruction of property, harassment, stalking, vandalism, even the arson at Liz's house, they all actually correlate with Dave and Liz's relationship. If they hit a low point in their relationship, about that same time, a report would be filed.
This whole thing that was going on, that was crazy. I mean, that's Lex Luthor stuff.
But as the trial approaches, prosecutors still have major holes in their case. Holes that Liz's defense attorneys are prepared to exploit.
There was no body. There was no eyewitnesses. There was no murder weapon.
That was going to be a huge obstacle.
Seemingly on a whim, Detective Davis and Kava are out running around, stop by the shop, and Kava says, hey, by the way, you know, we've looked at the computer, we've looked at the phones and everything. Is anything else you got laying around? And I said, oh, you know what? There was an old tablet.
What was interesting was the SD card that was in it. It had been formatted years before, and it looked like it was empty, but things that are deleted aren't necessarily deleted forever.
The images from that SD card made it apparent that this SD card belonged to Liz Gallier. Lots of selfies and just pictures that were consistent with things in her home.
However, there's one photo that stops investigators dead in their tracks.
I thought we might be looking at a tattoo on a person. It looked like a foot to me. It looked like a human foot.
It was probably from the knee down. It was apparent that not only had the leg probably been dismembered, but that the leg had been charred.
Could the leg belong to the victim, Carrie Farver?
They reached out to Nancy Rainey, who is Carrie's mom, and just verified, what tattoos did she have? And Carrie had a tattoo on her foot. It was a Chinese symbol, and I believed it meant mother.
When the photograph was located, the tattoo, it was essentially our body that we were missing.
This was the closest thing we had to a smoking gun.
The gutted artifacts, because now before, where there was no body, no cause of death, all of a sudden now they could say Liz did.
In May 2017, Liz Gallier's trial gets underway. Having waived her right to a jury trial, Liz's fate hangs in the hands of a single judge. But the defense attorney believes there's still a chance for Liz's freedom.
The defense really wanted to sell that the police had not been able to provide a body, a murder weapon, or anything else that would definitively say that Liz was responsible for this.
Unfortunately for Liz, this defense backfires.
Liz was convicted of first-degree murder. So that's an automatic life sentence here in Nebraska without a chance for parole.
She's stone cold. I mean, there was just no reaction at all. She didn't cry. She sat there.
To hear the judge say guilty and the way he said it and talked about how he couldn't understand how a human could be capable of these kind of things it was just great redemption, I think, for a lot of the people in there to hear that the judge saw it the same way all of us did.
It took everything in you to just not jump up out of the seat and act ridiculous and just stay professional.
The verdict especially made an impact on the lives of Carrie's family, particularly her mother Nancy and son Max.
I'm so happy for Nancy and Max, not because of the loss, but because of the answer. And this is not even about vengeance. It's more about having closure, resolution.
Now that Carrie Farver's friends and loved ones know the truth, they're determined to remember the woman they knew and loved, not the one Liz Gollier so unjustly made her out to be.
Liz tried to make Carrie uneducated, not employed, not a good mother. Carrie was opposite of what Liz tried to make her be.
I think Liz's reason for doing all this is she was just obsessed with Dave. She would try to take out anybody that got in her way to be with Dave.
I think ultimately Liz snapped when she encountered Carrie at the apartment. For Liz, that was a paramount moment for her and her relationship with Dave. I think Carrie became Liz's obsession, and it consumed her to the point of murder.
Carrie should be remembered as a beautiful, fun, full of life woman. You know, wanted to experience things, wanted to be out there. She's a good woman.
Hi, Snap fans. This is John Thrasher, co-host of Oxygen's other true crime podcast, Martinis and Murder. I'm jumping in here because there's additional information about this case that you didn't hear in the episode. Tragically, Carrie Farver's body has never been found. Also, as for Liz Gollier, she's currently being housed at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women. For more true crime stories and updates, be sure to subscribe to my show, Martinis and Murder, with new episodes dropping every Thursday and Sunday wherever you listen to podcasts.
He was a beloved family man.
He was a hard worker. He provided for his family. Everywhere we went, he knew somebody.
He loved his family, loved the community. He helped people in a way that just blew me away with love and compassion.
Until a brutal crime changes everything.
The amount of blood in this crime scene was excessive.
It was a very violent struggle. It was clear to me that foul play was involved.
As investigators push for answers, they uncover an unbelievable story of excess.
She felt shame for committing this deadly sin of gluttony. It completely consumed her mind.
And at the heart of it all is one person's voracious obsession.
This was someone who clearly couldn't control their impulses.
They have some delusional thinking.
There was a list of tops that she wanted to see Dave.
Why would you do that? I can't understand that hate. It has rocked us to our cores with everything that we believe in.
They had every intention of killing again. This wasn't going to stop.
June 19th, 2013, Douglasville, Georgia. Around 2 p.m., the Douglas County Sheriff's Office receives a call from one of their own investigators, 37-year-old Michael "Mikey" Wheeler.
Can you send ambulance to my mom and daddy's house? I think my dad is dead, and that's close.
Mikey was one of our veteran employees at the sheriff's office. A lot of folks at the sheriff's office in the community knew of his dad.
It was something that kind of took everybody aback from the get-go. It hits close to home.
Moments later, deputies arrive at the home of 66-year-old Jerry Wheeler. They find his son Michael calmly standing outside.
Mike and his dad were close, and he would go and visit him on a regular basis.
I would stop by the house pretty much every day to eat lunch or just to visit. I knew Dad would come home around 12 to cook himself some lunch.
Michael says as he entered the home, he immediately knew something was wrong.
Walked in the house, seen it's a bunch of blood. The couch was moved, and I started yelling his name, saying, "Dad, Dad, where you at?" And I went to check all the bedrooms, went to the back bathroom.
When he couldn't find his father, Jerry, anywhere in the house, Michael says he came back to the living room.
When I was coming back out, I stepped on the rug, and when I stepped on it, I could feel that it was a body.
Michael tells first responders that his father's health was failing, and he believes his dad may have died from natural causes.
He was wrapped up in a rug in the middle of the floor. Michael thought that he had done that perhaps to keep himself warm. He thought because his father had a litany of health issues that he perhaps had an episode of vein had burst in his leg and he had started bleeding.
His vein would just pop on the back of his leg. He went to the hospital for it. He was seeking treatment for it. I was thinking that the blood loss, he was getting cold, weak. I thought he might roll up into the rug to warm up.
When deputies enter the living room, they are immediately taken aback by the scene.
There was blood on the walls and on the floor. We had blood on the fireplace and on some other items that was scattered through the house. From my experience, a natural death doesn't leave that amount of blood.
Despite Michael's claims that his father may have died from natural causes, first responders are adamant this was foul play.
Basically, my dad never had any. Got along with everybody.
Jerry grew up around Ben Hill, Georgia. We married in 70, and Michelle was born in 72, and then Michael 4 years later, almost to the day. He was a good husband.
Jerry loved his family, loved the community. He helped people in a way that just blew me away with love and compassion.
He was loving, he was direct, and he was genuine.
Jerry was the most laid-back guy I've ever met. I mean, nothing upsetting. He was easy to get along with. Good sense of humor.
Jerry worked as a mechanic for a number of companies. He was really successful, and he even opened up his own business.
He could do anything with a car. He's always worked. He was a hard worker.
My dad worked long nights, but he always came in. When he left in the mornings, he came in and gave us the kids before he left.
He'd work hours upon hours. He'd get up 9, 10 o'clock, and he wouldn't get home until 9 or 10 o'clock. So he loved it.
Even though Jerry spent a lot of time at the garage, his family always remained his first priority.
The main thing, in his life was going to see the grandkids, doing things with the family.
He's very loving. He's very caring. He just took care of everybody around him. I was his little princess, and he loved us more than anything.
In 2013, Jerry was diagnosed with venous reflux, a disorder where blood flow is disrupted and pools in the veins of the lower extremities.
The first time it happened, he was rebuilding a transmission at the shop and looked down and he was standing in a puddle of blood. His veins would just pop on the back of his leg.
Jerry's diagnosis had left him considering surgery, though he wasn't about to let it slow him down.
He would shut the doors on the shop anytime to go out to eat with my mother or to go play golf. He was loving life.
But now, it seems Jerry's been robbed of his chance to enjoy his golden years.
You got a bloody floor and bloody walls, and you got the victim there that was covered in blood. It was clear to me that foul play was involved. I saw a couch that was broken into two sections. Some of the cushions had been tossed about. What I thought was that there was a confrontation in the living room where Mr. Willard tried to defend himself. It looked like there was a pretty big fight in there.
Next to the couch, detectives find Jerry rolled up in the rug. As they unroll the carpet, they are stunned by what they find.
He had a lot of stab wounds and cut marks on him. It was clear to me this was a pretty brutal type of killing.
Why would someone want to violently kill this beloved mechanic and family man?
He was very well liked, just a good person, and for him to have been murdered like that was devastating to us at the sheriff's office.
Coming up, police must investigate one of their own.
Have you and your dad ever had problems to the point where he can speak or it can explode?
A large percentage of the time, these domestic violence killings, obviously, within family.
And clues at the crime scene indicate a vicious struggle.
It did look like Gary was fighting for his life.
On June 19, 2013, deputies in Douglas County, Georgia, are investigating the brutal murder of 66-year-old Jerry Wheeler after his body was found by his son, Michael.
The victim's son was actually employed with the sheriff's office, so it was something that hits close to home.
Examining Jerry's body, detectives discovered details of his final moments.
Mr. Willard had been wrapped up or rolled up in carpet, and it looked like that he had stab wounds. This was a pretty violent scene. That was probably one of the bloodiest crime scenes I've ever worked. He had stab wounds on his chest, neck, and legs. He had some cuts on his left hand, like it was some type of defensive wound from the attack.
He suffered, I believe, approximately 15 to 16 stab wounds total, potentially a head wound. There was a base with blood, and at some point during the struggle, we believe he was struck with the base. And so it did look like Jerry was fighting for his life.
Based off the excessive number of stab wounds, detectives theorize about the type of person they might be looking for.
I was looking for a big man because Mr. Wheeler was a pretty good sized man. He could handle himself. Mr. Wheeler had somebody that was of some size and of some strength to be able to put up a struggle and a fight, to be able to subdue him and to be able to stab him that number of times.
They also conclude that the killer knew enough about the home to try and conceal their identity.
There was blood in a number of places, down the hall, in the bathroom, which appeared that there had been some sort of cleaning up afterwards.
On a wall nearby the victim, there was a glove palm impression. And on top of the electric fireplace was another gloved impression. I couldn't tell what type of glove it was, but the impression made it look like it was a fabric.
The fact that the killer had worn gloves means finding a fingerprint is unlikely. But as investigators continue to examine the crime scene, they find something almost as useful.
Within the scene, there were footprints on the floor of the living room, and so it appeared that after the homicide, whoever did it had stepped in Jerry's blood and left prints.
We knew that this could be a big potential piece of evidence, especially if it was a bare foot, because a foot impression is just as identifiable as a fingerprint.
While CSIs collect the bloody footprints, detectives check the rest of the house for evidence. Based on what they find, investigators surmise that Jerry had most likely been attacked the night before while he was in the middle of making dinner.
There was a pot of what looked like maybe turnip greens. The stove I was still on, and the material in it had completely cooked and almost caught fire.
Police find no evidence of forced entry, and nothing seems to be missing from inside the home. But outside the house, an officer discovers a strange clue.
Ultimately, one of the things that was found was the keys to a car found hanging in a tree branch above, or right there in the vicinity of where Mr. Ware's vehicle was.
And inside the vehicle, police find more unnerving evidence.
There was blood in the victim Jerry's car outside. There was blood on the steering column, consistent with somebody trying to start the vehicle. Our estimation is whoever committed the murder had come out, tried to start the car, couldn't start it, so threw the keys in the tree and left some on the way.
Is it possible Jerry had been killed during an attempt to steal his car? While police can't be certain, it's a theory they consider.
Oftentimes you'll have people that need a vehicle for one reason or another, and if they have to kill somebody to get it, some people are willing to do that.
We begin to canvass the neighborhood, or we begin to knock on doors, and we're starting to ask people if they've seen anything, heard anything, seen anything that's strange.
No one recalls seeing anyone trying to steal Jerry's car. But one neighbor says she saw a large woman walking down the street away from Jerry's home at 10:30 p.m. on the night he had been killed.
The woman that was seen walking up the road was very noticeable due to her size. She was north of 400 pounds, so she was not an average sized woman.
The neighbor points them in the direction where this woman lives, and it turns out it's right next to Jerry's house.
Investigators made contact with her. She indicated she didn't know anything about what had transpired.
She gave us her name as Breeze Tool, and that she gets out and to try and lose weight or to exercise, she would get out and walk the neighborhood.
Breeze tells officers that she's embarrassed by her size and prefers to exercise at night when no one's watching.
Some of the neighbors were able to verify that they have seen her out walking in the neighborhood.
Confident that Tabriz had just been exercising on the night she was seen walking, detectives are able to quickly eliminate her as a person of interest. Next, investigators turn their attention to those closest to Jerry, starting with his wife, Jean.
My grandmother was gone to Florida with her sisters for vacation. This was the first time that she's ever been on vacation without my grandfather. My sisters and I had gone to Florida, and my sister's cell phone rang, and she answered it. A few minutes later, she came back, and she said, "I've got to go." And we said, "Well, what's wrong?" And she says, "I've got to go, and I've got to go now." And I knew then that something had happened. I don't know what they said. The next few days was just a blur. I don't remember everything that happened.
With his wife ruled out as a possible suspect, detectives turn their attention to Jerry's son, Michael.
Mikey couldn't be eliminated, and that was difficult to deal with. I mean, you've got to be impartial to these investigations.
When investigators sit down with Michael, he says that when he found his father covered in blood, foul play never crossed his mind.
When I was coming back out, I stepped on the rug right there, and it was, I guess, right in here. My ankles, I felt it. I said, "Oh, shit." And I looked down and seen his head. And then that's when I said, and I could tell, he's dead.
And so you're not thinking anything suspicious at this time?
Not suspicious, no.
Michael admits he has no solid alibi and says he was home alone the night his father was killed.
Have you and your dad ever had problems to the point anything like that. I'll just be straight. We've got to decide who to concentrate on and who not to concentrate on. And you know yourself, being in law enforcement for a very long time, what are one of the first people that someone looks at when something like this happens? And that's the people closest to them. That's just normal first objective.
While having this conversation, detectives realized he was lacking emotion.
You can't dictate across the board how people are going to act and react to these kinds of situations. But some might say his reaction was such that maybe looks suspicious.
You know, if your parents had problems with anybody in the neighborhood and squabbles and issues.
Michael says there is one house in the neighborhood that falls under that category. A halfway house for troubled teen boys that's located down the street from his parents' address.
Over the years, kids with violent tendencies committing crimes, these were kids that were committed by the state to these locations. Those are troubled kids that have been in and out of the judicial system.
Michael tells detectives that over the years, his father had multiple run-ins with different boys staying at the halfway house.
I know they took my sister's car years ago, stole their car for some joyride.
You're talking about some of the kids next door?
Yeah.
The news of a previous car theft catches detectives' attention, especially since it appears that whoever killed Jerry had also attempted to steal his car. But that's not all.
There was one time when I was downstairs and one of them opened the door. I don't know why he opened the back door and came in, but when he saw me, he left.
Could Jerry have been killed by one of the troubled teenagers next door? Or is Michael only bringing them up to deflect attention away from himself?
He definitely wasn't ruled out as a suspect. It was just, let's figure it out.
Detectives release Michael for now and turn their attention to the halfway house for troubled boys.
They tried to ascertain whether anybody there could have potentially been the perpetrator.
Coming up, had a night of teenage mischief turned to murder.
Did one of them get upset? Did things escalate?
We didn't know what kind of offender we had out there.
And the secret obsession is unveiled.
This was someone who clearly couldn't control their impulses.
Less than 24 hours into the murder investigation of 66-year-old Jerry Wheeler, detectives have been unable to rule out Jerry's son, Douglas County Sheriff's Officer Michael Wheeler.
There wasn't necessarily any evidence of a spat between Jerry and Michael. I mean, they had a good relationship, but detectives had to investigate Michael because they had no other motive.
But during the course of his interview with police, Michael is able to point detectives in the direction of a boys' home next door to the Wheeler residence that could harbor some potential suspects.
In years past, those kids have kind of trespassed, even breaking into the home at times.
We were investigating anybody who lived at that house, anybody who was working at that house. That was a transient location where kids come and go. And so we knew we had to work cut out for us on that. So that was one of our main priorities, was trying to get our suspect list down of kids that potentially could have been there to do it.
The detectives went to go interview the manager of the house. They find 3 boys and they decide to speak with them.
2 of the boys have alibis for the night of the murder. However, the third boy, a 14-year-old named Reginald, isn't as cooperative.
This boy refused to speak with detectives. He acted defiantly when they were speaking with him. He wouldn't offer any information about his whereabouts, what he was doing on the night of June 18th.
Is the teenager's refusal to cooperate a sign of his potential guilt? While his behavior is certainly suspicious, police don't have any evidence connecting him to the crime. At the same time, forensic investigators at the police station have figured out how to examine the bloody foot impressions they found at the crime scene. And it pays off.
We used a chemical called aqueous liquid violet that has a reaction with the protein in blood. And we were able to, with the reaction from the blood with that chemical, we had an identifiable foot impression. We were pretty excited because up to that point, we didn't have any type of identifying evidence to go on.
With this new evidence, police conclude the killer must have come from a location near the Wheeler residence.
The fact that they were bare footprints, coupled with the fact that it appeared the perpetrator tried to take the victim's car, those two together indicated that this person was on foot.
That suggested to me that this was an offender who probably lived in the vicinity of where this crime occurred.
The print also confirms detectives' initial assessment that the killer had to be big enough to overpower Jerry.
The foot impression that we developed was all from the right foot. The foot impression was about 10.5, and so we thought this could be a large person.
Now, investigators just have to make a match.
You can make comparisons on footprints just like fingerprints. They have ridges and swirls and various identifying characteristics that can be compared to a latent print that is discovered at a crime scene.
Unfortunately, there's no database for footprints like there is for fingerprints.
We had to do it the old-fashioned way, roll people's footprints and have our latent examiner tech manually go through and either identify it or eliminate it.
Investigators are still very suspicious of the boys' home, so they spend the next few days getting foot impressions of every single boy that lives in that home to see if they can find a match.
Even the 14-year-old who refused to answer questions agrees to a print.
Their prints were taken to be compared, and none of those matched. They were ruled out as well as contributing the prints there in the scene.
There was a lot of frustration for me in the sense of we had developed that foot impression. We knew that if we could find the person that deposited it, we knew that we had found the killer.
Investigators also obtain a print from Jerry's son, Michael Wheeler.
They call me up and say that I need to come in. They have to get some foot impressions.
They compare this bloody footprint to the footprint of Michael Wheeler, and there is no match at all.
Once we were able to realize that that wasn't his footprint in there, that was a big sigh of relief for us.
While detectives are relieved to eliminate one of their fellow officers as a potential suspect, they've also hit a dead end when it comes to the investigation.
We were working round the clock, days on end. In the back of my mind, I was concerned and I was worried that the longer this goes on, the more chance this has to be an unsolved case.
For a month, I thought about that case every day, just knowing that we had a potential piece of evidence that's going to be able to prove the case.
They were having regular meetings to try to compare notes and say, all right, where should we go next?
During one of their meetings in early July 2013, investigators review the interviews from the crime scene canvas and notice something that might have been overlooked.
At this meeting, everybody comparing notes realized that we had a report of a large individual, the lady at the end of the cul-de-sac, who was seen walking up the road.
The woman, who identified herself as Tabriz Tool, had been interviewed by police at the time and eliminated as a suspect. But had officers acted too quickly in clearing her as a person of interest? Detectives decide to run her name through the county database and make a surprising discovery.
That's when they discover there is no one named Tabriz Tool living in Douglasville. She had given a false name, she'd given a false date of birth, and they had to figure out why.
There's a million reasons why she would have given us a false name. Maybe she just doesn't like law enforcement and didn't want to talk to us. Or it could be something a lot more than that.
Police discover that there is a 32-year-old woman named Sahara Tabriz Fakir that lives at the same address.
Not a lot is known about Sahara Fakir. As investigators dig deeper into her background, they find out that she's a devout Muslim. She's from Ohio, and 7 years ago she moved to Georgia. For the past 6 years, she's been living with her mother, and due to her weight gain, she couldn't work.
Sahara also has a criminal record from 2009.
Sahara had multiple charges on her record, ranging from simple traffic stops to account fraud.
She was on misdemeanor probation, and she threatened to kill her misdemeanor probation officer, threatened to cut her throat. Felony terroristic threats charge was brought against her. So then she had a felony case. She was convicted, received 5 years probation.
Police discover that Sahara had violated her probation and there was a warrant out for her arrest, which might explain why she gave them a fake name.
They realized that they had someone with the physical size that potentially matched the footprint, as well as a violent past.
She lived back adjacent to his house, and so we're like, we got to run with this one.
Since Sahara still has an outstanding warrant, detectives decide to arrest her.
And at that point, law enforcement zeroed in on Miss Fakir as their prime suspect.
Coming up, detectives' attempt to apprehend Sahara goes horribly awry.
She wasn't just an overly obese woman. She was a very strong woman.
She lifted an officer up off the ground.
After weeks of chasing down leads, detectives investigating the murder of Jerry Wheeler have identified a new suspect, his neighbor, 32-year-old Sahara Fakir. On July 16th, officers descend on Sahara's home. When she opens the door, law enforcement attempts to take her into custody, but they are met with resistance.
She was a very large woman. They couldn't use traditional handcuffs. They had to use the plastic cuffs. She was able to break out of the plastic cuffs, which to law enforcement was an ominous thing, and they hadn't seen that done before.
She was absolutely resisting arrest. She had no restraint over her emotions, and she reacted violently.
Her strength was excessive. She lifted an officer up off the ground.
Finally, multiple deputies are able to subdue Sahara.
She was transported to the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, where she was held in solitary confinement.
Once she's calmed down, investigators bring her into an interrogation room to question her about her neighbor, Jerry Wheeler.
Have you ever been to his house? No, never have been there. I don't know anybody there.
Sahara also denies having anything to do with Jerry Wheeler's brutal murder.
I can't see myself telling you. I just think that's horrific. I can't see myself telling you.
During her interview, Sahara seems more interested in talking about her daily exercise routine and weight loss plan than about the investigation.
She was pretty much a shut-in and left the house only periodically to go swimming at the aquatic center.
In 2012, I signed up at the Boundary Lake Aquatic Center. 3.5 months. Yeah. I swam for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Swimming, and swimming, that's a lot of resistance. Sure, it's actually a great workout. Yeah. No processed meats, no soda. Eat fresh food. Ate fresh food, yeah. And I didn't lose anything. 5 days a week. 5 days a week I went. Didn't lose nothing.
She seemed to be obsessed with her weight. She just kept going back to it, and she wouldn't talk about anything else.
Without a confession, detectives hope Sahara's footprint will prove one way or another the extent of her involvement.
we needed to get her rolled prints or known prints to be able to do the comparison. They asked her initially if she would give a sample, and she was resistant to that idea.
She wasn't cooperating with us. She didn't want to give us that footprint.
Without her approval or a warrant, detectives are unable to force Sahara to submit her feet for printing.
She was intentionally trying to prevent law enforcement from taking her footprints, and obviously the only reason she would be doing that is if she were the perpetrator and she hadn't been wearing shoes within the crime scene.
But detectives catch a break when they finally convince Sahara to allow a footprint expert to examine her feet without taking prints.
She visually inspected Sahara's feet in person and saw enough consistencies where her footprint matched the footprint at the crime scene.
While the expert examines Sahara's footprints, detectives secure a search warrant for the home she shares with her mother. Inside Sahara's room, they find stacks of journals, a small desk, and a mattress on the floor.
It appeared that she spent a lot of her time on the computer, on the internet, but also writing about various thoughts.
Detectives collect Sahara's writings as evidence. They also make note of the view from Sahara's bedroom window.
They see that Jerry's house is visible from her bedroom window.
It's probably 50, 60 yards apart. She would have been able to see his house. She would have been able to see him in his driveway.
When investigators look beneath Sahara's mattress, they find another piece of possible evidence.
They found a knife, a large knife, 11.5-inch knife, in a sheath underneath her bed.
It was a pretty good sized knife and not a common knife that you see people with. We took it to the office, and our crime scene guy was able to take it apart, where they were able to ultimately find DNA that belonged to Mr. Wheeler that was able to link that knife back to Mr. Wheeler.
So the footprint and the knife, at that point you have two compelling pieces of evidence that really can't be explained away. It's a pretty sure thing who did this crime.
On July 17, 2013, police charged Sahara Fakir with the murder of Jerry Wheeler.
That was a huge, huge relief on me as well as everybody that was involved in the department.
I was relieved. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that it was a lady,
But while police have the suspected killer in custody, they still don't know the motive for the crime.
There's no evidence we ever were able to discover that they had ever had an interaction personally.
This murder was especially heinous. It was excessive. It was full of rage.
Why would you do that? I mean, I can't understand that hate.
Coming up, in an attempt to discover her motive, police examine the hundreds of personal journals seized at Sahara's house.
As far as we knew, the son could have been the target.
And investigators get into the mind of a gluttonous killer.
She believed that she was being punished for binge eating candy.
On July 17, 2013, deputies with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office charge 32-year-old Sahara Fakir with the murder of 66-year-old Jerry Wheeler, a man she claims she never met. Armed with a bloody footprint and the murder weapon, investigators confront Sahara, hoping for a confession.
I know you've been in the house, so what did you go in the house for? This is great.
She's totally in denial about her being involved in a homicide.
The more detectives press her, the more bizarre Sahara's explanations become.
What if maybe somebody said they saw you over there? They probably were working for the Illuminati.
Some of the comments that she was making were kind of off the wall. She wasn't talking like you would expect somebody to talk.
She had some delusional thinking.
In an attempt to discover Sahara's motive for the murder, detectives examine the hundreds of personal journals seized at Sahara's house. Most of her journal entries center around her weight.
A lot of her writings were very hard on herself. A lot of it was introspective. I need to be exercising more. I need to be eating better.
The examination of Sahara's writings also reveals a recurring theme.
It appeared that she had a general hatred of law enforcement, but also Douglas County specifically. There was writings that she had that were I would classify as anti-law enforcement remarks that she had made, and just kind of some animosity toward dealing with our agency.
And among Sahara's journals, detectives find a hand-scribbled note with a disturbing message.
She had a list of cops that she wanted to see dead.
Detectives theorize that Jerry's son, Michael, might have been Sahara's intended victim.
Jerry's home is visible from her bedroom window, and Jerry's son would come home and have lunch with his dad in his marked cruiser.
As far as we knew, the son could have been the target, or she could have thought that the victim was in fact a law enforcement officer. And that was something that we focused on as a potential motive.
She had a vendetta against the police department and thought that Michael lived there, and she was going in after Michael, and Jerry was the one she found.
She had every single intention of killing again. This wasn't going to stop.
But authorities are still puzzled by what might have triggered Sahara's hatred of law enforcement, or her decision to kill a man she suspected to be a police officer.
I mean, it was not a self-defense. It was not in reaction or response to anything that he did. So it was unwarranted, unsolicited. Whatever her motive was completely in her mind and a product of her mind. But something in her mind changed that caused her to take it to the next level.
Based on her journal entries, police suspect that Sahara was consumed by shame.
Sahara was very religious, and she felt shame for committing this deadly sin of gluttony. It completely consumed her mind.
As Sahara's shame built, so did her hatred.
She would fixate on things, her obsession with her weight, her hate, and her rage.
She thought that law enforcement generally was evil. She admitted that she had these violent thoughts and tendencies towards law enforcement.
Sahara's ramblings on paper and in interviews leave investigators wondering if she's even fit to stand trial.
What do you think's going to happen to you? Allah will get me out because he knows the type of people that's running that ground. He knows what type of jail it is. This is state jail. I seek refuge in Allah from Satan outcasts, and I am awaiting his wrath.
During her plea hearing, Sahara tells the court that God will forgive her for her sins, but he won't be so generous to everyone else.
Allah is my lawyer right now. And if you do not release me, Allah will have revenge on you. Like he did in 2009 from that flood. It's only going to get worse.
So it was the decision of the prosecution, the defense, and the judge to have her evaluated, and it was determined that she was competent.
She made attempts to conceal what she had done, meaning she knew that it was wrong. She washed the knife, she hid it, she knew exactly what she was doing.
But Sahara still denies killing Jerry. And from her jail cell, she writes letters to the judge saying she believes she's being punished for gluttony.
In her letters, she blames her arrest on binge eating candy after she promised Allah that she would diet and lose weight. She believed that Allah was punishing her for her excess, not for murdering someone.
On September 22nd, 2014, Sahara Fakir goes to trial for murder. With DNA and footprint evidence, the prosecution argues that on the evening of June 18th, Sahara Fakir, overwhelmed by her belief that God was angry with her for her gluttony, decided to kill a police officer. With her knife in hand, Sahara stormed into the home of Jerry Wheeler and attacked the 66-year-old, who she mistakenly believed was a cop.
She stepped in his blood, and so that in and of itself probably would have carried the day. And then you have the writings, you have the knife under her bed with the victim's blood. I don't believe she had a personal defense. It was clear to the jury that she did this.
On September 29, 2014, Sahara is found guilty of Jerry's murder and is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
She was not remorseful. Seemed like she was proud of what she had done.
Excess was a part of Sahara's character. She lived this gluttonous lifestyle, and it culminated in the deadliest sin of all, murder.
While Sahara sits behind bars, Jerry's family and the Douglasville community are left to deal with the emotional aftermath of her horrific crime.
It has rocked us to our cores with everything that we believe in, physically, spiritually, emotionally. You never think that something like this can happen to you, and it can happen to anyone.
I know that our family is not the only ones hurting. It hurt a lot of people in that community because of how they met Jerry and what Jerry meant to them. He was a good man. He was just a good man.
For more information on Snapped, go to oxygen.com. She was a single mom, and he was a retired Marine when their love blossomed online.
I felt really lucky that he wanted to be with me. It was like instant family.
He had a good life. He was a good man. Just wanted to be with the family.
They were like really active, going out and doing stuff with us kids.
But beneath the surface, dark secrets lurk.
He was acting really nervous at home. I knew that there was something wrong.
Then one night, everything explodes.
She said she couldn't see him because it was too dark.
There's blood everywhere.
It was a horrific scene. 50-some stab wounds all over the body.
In the wake of a brutal slaying, investigators must decipher lie upon lie.
It really came down to the oldest story in the book.
Sometimes you just gotta do something you don't want to do.
And discover a twisted plan that warped everyone involved.
If we feel passionate about another person, we could become somebody we're not.
October 17th, 2009, Miamisburg, Ohio, a small town 10 miles south of Dayton. At 6:13 a.m., police receive a frantic 911 call from a studio apartment on Springsboro Pike.
911? Someone is taking to our apartment, and my husband is blood. Your husband's what? There's blood everywhere.
She said somebody had essentially done a home invasion and had stabbed her husband.
They knocked me to the ground and they kind of blacked out, and when I woke up, he was laying there, and there's blood everywhere. Okay, I'm gonna get medical out, okay?
The operator orders EMTs and patrol units to the scene.
So you didn't see which way they went or what kind of vehicle they came in? No. Did they come through the front door? It looked like the screen was cut. They went out the front door. Okay, I want you to stay on the phone with me. Hey, go look to see if he's breathing.
Dispatch asked her to go check him and see if he was still alive and needed CPR.
Conscious? No, I don't think so. His eyes are open, but he's not moving. So much blood. Okay. Here. Wait, Ma'am. Ma'am. Blood everywhere and stabbed from everywhere.
Dispatch had her go outside to wait on officers to arrive.
Okay, I want you to stay on the phone with me until you can get to that officer. Okay, let me know when you see him.
Within minutes, the first responding officers arrive.
The individual who called in the crime was at the scene in a bathrobe. Officer spoke briefly with her.
The woman identifies herself as Pandora Zan, and the victim inside is her husband, Charles Zan.
The first thing they do is try to find their way to the victim to render aid if possible, and they want to make sure the perpetrators aren't still in the area.
There was blood all over the bed, all over the walls, blood everywhere.
Lying on the bed, drenched in blood, is the body of Charles Zan.
In my 25 years, this is probably the most gruesome thing that I've ever seen.
Charles Stephen Zan II was raised in Lorain, Ohio, the oldest of 4 children. When his parents separated and his dad moved out, Charles became the man of the house.
He had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, and it was kind of his job to help raise them.
Having developed a sense of duty and responsibility early, when Charles graduated from Lorain High School in 1983, he immediately enlisted in the Army.
Some people do it for the money, some people do it for the prestige, some people do it just because, hey, I get to wear a uniform. A lot of men, Charles being one of them, did it for the honor. Charles was one of the ones I can truly say loved what he did.
After 3 years in the Army, he re-enlisted and spent another 4 years in the Marine Corps.
He was stationed in California. While he was there, he met a woman and got married, and they had a child, and then they came back home.
Honorably discharged, Charles moved with his wife and their son Adrian to Miamisburg, Ohio, and put his military training to good use, working as a corrections officer at the nearby Warren Correctional Institute.
It was the job that was made for him. He said, I go in there and I know that I'm getting the job done, and I come out of there with a great feeling of accomplishment.
Unfortunately, Charles's home life was not as successful. He and his wife separated in 2001.
Chuck's son, Adrian, split his time between his dad and his mom.
In November of that year, when Charles was 37 years old, he met 36-year-old accounting specialist Pandora Henderson online and quickly fell in love.
I was born in Cincinnati, but I was raised in Franklin, Ohio. I was adopted. My parents had tried for a long time to have a child. It was a good childhood, both my parents and the home, a lot of love.
When she was 22, Pandora married a college student from the nearby town of Butler, Ohio. They had a daughter, Misty, and then a son, Cody.
I have good memories of my mom from childhood. We had a lot of family gatherings and stuff like that.
Not everything was perfect, though, and in 2001, Pandora had to make a difficult decision.
I was old enough that I understood that my parents weren't happy together, and I thought it was best for everybody if they separated because they would be happier on their own. But my brother Cody, he was the classic divorce kid where he just wanted his parents to get back together.
During the separation, Pandora obtained custody of the children, and they moved to Lebanon, Ohio.
My mom had an apartment, and she was working for Lebanon City Schools.
In November 2001, Pandora decided to try her luck finding a new love on the internet.
I met Chuck online on a dating site. We started out emailing, and then we started talking on the phone. Then we decided to meet. The first time I went to his place, he was just like my knight in shining armor. He cooked me a romantic dinner, candlelight, music, everything that I'd never had before. I felt really lucky that he wanted to be with me.
The happy couple fell hard for each other and moved fast to make it official.
My divorce was final April 30th. His divorce was final May 2nd. And then we got married June 20th. And we just went to the mayor of Miamisburg and got married. He had a son that was a little bit younger than my son. So it was like the kids just hit it off and it was like instant family.
They were like really active as far as like going out and doing stuff together and going out and doing stuff with us kids. We had like game nights or like outings. We used to go to the drive-in a lot. And he was a good provider.
In 2002, Charles took a job at the Lebanon Correctional Institution as an inmate transfer officer and wanted to make a change at home for the kids.
He talked me into quitting my job so that I could stay home and be a mom.
My mom enjoyed being a mother. She was really family-oriented.
As Misty, Cody, and Adrian grew into teenagers, things weren't always peaceful in the family.
I'm pretty argumentative. My brother's pretty argumentative. Chuck's son Adrian can be pretty argumentative. And Chuck had really strict rules, and it was real easy to violate them. And so we tended to get into a lot of trouble. Cody liked to just go and like rile stuff up with his friends. You know, he just liked to do stupid stuff and didn't really think about what would happen after he did the stupid stuff.
Eventually, Misty, Cody, and Adrian grew up, moved out, and pursued careers and families of their own.
I have my daughter and my son. My brother Cody has 2 kids.
With the grandkids in his life, Charles was as happy as he'd ever been.
The last few years when he was having grandchildren, like you could just see he was happy. Like being a grandpa changed his life. He was a really good grandfather.
It was the calm before a devastating storm. On the morning of October 17th, 2009, a home invasion leaves Charles dead. Homicide detectives respond to the scene.
I observed a man laying on a bed. It looked like he had had his throat deeply cut.
Charles had stab wounds on his head, through his eye. He had stab wounds on his stomach, his back, his arms, his legs. It was a horrific scene.
Coming up, investigators piece together a brutal assault that might have injured the killer, too.
Whose blood was it on the rubber glove?
And police learn this could be a revenge killing.
He had run into an ex-inmate that had possibly made some threats to him.
For the past 7 years, Charles and Pandora Zan have faced life's hardships together. But on the morning of October 17th, 2009, a fatal assault separates them forever, when 45-year-old Charles is stabbed to death in his own home.
There was blood everywhere. It was the most horrific and gruesome scene most of us have seen in our careers. It looked like somebody come in with the intention to do harm to Charles. From all the stab wounds, it seemed very personal. As police officers, our hearts go out to that victim. We want to solve the crime and find out who did whatever it was.
When questioned, Pandora tells investigators that she'd been asleep and was startled awake by a noise. When she got out of bed to check on the noise, someone attacked her.
Pandora was telling officers that 2 people had come in, knocked her unconscious. When she come to, somebody was on her chest, holding her down. She said she couldn't see him because it was too dark. She believes it to be black males. That's when she heard Charles screaming for help.
Pandora explains that after a loud struggle, she heard one of the attackers say, "Let's go," and the assault ended as quickly as it began.
They got up and ran out the door, and she got her phone and called 911.
Pandora was released. She was the wife of a victim. She was a victim herself. And so she was free to go.
As investigators begin to process the scene, they find no sign of forced entry at the front door, but something else catches their attention.
The front window, there had been a slit made in the screen, kind of across the top portion, and then a little slit from that one down the window.
A CSI team dusts the window and collects multiple latent fingerprints. On the floor near the bed, investigators find a rubber latex glove covered in blood. Will it help identify the killer?
Many times in stabbing incidents, not only will the victim bleed, but the suspect's hand can slip and they'll also get their hand cut. So whose blood was it on the rubber glove? There was one more thing that was interesting that really stood out. There was a small nightstand next to the bed. The top drawer of that nightstand was opened up and there was blood inside the nightstand.
Knowing that Charles was a security guard at a correctional facility, I just assumed he was probably going for his gun, but we did not find a gun at the scene at the time.
Investigators also search for the blade or blades used to murder Charles.
Some of the wounds were large, like it had been a large knife, and some of them were small, like a smaller knife had been used.
There were lots of knives in the residence, and it was very possible that one of those knives could have been used, cleaned off, and put back in a drawer or block. So we took all the knives in the residence. The coroner responded, came, picked up Charles for an autopsy.
After giving Pandora time to collect herself from the shock, detectives invite her to the Miamisburg police station for more detailed questioning. They ask her to provide a timeline of events leading up to the murder, starting with what Charles did the previous day.
She said he had called off work. He supposedly wasn't liking work at that point in time. He called off work to spend the day with her. They played cards. They watched a show on TV. She made him his favorite supper. And ultimately, before they went to bed, she said they had sex.
Next thing she knew, she woke up to the assault. She confirms that Charles recently started keeping a gun in the nightstand. The assailants must have taken it. When asked, Pandora admits that she and Charles had struggled through some marital problems.
They had had some issues in the past. They had broken up in the past.
She and her husband had split up for some time the year prior. And she told us Charles was dating a lady that worked at one of the women's correctional facilities.
6 months later, when Pandora and Charles reconciled, he ended this new relationship. Had a spurned lover come to exact revenge?
Suspects that we don't want to leave out would be people that are close to him, angry with him, that might have an axe to grind with him.
In her interview, Pandora also suggests the murder might have been committed by someone connected to Charles's job.
She said a week or two prior to this, Charles had run into an ex-inmate that had possibly made some threats to him.
He went to pick up some auto parts, saw an ex-inmate, said something along the lines of, "I'm going to look you up." No direct threats, but that's definitely something that she remembered. Pandora said this was a black male. That would have been consistent with her saying there were 2 black males in her apartment.
Just hours into the investigation, detectives have multiple angles to examine.
It could have been the 2 perpetrators that Pandora described. It could have been an ex-inmate. It could be a lover. We're just trying to figure out who would have done this.
First, investigators need to question the woman Charles dated during the separation.
Even though they had been broken up for some time and it seemed amicable and Charles and Pandora were back together again, could she have been a suspect?
That was one avenue we wanted to look at. Maybe she got upset because Charles and Pandora got back together.
It's not uncommon for any of us, if we feel passionate about another person and that relationship's not going well, it could shift who we are. We could become somebody we're not.
While detectives continue their work, the terrible news spreads through family and friends.
I was at a friend of mine and my brother showed up knocking on the door. He said that Chuck had been brutally murdered and I needed to go to my grandparents' house to be there with my mom. I was kind of like numb at first. I don't remember the details of anything after that. I know that I asked him some questions and he said that he didn't know a lot. I'd have to ask my mom. I gave my mom a hug as soon as I got there. And then I was just like, what happened? My mom was just sitting there. She looked blank. I was worried for her and, of course, questions. A bunch of questions.
Coming up, police have their own questions for a young man with telling injuries.
We noticed right away scrapes and scuffs near one of his eyes.
Was he involved, or had it been a vengeful ex-con?
The only thing I heard was about an inmate that he guarded that got out and he'd seen her.
In Miamisburg, Ohio, police are investigating the hyper-violent stabbing death of Charles Zan. Seeking more information about their list of persons of interest, detectives track down the woman who dated Charles when he was separated from his wife, Pandora.
And so we had the opportunity to speak with her about that time, about her relationship with Charles. She had been intimate with him.
The woman claims she has not been romantically involved with Charles since February, 8 months earlier.
When Pandora and Charles got back together, then their relationship ended. She did not seem angry with Charles when we spoke. She was very straightforward.
There didn't seem to be any bad blood. She was okay with the breakup. She still cared for Charles.
And she has a verifiable alibi for the night of the murder.
We quickly determined that she wasn't involved in this. We didn't suspect her at that time.
After giving the family time to process the news, investigators begin interviewing them, including Charles's 18-year-old son, Adrian, and 19-year-old stepson, Cody.
They just happened to be at the same place, so we talked to each of them individually.
We wanted to know more about what was going on, who could potential suspects be.
Adrian was pretty upset when we spoke with him. He was racking his brain trying to think of who could have been involved, but he just didn't know.
Adrian claims he saw his father and stepmother the previous day and noticed nothing out of the ordinary that might be relevant to the murder.
He had expressed enough concern and disbelief about what had happened. We just didn't believe he was involved, and there was nothing to say he had been there.
After we interviewed Adrian, we interviewed Cody. What was interesting about Cody is he had scrapes and scuffs near one of his eyes on his face that could indicate someone was involved in some type of an altercation.
And you're right.
I was at the haunted trail last night, and they got this tunnel thing that spins, and I fell over the railing and hit my face on the tunnel thing.
We found that to be a little suspicious, but that was his story.
I went back to my baby's mom's house, and we ended up having to go to my friend Nick's house because her mom got mad because we were making too much noise.
And you and your baby's mom and Nick spent the night together.
Well, we stayed up all night together.
Do you know if anybody would want to hurt him?
Not personally. The only thing I heard was what she was telling me today, what she told the police about an inmate that he guarded that got out and he'd seen her.
Cody tells detectives he unfortunately has no more information.
If anything comes up, Cody, where you get an idea of who may have done this, I want you to give me a call because we're keeping all options open. We want to try to figure out who did this, and we certainly want to get the right person.
Okay.
When we talked to Cody, he was pretty blunt with us. He wasn't very emotional or upset with his lack of concern and with the injuries we saw on him. We thought there had to be more to it.
Detective suspicions are growing around Cody's story, but they don't have proof he's lying to them. They need to develop more evidence and hope that evidence will come from the autopsy. The day after the deadly home invasion, the Montgomery County coroner details the terrible assault suffered by Charles Zahn.
The coroner described 50-some stab wounds all over the body. Those slit to his throat. A knife had been shoved into one of his eyes. There was knife wounds all over his head, his torso, his back, his arms, his hands, legs.
The cut on the neck wasn't deep enough to hit the jugular. It wasn't what would have caused the death. He died by bleeding out. It would have taken somewhere between 15 and 25 minutes based on all the stab wounds. When a victim has been that abused, most would consider that this is someone who was close to him or knew him. This would be considered a crime of passion.
Pandora thought Charles might have been murdered by a former inmate seeking revenge for something Charles did at the jail. Investigators tried to identify a suspect who fits the MO.
Typically, if somebody of a violent nature or a sex offender gets released, the Miamisburg Police Department and other police departments in the area get notification, but we did not have any information of anybody like that being in the area at the time. We went to Lebanon Correctional to talk to workers and co-workers and see if they knew what may have happened to him or if any inmates had made any direct threats to him. But we just didn't find anybody that had made any real credible threats to Charles.
Less than 48 hours after the murder, investigators bring Charles's stepdaughter Misty in for questioning. She tells detectives she too remembers hearing about Charles's encounter with a former inmate.
I don't know if it was an actual altercation or if it was just a vibe that Chuck got, but my mom said that it made him nervous and that he was acting really nervous at home afterwards. Part of what had made her realize that Chuck was really worried about this is that he always knew where his gun was. He moved it closer to the bed, making sure the doors were locked on the apartment at night. So he was hyper aware of his surroundings.
Detectives note Misty's relaxed manner.
When we talked to Misty, her demeanor was pretty calm and matter of fact. She didn't seem very excitable or upset about what had just happened to her stepfather.
Then Misty makes a surprising claim.
Chuck had been physically aggressive towards us.
If Misty's allegations of abuse are true, this suggests a new possible motive for murder.
We thought at that point maybe Misty had something to do with it. We thought maybe Cody had something to do with it, with the injuries we saw on him. And Pandora could be involved. So everybody was a suspect at that point.
Coming up, Pandora suddenly has a new story and presents a new suspect.
He said, Mr. Charles Van and I are going to be having a conversation.
And for detectives, the threat becomes personal.
He said that if the police ever come after him, he was going to have a shootout.
2 days after the murder of Charles Zahn, investigators want to do a recorded interview with Charles's wife Pandora to get her statement on record.
They wanted my mom to come back in for more questioning, and she wanted me to go with her. She said she'd feel more comfortable if I went with her, and so I relayed that to the detectives that she was only going to come if I could come and sit in.
Monday afternoon, Pandora comes to our police department with her daughter, Misty.
We started questioning her about the timeline and the things that weren't making sense to us.
At the crime scene, detectives noticed a window screen that had been cut, but only slightly.
We talked to her about the fact that someone could not have made entrance through that screen without tearing it.
Also, details of Pandora's 911 call raise another red flag.
The screen was cut.
The curtains were drawn almost completely shut. It was dark.
She would not have been able to see a cut in the window.
I really started paying attention to the way that they were asking her the questions. They kind of just laid out all of these irregularities that they were picking out, or things that seemed off to them about the scene and her story.
Pandora would look at Misty, and you could tell that Misty was a little bit concerned with the veracity of her mom's story.
And I was like, they think she did it. Like, they want to arrest her. I just remember at one point I grabbed my mom by the arm and told her that we were going to go.
With no hard evidence against Pandora, detectives cannot hold her. After leaving the police station, Misty has a difficult realization.
The thought crossed my mind that my mom or my brother might have been involved, and then I got mad at myself for thinking like that. I thought I'd been watching too much crime TV.
Trusting her gut, Misty summons the courage to confront her mother and presents a theory of her own.
I said, let me give you a hypothetical situation, and I want you to tell me if it's possible I'm right. The gist of it was, my brother did it. My mom knew my brother did it. They were trying to cover it up. And she said, you wouldn't be wrong.
It's a stunning turn. Pandora is now claiming that her son Cody committed the murder.
She also said that my brother told her that he was not going to get arrested. If it ever came down to it, he was going to do suicide by cop. And he had Chuck's gun.
That evening, Misty and Pandora return to the police station to tell a new story.
Alright, can we start all over? Yes, we can. Alright. Clean slate, clean piece of paper.
She told them that she had told my brother that she wanted out of a relationship with Chuck, and that she thought the only way out was to commit suicide because he would come after her if she left. And my brother said, I'll take care of it.
She said, Mr. Charles, Van, and I are going to be having a conversation.
Pandora tells detectives that on the morning of the murder, a noise woke her up around 5:50 a.m.
The windows was open, the curtains was open more, and I could see that the screen was cut. And it spooked me, and I heard Cody say, Mom.
She then opened the door, and Cody was standing there with a knife in his hand.
He told me, if you don't want to be a part of this, you need to disappear right now. And I said, what, Cody? Because I'm telling you to get out now.
And then what happened happened. It was still dark out. I heard yelling.
Cody came and got me. The bitch, get in here. She said he lost one of the knife. And I'm not talking to him, I'm just kind of standing there. And he says, I need you to help me find the knife now.
When I walked in and saw the blood, I just collapsed on the couch. I don't remember getting up or doing anything, just sitting there. I was in shock and I was numb and I couldn't think.
Cody went over to the kitchen and sleep out one of the knives was there. I turned my back. And I could hear it just stabbing.
She really painted a very dark picture of Cody.
I looked at him and asked him what was I supposed to do now, and he told me I better think of something, and he left. I collapsed in the bathroom because I didn't want to be out there with Chuck. And eventually I finally called 911 and lied to him and told him there had been a break-in.
During the interview, Cody, the alleged killer, makes contact.
He texted me once I put out of the house.
Investigators ask Pandora if she'll help them try to get a confession.
Would you be willing to make a control call so we can make sure and get him talking about what happened? Say, because we've got a thing to put your ear that will take the whole conversation.
Pandora agrees.
Hey, what are you doing? I wanted to talk to you earlier, Adrian, but I couldn't because everyone's around.
You know, I came in and talked to the police this afternoon, right? They're freaking me out. I think they're going to end up arresting me. Just all the evidence that they have. And how many times did you stab him, Cody?
And Cody said, a bunch. Then he's like, I don't want to talk on the phone. And she said, we need to meet and talk.
Ultimately, they end up agreeing to meet at a local hotel where Cody was going to spend the night.
Police quickly set up a sting at the hotel.
I knew Cody had Chuck's gun and had already said that if the police ever come after him, he was going to have a shootout. And I knew that if he started shooting, he was going to end up dead.
We parked her car in front of the hotel room so he would believe she was there. And we're in the room waiting for Cody.
Around 3 a.m., Cody arrives.
We were in a motel room across from where I had told him to go. When it was happening, I wish I would have just called him and told him to run. When I seen them arresting him, I just collapsed sobbing.
Thankfully, he's unarmed.
When we arrested Cody, he was emotionless. He didn't seem rattled or upset.
I told him that I think you know what we need to talk about. And he just shook his head yes.
In the early morning hours of October 20th, 2009, Cody Henderson confesses to killing his stepfather, Charles Zan.
He said that when he went in, he stood over Charles and looked at him for a second. He wasn't quite sure he wanted to do this. He was a little nervous to do it.
I grabbed him by his head, and he woke up when I touched him, and pushed me away and reached for his gun. And as soon as I seen him reaching for his nightstand, because I knew his gun was in there, I knew there was no turning back. Because if I didn't do it, it was over anyway. So I grabbed by the back of his neck and tried to slit his throat.
He said Charles fought hard.
But Cody kept stabbing and stabbing and stabbing.
What I was most surprised at is how calm Cody was when he told the story. He didn't have any different demeanor than he would have been talking about what he was going to eat for lunch.
Detectives ask him why he did it.
I was protecting my mom. I mean, I don't know if you guys understand it going that far, but sometimes you just gotta do something you don't want to do for a family member.
Cody had some cuts on his hand from the bloody knife slipping as he was stabbing Charles.
Cody explains that one of his gloves came off when the knife slipped. This accounts for the latex glove recovered at the scene.
Cody was charged with a variety of charges, up to and including aggravated murder. He was taken to Montgomery County Jail in Dayton, Ohio.
Police have a confessed killer in custody. But the investigation is far from over.
Cody said he did it, but now claimed that Charles was abusive to him, his sister, his mom, and that's why he did it.
But we could never corroborate that Charles was abusive to Pandora, Cody, or Misty.
We believe that was just a story and an excuse as to why he did what he did.
Coming up, investigators uncover the real motive.
It really came down to the oldest story in the book.
And learn details of a heartless plan from a master manipulator.
Should we shoot him? Should we tamper with the brakes on the Jeep? They come up with this idea that a knife would be a good thing to use.
On October 26, 2009, Charles Zan is buried in Dayton National Cemetery.
One of my old sergeants told me that you can judge someone's life by the number of people that show up at the funeral. And on that day, he had a good life. I could tell by the number of people, friends, and family filled that funeral home. He would have been proud.
Although Charles's stepson Cody admitted to the murder, detectives believe he hasn't told the entire story. They uncover evidence Charles's wife, Pandora, had a lot to gain from the death.
Charles did have some insurance money through the military.
He had 3 or 4 policies to equate to a little over $500,000. So that was certainly 500,000 reasons why Pandora would do this.
While awaiting trial, Cody finally decides to tell them everything.
Cody now implicated his mother in this crime. He said his mom essentially hired him, promised him insurance money from Charles.
Cody said they talked about how they would do it. Should we do it with a gun? Should we shoot him? Cody's like, no, that would be too loud. Well, should we tamper with the brakes on the Jeep? No, Mom, you might be in the car and you might be involved in the crash and I don't want to hurt you. So they jointly come up with this idea that a knife would be a good thing to use.
According to Cody, Pandora gave him money to buy a hunting knife and set the date for the slaying.
We realized that Pandora is a master manipulator. She was manipulating Cody into doing this.
On the morning of October 17th, Cody arrived at the apartment as instructed.
She lets her son in, knowing he's coming there to kill her husband. All this time this is happening, Pandora is watching through an open door, directly in the line of sight of Cody murdering her husband.
During the fight, Cody said he lost the knife, and he said he was yelling for his mom, I dropped the knife, I lost my knife, give me a knife. So Mom went to the kitchen and got another knife and gave it to Cody, and Cody commenced to stab him some more. Cody said that Mom then said, all right, you got to take all this stuff, make it look like a robbery. She held the bag open for him and proceeded to let him take all the stuff that he took that night.
Investigators now face the challenge of corroborating Cody's new story. Did Pandora Zan really hire her son to murder her husband?
They didn't have enough to charge her, even after my brother had told them that she offered to pay him. It was just his word against hers.
That's why we wanted to do that last interview with Pandora.
When they showed up, part of me felt like it was a relief because I knew that they were going to come for me eventually.
Hey, Laura, we wanted to give you one more opportunity to talk to us. And we've been talking to Cody. I think you know that. And you know what's about to happen. Cody's expressed to people that you and he have had a thing for a while.
I think she was very rattled knowing her son had told the truth. And she just couldn't keep herself from telling the truth anymore.
Never talked about it. She had never told him that I was thinking about him.
Well, she never talked to him about it.
Right.
Because
but I mean, if I hadn't talked about it as a marriage, then the conversation of killing him would have never come up.
She ultimately did admit that she did conspire with Cody.
I don't want to make Cody look like this bad person because he wouldn't have done what he did if it wasn't for me. You know what I mean?
Authorities arrest Pandora and charge her with tampering with evidence, obstructing justice, aggravated robbery, and aggravated murder.
What made Pandora snap, I believe, was the thought that she was going to come into possession of $500,000 or more of his money.
It really came down to the oldest story in the book. Love for money is the root of all evil.
I would like Charles to be remembered as a soldier, an excellent person, and a friend. Whenever anywhere near the cemetery, I will walk up to his headstone and I'll say, I'll see you next time.
On March 25th, 2011, Pandora was convicted on 8 felony counts related to the murder. She was sentenced to life without parole plus 25 years. On June 3, 2011, Cody Henderson pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including aggravated murder. He was sentenced to life without parole plus 15 years.
They were an ordinary middle-class couple until a stroke of good luck changed their fortunes forever.
That was certainly a substantial chunk of money.
She had diamonds. She had fur coats. She was living an American dream.
But when a horrific murder upends their world, it exposes a life of secrets and proves the adage that more money often means more problems.
He was, as we call a street pharmacist.
When I say substantial, I'm talking about like a brick of cocaine.
Does he like to have sex with you when he's high, or yes? Does he force it on you?
Somebody took advantage of him, shot and killed him, and robbed him.
The person that she describes is a monster. A complete monster.
December 26, 2008. In College Park, Georgia, an apartment resident is headed to her car when she spots a seemingly abandoned vehicle parked in a remote area of the complex.
A resident of the apartment complex had walked by, they seen the vehicle, thought it looked out of place.
The vehicle had moved. And generally, people are in and out of the apartment complex.
The woman peers through the window of the SUV. What she sees inside takes her breath away.
A body was laid across the back floorboard of the vehicle. He was perfectly in the back seat. His head was up against one door and his feet were up against the other door.
The woman immediately calls 911. Within minutes, investigators arrive on the scene. They find the man's driver's license in the front seat. He is identified as 45-year-old John Stanley. His cause of death seems clear.
He had a cap, a knit cap, on his head that covered part of his head, but it had a bullet hole in it. So that would be the exit side of the projectile, where it came out above the right eye.
The question now is, how did John Stanley end up in the back of an SUV with a bullet in his head? The answer lies in a young love affair that started on the rough and tumble streets of Brownsville, Brooklyn some 20 years earlier, between 25-year-old John Stanley and 18-year-old Wanda Black.
Wanda grew up in Ocean Hill, Brownsville. She came from a two-family home with her mom and her dad. She was quiet and she was a homebody, what we would consider just like a nice girl. She would smile. If you talk to her, she would talk back to you, but she wouldn't just strike up a conversation with you.
A wallflower for most of her teens, during her senior year of high school, Wanda fell hard for a smooth-talking gentleman several years her senior. She ended up pregnant, but the would-be father didn't stick around.
He lived in a project. He was, as we call a street pharmacist. He made his money on the streets, and once he found out that she was pregnant, he didn't want anything to do with her after that. And he was seeing other females as well.
Though Wanda was prepared to raise her unborn child by herself, at a cookout in the summer of 1989, she was hit by a thunderbolt in the form of 25-year-old aspiring boxer John Stanley.
We used to hang around the same area. She would come over, she would spend nights, we would have girls' nights, me, her sister, her cousin, and That's how she met John.
Unlike Wanda, John hadn't been raised in a stable two-parent household.
We grew up in a rough neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York, section of Brownsville. The 80s was a crack year, and everybody and their mother was a so-called dealer.
As if a life in Brownsville wasn't hard enough, John's small stature only made things harder.
And in a lot of neighborhoods like Brownsville, man. You know, I love it though, man. A lot of good people came from it, but he had a lot of hard living in the neighborhood he was from.
John was always small, so he always had to stand up for himself and always be able to protect himself.
But rather than turn to a life of crime, John took up boxing.
It was a way to instill some type of discipline into him, but always be able to protect himself. And he loved it. He loved boxing.
He was very, very fast with his hands.
He was really good at it. When I was training for a fight, John actually got into the ring with me one time. And I thought I was something special until I got in the ring with John.
John's skill in the ring landed him a spot on New York City's prestigious Golden Glove circuit. But turning pro proved harder and less lucrative than John expected. So in order to support his boxing dreams, John took a second job as a long-haul trucker.
I can remember him getting up at 4 a.m, taking a shower, getting dressed, packing his lunch. Yeah, he packed his lunch as long as I can remember, on time, never missed a day. He was a hard worker.
He worked for what he had. It wasn't hustle money, no drug dealer money, none of that, never.
We didn't sell drugs, never did. But every drug dealer, was because basically they went to school together or something like that before they became dealers. So you still kept a level of respect for each other.
The moment John laid eyes on Wanda, he was hit with Cupid's arrow.
Her and John started seeing each other. She told him she was pregnant, and he said it didn't matter. I believe John felt that was a chance for him to be the father that he wanted to be. So he stepped in and he helped her. He tried to encourage her to finish school. He was genuinely head over heels in love with her, and that he felt like he could not be without her.
It was really like she was swept off her feet by him. She was quite smitten with him.
My earliest memories of John and Wanda, loving couple. I mean, I just remember them. He was in love with her, made a cute couple,
When Wanda's son James was born in June of 1989, John was right there by her side.
When James was born, John basically stepped into the role of being James's father. He took care of him from day one as if he were his own.
Over the next decade, John and Wanda added 3 more children to their family.
Wanda was very happy. Both of them was very happy. She was a good mom to them. She was a good mom.
But in January of 2003, an unexpected accident took a toll on the Stanleys' life together. While on his normal trucking route, John made a delivery to a construction site. An unsecured overhead door fell on him, fracturing both of his shoulders.
He had multiple surgeries on his shoulders and limited mobility after that point. Because of this limited mobility, he could not work. He couldn't box anymore. Boxing was really a big thing to him, so for that to happen, it was tragic.
With both his boxing career and his job as a truck driver wiped out in one fell swoop, John struggled to support Wanda and the kids.
It was definitely devastating for him.
He would be hurt, but you only would know that if he told you that. But even when it was hurt, he's not going to call you or, man, he wasn't a whiner, he wasn't wimpy.
John decided to sue the construction company, and in 2007, he was awarded a life-altering $600,000 in damages.
That was certainly a substantial chunk of money for John and Wanda.
He knew that once he received the money, he'll be able to provide more for them. He'll be able to give them a better life.
Suddenly flushed with cash, John and Wanda decided it was time for a fresh start. They moved to Atlanta and purchased a 6-bedroom home in the cozy suburb of Locust Grove.
You can afford to buy a house in Atlanta, a real house, a big house, for less than what you would pay for an apartment in a place like Brooklyn.
Wanda adapted well to the lifestyle. They had a huge house, bunch of money, decorating the house, going shopping with the kids, and things like that.
I actually cried when I saw the place for the first time. I couldn't believe that he lived in a house like this. I mean, compared to New York City, it was like a castle to a little girl. It was beautiful. I felt like they were completely happy with one another.
John and Wanda's new fairy tale life wouldn't last forever.
John was found dead inside of his SUV in the parking lot of an apartment complex.
Coming up, as the investigation into John Stanley's death unfolds, it becomes clear that not everything in the Stanley's life was quite so picture perfect.
He probably was shot without even knowing what hit him.
In 2008, New York City natives John and Wanda Stanley parlayed a personal tragedy into a fresh start in Atlanta, Georgia, after John received a six-figure workers' comp settlement. John showered Wanda with all the finer things in life.
They did vacations all the time. She had diamonds. She had fur coats.
She was living an American dream. She had this big, huge house.
But that dream is shattered when John Stanley is found shot to death in the back seat of an SUV at an apartment complex in College Park.
Inside the vehicle was a black male laying on the floor between the driver's seat and the second row of seats.
You find the body, and you have to go back and you have to recreate how that body or that person could have been killed.
For investigators, this mystery began 5 days earlier, on the evening of December 21st, 2008, with a 911 call from Wanda Stanley.
Wanda Stanley called Henry County Police, let them know that her husband had gone out, he was missing, and she didn't know where he was.
John left the residence, and he did not return.
Ms. Stanley reported he had some friends and he was going out to a club or a bar somewhere up in the Atlanta area.
Wanda explains she doesn't know the name of the club where John was headed, nor does she know the name of the friends he planned to meet up with. Officers tell Wanda there's no need for her to assume the worst, at least not yet.
In this particular case, 40-year-old man not coming home the next morning wouldn't have been very suspicious. It happens very often, honestly.
Most times they go missing, and they do come back. So you don't put a lot of your manpower out there trying to find a missing person 10, 12 hours being gone until things start developing, evidence starts developing that there may be, this may not be your typical missing person type report.
But when Wanda calls John's family in New York, they immediately begin to worry.
She says, Curtis, your brother went out and he didn't come home. He didn't come home.
In 45 years, John has never gone anywhere without someone in his family knowing where he is.
He loved his kids. It would take an army to stop John from getting to his kids.
Over the next few days, friends and family try in vain to contact John.
I remember I called for about 3 days straight. I called his phone, please pick up, answer the phone.
We called day in and day out, leaving messages, begging and pleading, please call somebody, let someone know you're okay.
Maybe he was in a car accident and nobody found the car. Georgia is a dark place at night, and he's new to the city, so maybe he just didn't know his way.
But when Christmas Day rolls around and there's still no word from John, the family's concerns turn to panic.
So we can't just sit here. We have to look for him. My mom said enough is enough. I'm going to look for my child because something ain't right.
The next day, John's mother Lillian and his sister Shaniqua travel from New York to Atlanta. After meeting Wanda at the couple's Locust Grove home, they dive into action.
My daughter and I, we went to Atlanta and put up some posters in the train station and different places, and we check every hospital, every prison.
Then, on the afternoon of December 26th, Wanda gets a call from police with terrible news, and she immediately informs John's family.
She was crying. She was sniffling. So that's when I knew something was wrong. I heard the words, "He's dead." I didn't know how to process it. I don't even know how long I stayed on the floor, and I cried.
It was just like, wow, my brother's gone. Never gonna see. I'm never gonna laugh at one of his jokes again. You know, my son is never gonna see his uncle again.
I couldn't even cry because it was so tragic. I never expected it. I thought like we would find him, like maybe he just went to a friend's house or something. I didn't expect to find him like this.
As John's family is reeling from the news of his murder, investigators in College Park are taking their first hard look at the scene.
It was pretty straightforward as far as being able to determine the trajectory.
It was a single gunshot wound to the back of the head and it hit a slightly downward trajectory.
It could imply some type of an execution type situation.
And the direction of blood splatter found inside the vehicle suggests John never saw his killer coming.
Approximately 5 inches inside of the door, there was blood splatter, indicative of that being the area where the impact took place.
The assailant would have to be standing outside of that open door.
He probably was shot without even knowing what hit him.
There were certain items that were missing from John's person. Credit cards, cell phone, and other things were missing.
His pockets were pulled out of his jeans as if someone had been looking for valuables.
Robbery had become detectives' first possible theory for the murder of John Stanley, and proves even more likely given the location where his body had been found.
It's one of the rougher areas outside of Atlanta, and definitely rougher as far as the Henry County area was concerned at that time.
He was just up there, and somebody took advantage of him, shot and killed him, and robbed him.
But when detectives speak with John's family, they find it hard to believe that this street-savvy ex-boxer from Brooklyn would have ever let anybody get the best of him.
We survived in the streets of New York City, Brooklyn, New York, Brownsville. You killed him, but you had a fight first.
John would fight the devil himself. John had no fear. He wasn't afraid of anyone.
Although his family does acknowledge that ever since John arrived in Georgia, his $600,000 in settlement money had been a magnet for more than a few freeloaders.
When he got down there, everything just changed. It was all about the money.
They didn't feel the same way about him that he did about them. People was following the money.
You know, you get a feeling about someone you just don't trust. I didn't trust people.
John's family tells police that even with people who barely knew him, John was often generous to a fault.
If you was his friend, he would have died for you.
If John can help you, John gonna help you. When John got that money, John looked out for his friends.
When detectives reach out to Wanda, she says the 3 men who most often sought out John's generosity went by the nicknames Cash, Wayne, and G. Each week, They came to John with a new sob story, and at one point, John seriously considered paying off Wayne's mortgage in order to save his house from foreclosure. Police consider the possibility that one of these men might be willing to do whatever it took to get their hands on John's money.
There were some rumors that it could have been the people that he met in Atlanta that he had just became friends with. Maybe jealousy over the money.
What's even more suspicious is that according to Wanda, all three men, Cash, G, and Wayne, have all been MIA since the morning John disappeared.
Isn't it weird that his friends are out of town and he goes missing? John was possibly too involved in his new life in Georgia. I had a concern that there may be a financial motive to this.
Coming up, disturbing new evidence will suggest John Stanley may have gotten involved in a dangerous new business venture.
When she called, it was, hey, you're not going to believe this.
It gave all indications that it was a drug deal gone bad.
Detectives in College Park, Georgia, are less than 24 hours into the murder investigation of 45-year-old John Stanley. Thanks to a tip from John's wife, Wanda, investigators are searching for a trio of men who may have targeted John in an effort to get their hands on some of the $600,000 John had recently come into.
When I heard about it and how they found them, I said, well, maybe someone down there got wind of the money he had and decided to kill him.
The brother in me was angry. The brother wanted revenge. The brother wanted to hurt whoever hurt my brother.
Police scour the city for any trace of the three men, identified only by their nicknames, Cash, G, and Wayne. They also begin monitoring John's credit cards and bank accounts in case one of these suspects tries to withdraw cash.
Police usually start investigating by saying, okay, well, we got a cell phone missing, we've got credit cards missing. Let's check his bank accounts. Has there been any activity on those? But there's no phone activity on his phone. There's no bank activity.
Another fact about the crime scene further contradicts the robbery theory.
The issue that they're first going to sort of look at is, well, the car's still here. The most valuable thing that John may have had would have been the vehicle.
They found the body there with the car, the rims on the car, GPS system, radio system, none of this is missing, and all just done right now.
That a lot of times will make them more suspicious. Say, okay, maybe this isn't a robbery.
With the robbery theory in question and three potential suspects still in the wind, investigators try and piece together the hours that led up to John's disappearance.
Wanda couldn't remember the name of the club. She just knew they were going to go to a club. We would follow up on any leads. If she had a particular location where he would have gone to, we would have followed up to that location.
Not only are investigators having a hard time figuring out which club John was headed to, as his family is picking out a suit for his funeral, they notice something that adds even more fuel to the mystery.
All his jewelry was still on the dresser in the house. What guy goes to the club without his jewelry? That's where you wear your jewelry. So I thought that was kind of weird.
So if John wasn't going clubbing the night he disappeared, where had he been headed? And how had he ended up dead in an apartment complex miles from the bright lights of the Atlanta club scene?
The area where he was found in an apartment complex, parking lots, a known drug area, very high in drug crimes.
And they said they found his body. They said that they found it like in his car, in a rough neighborhood or something like that, like in the projects or something. And I know my brother wouldn't go into no projects, especially in Georgia. in a place where he's new by himself. He had no reason to be in the projects.
They have a lavish life. They have the car. They have the house. But if you already have that, what sense does it make for you to sell drugs? John was never a drug dealer or a drug user.
Is there another side to John that his family hadn't? On December 30th, 4 days after police had discovered John's body, Wanda calls the station with a startling discovery.
I do know when she did call the police that it was, hey, you're not going to believe this. I had found, some cocaine in our house.
She had found fairly substantial amount of cocaine, and I'm talking about like a brick of cocaine, at least over $500 worth of drugs, if not considerably more than that.
It was automatically assumed that it belonged to her husband, or her husband had something to do with it being located in the house.
The other members of John's family are floored by Wanda's discovery.
In 45 years, he has never sold drugs. He's worked every day of his life, ever done drugs. That's not him, not at all.
So one thing of anyone in my family, never sold drugs. Everyone worked. My brother worked very hard.
To tell me that he was buying drugs? No, that's not.
Wanda explains to police that due to his accident and his later surgeries, John's pain was becoming unbearable.
He couldn't really move his arms the way he needed to anymore. It bothered him.
Wanda tells police that John had turned to drugs to cope with the pain.
Wanda had made several claims that John was addicted to cocaine, powder cocaine.
He could no longer do the things that he could have done before in the career that he had because of the injury.
That's when Wanda drops another bombshell on police.
The way she put it all, said he was a drug dealer. He was trying to get into drugs.
Maybe John had gone there to purchase drugs, and something negative transpired, which led to him being shot in the head.
Wanda also informs police that John's burgeoning cocaine habit was how he met his so-called friends, G, Cash, and Wayne.
You do have a lot of individuals coming from New York going to different states selling drugs. So in their mind, yeah, they probably did say this was a drug deal going back.
Was he there to sell drugs, and his drugs got stolen from him, and then they might as well take whatever, property he had or anything of value he had, he was dead.
The gunshot wound in the back of the head, it gave all indications that it was a drug deal gone bad.
We had no evidence at all that he had any connections to College Park. Why would you be there other than for drugs?
Investigators may have honed in on the theory that John's murder was drug-related, but his brothers and sisters aren't buying it.
They're trying to paint my brother as a drug dealer. It's absurd. It's absurd. My brother wouldn't know an ounce of coke from a bag of weed.
That's not us. That's not our blood. No one in my mother's family ever took that road. To us, that's the easy road out.
If you're going to sell drugs, you're going to sell drugs when you don't have money. You don't sell drugs when you got money.
But when family members confront Wanda, she insists she's seen a side of John they never knew.
It's because you don't know your brother. He met this weird white guy he was hanging out with.
The toxicology report conducted during John's autopsy seems to support Wanda's assertion.
He had cocaine in his system at the time of the autopsy.
The presence of cocaine in John's house and his bloodstream brings the narcotics division into the case as well. On December 30th, 2008, they conduct an extensive search of the Stanleys' home in Locust Grove.
Yeah, and they were looking for additional narcotics because the original powder cocaine was already located. There was belief that there may be more in the house.
Coming up, while the narcotics team is searching the house, Wanda pulls one of the agents aside and tells them something that will alter the entire scope of the investigation.
There were records of domestic abuse.
Okay, I'll talk to you for a minute.
Sure can.
When Wanda and John Stanley moved to Atlanta in 2008, it felt like they had won the lottery. But 2 weeks after John was found shot to death in his car, that dream had wilted. And according to Wanda, the person most to blame for this tragedy was John himself.
He had cocaine in his system at the time of the autopsy.
It seemed very plausible that that was the reason why John went over there, is to purchase illegal drugs.
First impression would be that, hey, a drug deal gone bad. Either he was up there selling and was shot and ripped off and killed up there, or he was just up there and somebody took advantage of him, shot and killed him and robbed him.
But as narcotics agents searched the Stanley residence for more cocaine, lead investigator John Thacker receives an unexpected call.
My sergeant notified me that the suspect had been identified and was being held at that time. Myself and the sergeant got his patrol car and we drove off to the house, to the Stanley household, where our narcotics team was. We got briefed immediately by narcotics agents that were there. They then informed me that Wanda was ready to speak to somebody else. Wanda said, I did it. I was very shocked. I felt that it would be more appropriate that we speak back at my office. She seemed very calm and relaxed at that time, not too nervous. I let her know that I'd like to discuss with her what had happened.
In an interrogation room at the Henry County Police Department, Wanda tells investigators that while John may have appeared to be a doting father and husband, there was another side to him.
He would always threaten me.
Did you ever take it serious?
Yes. I just got tired of him. I got tired of the abuse and stuff.
She said she'd been abused verbally over the years by John.
But Wanda also claims that over time, the alleged verbal abuse turned physical.
There was some evidence that sort of supported her accusation that John had been very abusive toward her. In New York, they were able to obtain what we call TPOs, which are temporary protective orders.
Does he have a history of domestic violence, physical violence, but he's been arrested?
Yes.
She indicated that she made countless numbers of 911 calls in New York to report this violence.
She had been to the hospital. There's at least one example where I believe her shoulder got dislocated.
Wanda claims the cycle was always the same. The courts would issue her a restraining order. John would be asked to leave the house, but would eventually sweet-talk his way back into her life. Things seemed calm at first, but after a while, the violence would resume.
It was really the only relationship that she had had pretty much all of her adult life. And so when that's your situation, that abusive scenario can become a kind of normal for you.
Wanda tells police she'd hoped the move to Atlanta would be the catalyst that helped put an end to the violence. But according to Wanda, things only got worse, and the situation finally came to a head on the night of John's murder.
He went in the closet where the stuff was at.
What stuff?
Cocaine.
This is powder or crack or
It was powder.
She did say that when John was on cocaine, he got very sexually excited and there was no stopping him. Does he like to have sex with you when he's high? Or
yes.
Does he force it on you?
Mm-hmm.
The person that Wanda describes is a person that I have never met in my life. The person that she describes is a monster. A complete monster.
According to Wanda, on the night of December 20th, 2008, John demanded that they go out dancing.
They're going to have fun, just have a good night out.
But Wanda claims John had more than dancing on his mind.
He had told her not to wear any underwear.
So while you're putting on the boots, sitting in the chair in the master bedroom, he goes into the closet and gets his cocaine. What happened?
Okay, then he comes back out and he goes in that bathroom. He goes in the bathroom, but he shuts the door.
How long was he there?
Like a little, 5 minutes or so.
He comes out. How does he act when he comes out?
He's back in anxious, brushing me, and then once I told him I don't want to go, that's when he started acting crazy.
When he started doing the cocaine, and that's when she became
fairly certain it was not going to go well for her.
She, some point when he's using cocaine, realized that he was going to rape her.
He was like, you think I'm playing? That's when he came over to me. You think I'm playing stupid? Bitch, you coming with me. After I had my boots and everything on sitting in the chair, that's when he grabbed me and was taking me downstairs.
He started to get angry with her, started to yell and raise his voice and verbally berate her.
But Wanda says that after nearly 2 decades of abuse, she'd had enough.
I can't take this anymore. I'm going to snap. Can't take it.
She was done. It had to end.
I was like, okay, I'm going to get you. That's how I felt. I was like, I'm going to get you. So I went and got a gun and put it in my pocketbook.
She had taken a gun there for her protection, anticipating that he was going to become very physically violent.
So he tells you in real scene. He was insistent on the two of them having sex.
Juan's position was, I was in imminent danger. I felt that he was going to rape me.
Where were you, Steven?
In the back.
Please. In the back seat, where were you?
Right in the back of it.
While you're in the rear seat, what did you do?
That's when I took the gun out of my pocketbook and shot it.
She put it to the back of John's head as he sat there unsuspecting and pulled the trigger. Wanda indicated that after she had shot him, she got scared. She panicked. She drove with the vehicle. She got on I-75 and drove north. Just picked a random exit, exited the highway, and found herself at this apartment complex in College Park. She did make it look as if he was a robbery victim.
Wanda says from there, she got a taxi back to Locust Grove, and the following morning reported John missing.
John was found a couple of days later in College Park. Drug deal gone bad, that kind of thing is the angle you're wanting the police to believe is some drug dealer shot him over a bad drug deal or something. Do you regret having done it? Are you happy that John is no longer able to hurt you the way he is?
The only thing I can say now is I regret that I did it, but it's like I got a piece of mind with my kids. I just want my kids to live a nice, decent life. That's all that's all I'm trying.
That's all you want, right?
That's the truth right there that I gave you. That's the God of the truth.
She seemed very calm. She had an aura about her that she was happy. Kind of weird to say.
Wanda's story is that of a woman who acted purely in self-defense. But detectives still need to compare her version of events to the facts of the crime scene.
John had a history as a boxer, and it would be plausible that he was a violent man.
Her story is that she actually killed John himself, but that she did it in self-defense.
But as investigators weigh Wanda's story with the forensic evidence, one detail about her account doesn't add up.
And looking at the impact spatter on the headline, it was possible to line all that up and to determine where he was and how close and where the shot came from. They would have been located at that side door and shot into the vehicle from the outside.
To investigators, the fact that Wanda shot into the vehicle with John seated inside facing away from her suggests she was in no immediate danger.
The evidence did not suggest that there was any imminent threat to Mrs. Stanley.
She could have easily walked away and started a new life. She put a gun to the back of his head and shot him execution style.
As for the motive, investigators think Wanda shot John as much for the money as for anything.
I'm his wife, so if he is no longer here, it all goes to me.
You wanted the money. You wanted it all to yourself. You don't want to have to share it with John any longer.
It wasn't a crime of passion. By all indication, that this was a premeditated murder.
On January 7th, authorities in Georgia charged Wanda Stanley with murder.
She was somewhat surprised. She thought she was justified in the homicide. She thought she was going to go home.
When John's family gets word of Wanda's arrest, they're floored.
My reaction was total shock. I didn't believe that, and I didn't want to believe that anyone could be that cruel, that cold.
For her to commit murder, and it's my uncle, her own husband, it made me sick to my stomach.
Coming up, if the Stanley family was hoping the wheels of justice would turn swiftly in this case, they were sorely mistaken.
I wasn't comfortable with it,
She could have got away scot-free.
38-year-old Wanda Stanley has just been arrested for the murder of John Stanley, her husband of 2 decades. But Wanda claims she shot John purely out of self-defense.
She says she was defending herself the night she shot him.
He had cocaine in his system at the time of the autopsy. Of course, there's no evidence to show how it got there, but he did, and we had to acknowledge that.
Armed with the best attorneys her husband's settlement check could buy, Wanda filed every motion she could to have her case thrown out. All to no avail. Finally, in January 2012, nearly 3 years after her arrest, Wanda's trial begins.
In anticipation of trial, you always go and look at every piece of evidence. You want to make sure that nothing happens during the trial that you are surprised by.
In their opening statement, prosecutors assert that Wanda's real motive was money.
She probably didn't want to be with John anymore, but she wanted John's financial security.
But the defense claims to have proof that Wanda had suffered abuse at the hands of her husband.
A temporary protective order was issued by the court.
John is obviously not here to speak on his own behalf. And you have this woman who presumably has no history of violence before this.
On February 7th, 2012, both sides rest their case. As the jury adjourns to deliberate, everyone is waiting anxiously for the verdict. And waiting, and waiting.
The longer that they deliberate, each side is going to start questioning, okay, well, what are they talking about?
The next day, with the jury still deliberating, Wanda's attorneys reach out to the prosecution.
Ms. Stanley's attorneys approached us and asked us if we would consider maybe a plea.
After that length of time out, it just appeared to be, a situation where, we thought that it was worth discussing.
On February 8th, 2012, Wanda Stanley agrees to plead guilty to the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter. Rather than spending life in prison, she receives a sentence of 10 years, plus 5 more on probation.
I wasn't comfortable with it, but I'm just grateful that she didn't walk completely. I was very happy Wanda didn't walk.
At least she did time. The jury could have came back and said, oh, not guilty. And she could have been there with the money, with the house, with everything else. She could have got away scot-free.
And while both sides still dispute the events that led to that fateful night in December of 2008, no one disagrees about all that was lost.
My Uncle John sort of all kept us all together, so when he was gone, it was just everyone drifted apart. We're not as close as before. There's not as much family barbecues, and even at family barbecues, the whole family's not there. It's not the same.
Abuse is never okay. If you or someone you love is in an abusive relationship, there is help available. Call the Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE. Hey Snap fans, this is John Thrasher from Oxygen's other true crime podcast, Martinis and Murder. On my show, I recently had a chance to sit down and interview Brian O'Connor, a longtime executive producer on Snapped. We thought the conversation was so interesting that we bring it to you here as a bonus episode on the Snapped podcast feed. We hope you enjoy the conversation, and of course, don't forget that Snap's 500th episode, that's right, 500, premieres this Sunday, November 22nd, as a special 90-minute episode only on Oxygen. Hey everybody, it is just John today on Another Shot, and we're doing a different episode this week in that I recently got the chance to sit down with Brian O'Connor. He is an executive producer, he has many roles, but an executive producer on the OG true crime show, Snapped on Oxygen. And it was such an honor and so much fun to chat with him. So without further ado, let's get right into my interview with Brian. As head writer, what exactly can you tell our listeners goes into sort of the decision-making process for an episode, and has that changed over the years? I mean, we're on what season now? 27 or 28 of Snap?
2804 aired last Sunday.
Yeah, there you go.
So the 500th episode is 2808, coming up pretty soon. So the show's changed a lot, in its 16 years. When we started, it always profiled cases of wealthy women, generally attractive. That has changed a lot over the years. We cover a lot more cases. We're not limiting ourselves to one profile, if you will.
Yeah.
So now we have a full time group of researchers whose sole job is to look for cases. Cases come from everywhere.
Totally.
We have a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet that is constantly moving up and down. We have. I was sent a case just like a couple days ago from another producer of a woman who was arrested for allegedly poisoning her husband with mushrooms. So that was a new one. I have not seen that before. So these cases come from everywhere. They come from the police officers we interview. But generally speaking, we have about 200 potential episodes, at the beginning of any given season, and maybe 50 to 60 of those are actually produced. The criteria is it always has to have a woman who is convicted of a crime. Sometimes she works alone. Sometimes she has a partner. Sometimes Sometimes she swings the axe. Sometimes her buddy does. So it really varies. But there always needs to be like a good mystery. Everybody loves a good mystery. It's like
absolutely.
It goes back to like childhood, right? I mean, we're all been told.
Eve Nance fell in love with Tim at 16, and they've been married for more than 15 years.
Tim would say, "I love that woman," and Eve would tell me the same. "I love that man."
And with a daughter to raise, Eve and Tim built a simple life together.
Eve worked so hard. She's a caregiver to her family.
My dad tried, and they kind of just made the best of it.
But in November of 2013, Tim went missing from their Wisconsin home.
No one could get a hold of Tim. Tim wasn't checking in with anyone. That's what started to raise red flags. Your whole routine does not change in an instant unless there's foul play involved.
The search for the missing man would reveal that Tim had a secret life.
Sometimes he would go for a couple of days or a week.
He said, "Oh, I'll just have my cake and eat it too."
And his marriage to Eve wasn't what it seemed.
The police were called to their house for investigative issues numerous times.
My dad was the aggressor.
Timothy had been threatened by Eve.
And his disappearance left family, friends, and investigators wondering, had one of them finally gone too far?
He had the gun. He's waving it around. I was just begging for him to just go. Just go.
Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, November 5th, 2013. It was a quiet Tuesday in this town of 40,000, an hour north of Milwaukee.
Fond du Lac is your all-American, all-Wisconsin city.
It's beautiful, and it's a good place to raise your family. Fond du Lac is very boring. It's very slow. Nothing really much happens, not really much to do.
But that Tuesday, the small town's police department would suddenly have a mystery on their hands. A 37-year-old Fond du Lac resident named Eve Nance called in and reported her husband, Tim, missing.
No one could get a hold of Tim. Tim wasn't checking in with anyone. Not only Eve, but his friends either.
And 37-year-old Tim Nance had a lot of friends in Fond du Lac.
Everybody knew who he was. He had a big smile. He talked a lot and had a million stories to tell.
Eve told the police she'd last seen Tim on Friday night.
Not seeing Tim for a couple of days wasn't the most abnormal thing.
When he wanted to do his own thing, he would go do his own thing.
However, according to Eve, Tim typically kept in touch while he was away, but not this time.
It was very unusual for nobody to hear from Tim all weekend long.
Even more unusual, Eve said he wasn't answering his phone either.
She seemed very worried, a little aggravated that he wasn't returning her calls.
And when he didn't come home on Monday or Tuesday, Eve said she'd really begun to worry.
That's what started to raise red flags, that maybe he wasn't just out having a good time.
So Eve had decided to call the police.
She seemed genuinely upset and confused as to where he was.
But in the days ahead, the authorities would be wondering, was her confusion genuine? Or did Eve know exactly where her husband was? Born in 1976, Eve Stidham started life far from the quiet shores of Fond du Lac.
Eve was born in Chicago, grew up on the north side of Chicago. She was definitely an extrovert. She was an outgoing kid, and pretty much kept that throughout her whole life.
My aunt's really funny. She'd always be like the one making jokes about everyone.
And when the 16-year-old met Tim Nance in 1992, her sense of humor was an easy fit with Tim's ready grin and rapid-fire wisecracks.
He was the jokester, told the jokes, made everybody feel comfortable.
He was very street smart. He was a very social guy.
He was just so charismatic, he just drew people in.
Which is exactly what happened when he met Eve at a friend's party.
The first time she looked at Tim, she was in love with him.
And Tim felt the same way about Eve.
Tim would say to anybody, unashamed, I love that woman. And Eve would tell me the same. I love that man.
They both had a real fun-loving, easygoing personality. They both liked to have a good time and joke and laugh.
Soon, the two teenagers had moved out of their parents' houses and into their own apartment.
They were both pretty mature at a young age, and she moved in with Tim within a couple of months of them getting together.
Though they struggled to support themselves on their own, the teenagers were soon starting a family.
It was more of a shock than a surprise. They were 16 years old, and they had to explain this to both of their families. And
baby on the way, Eve and Tim decided they would need to get married.
He was very happy. He knew she was someone he wanted to marry. He loved her very much.
At 17 or 18 years old, they weren't doing the normal stuff 17 or 18-year-old kids were doing. They were paying bills and buying diapers. This was going to be their life. They were going to have a baby. They were going to be parents, and there's no change in that.
But even as the couple planned their wedding, another unexpected change would derail their future. In August of 1994, Tim was at home one afternoon when he heard Eve, 9 months pregnant with their daughter Tamika, screaming on the sidewalk outside their apartment.
Someone was assaulting Eve. Tim came out there with a pistol, and while threatening the guy and getting him away from Eve, Tim shot him in the foot.
The wound wasn't fatal, but despite the fact that he'd been trying to protect Eve and their unborn child, the police placed Tim under arrest, and the trauma of seeing him hauled off in handcuffs was enough to send Eve into labor.
He went to jail the day that Tamika was born.
Tim spent nearly a year in jail on assault charges. But Eve stayed in touch with her fiancé and brought their daughter along on every visit to the jail.
We would make really long trips to go see him and stuff, and she would still have him in my life regardless.
Being that he was locked up didn't change the fact that that was Tamika's father.
And as soon as he was released in 1995, Eve and Tim didn't waste any time planning their long-awaited wedding.
The day he got released from jail, on the way home from picking him up, they stopped at the courthouse and got married.
Tim and Eve settled into married life, and a few years later, the family moved to Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
She wanted to raise her kid in a safe environment.
And the cost of living was lower, too.
We moved up here pretty much to better ourselves and better our life.
In fact, Fond du Lac appeared to be such a positive change for the young family that Eve's little sister and her children soon followed her to Wisconsin.
My aunt was pretty much like my second mom, so she would always be there for me. Me and my cousin, we were pretty much raised as like sisters.
However, as much as Eve loved her new home, life in Wisconsin wasn't perfect. Tim's felony conviction made it hard for him to find work.
Tim worked more on and off throughout their entire relationship, probably more off than on.
And because of that, he mostly stayed home as Mr. Mom.
He would say, baby, you've been at work all day, come home, relax, I got dinner done, everything.
He liked cooking, like he wanted to go to school for culinary arts when he was younger.
In addition to the couple's daughter, Tim also looked after her cousin.
He babysat me every day because my mom would be at work. We were like really close.
Meanwhile, it fell to Eve to support the family. Once in Wisconsin, she took a job at a local assisted living facility.
Eve and I were caregivers for people with mental disabilities. Eve worked so hard because she was a caregiver to her family. She wanted to give them kind of above and beyond.
And she always pushed her daughter to do better.
She would always tell me, go to school, keep furthering yourself. Instead of like going out to party and stuff, she'd be like, shouldn't you be studying?
Tim, on the other hand, took a more laid-back approach.
As long as I was safe and I like let them know where I was going and stuff, my dad really didn't mind.
Maybe Tim didn't mind his daughter having a little fun, because once Eve was home from work and dinner was done, he'd often slip out to enjoy what nightlife Fond du Lac had to offer.
My dad would go out. He would go play pool and be a social person, see what was out there, talk to people.
But in the fall of 2013, Eve said Tim had gone out for the evening as usual. Only this time, he didn't come home. Coming up, in an effort to find Tim, Eve reveals her husband's secret life.
When it first started, it was more hidden.
But some wonder if Eve might be better off without him.
Regardless of the ups and downs, she stuck through it.
On Tuesday, November 5th, 2013, 37-year-old Eve Nance called the police in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, and said that her husband, Tim Nance, had been missing since Friday.
At first, I thought that he was off doing his own thing and just didn't want to be bothered right now, which wasn't uncommon.
Because after devoting all week to taking care of the kids, the weekend was Tim's time.
He liked to go out. He liked to hang with his friends.
But according to Eve, she hadn't been able to get in touch with him all weekend.
It wasn't really like my dad to not always answer his phone.
And he hadn't come home on Monday or Tuesday either.
That was what was starting to spark interest, that something might not be right here.
But where could Tim have gone? Eve told the police she had an idea. She said that while they'd moved to Fond du Lac years ago in order to provide a safer environment for their daughter, Tim had always missed the big city excitement they'd left behind.
It's a small town, a lot different than Chicago, for sure.
But with Chicago a full 3 hours away, Eve told the police that Tim typically had to satisfy his big city cravings in Milwaukee instead, a mere hour away.
That's a little bit more who he was, so that's kind of where he liked to spend his time.
But according to Eve, Tim's trips to Milwaukee were for more than just hanging out and playing pool. She said he was on the hunt for drugs. Eve told the missing persons investigator it all started as a result of Tim's old assault conviction, a felony on his record that made it hard for him to find steady work.
Her husband didn't put a lot on the table and was unemployed a lot. They were kind of struggling up in Fond du Lac.
And with Tim often out of work, Eve had been forced to make up the difference.
She was the family breadwinner. She was the one who really was supporting her child.
My mom worked a lot, and my dad tried, and they kind of just made the best of it.
So Tim tried to help out, finding ways to earn a little extra money.
He had to make a hustle any way he could So he went out and did his little hustle for his friend.
Although according to Eve, Tim's hustling essentially amounted to one thing.
She said he was this drug addict and this drug dealer.
But over time, according to Eve, he'd begun to sample more than he sold.
We did know he was kind of like into drugs.
And according to Eve, that meant that she'd ended up supporting the family and her husband's drug habit.
She was hardworking, always provided for everyone, and my dad kind of used that to his advantage.
If you've got someone else that's taking care of that aspect a little bit, then you're a little more free to do the funner things in life.
And according to Eve, Tim's fun extended to more than just drugs.
He had other women or saw other women on the side.
He wasn't 100% about me and my mom. He kind of like led a double life.
Eve wasn't sure exactly when her husband had begun cheating on her.
When it first started, it was more hidden, a little more, the stereotypical cheating, or sneaking around and things like that.
But Eve said that as the years passed, Tim's cheating had become more blatant.
Sometimes he would go for a couple of days or a week and stay with a girlfriend and then come back home again.
Eve said that as Tim's cheating became obvious, friends and family had begged her to leave him.
I did ask her, how could you stay in a relationship like this? She told me that she would rather have some of Tim's time than none of it at all.
After all, Eve had been in love with him since she was 16.
My mom was very committed in the relationship. She never really thought about leaving him, regardless of the ups and downs. She stuck through it.
Although she didn't always accept it. Talking to the police, Eve admitted that she and Tim had often fought over the years.
He wasn't always there like he should be, as supportive as he could have been, and that's when like fights and stuff would happen.
In fact, according to Eve, she and Tim had been fighting the last time she saw him.
They had gotten in an argument Friday night, and he left, and she thinks he went to Milwaukee.
That, in and of itself, wasn't too unusual, according to Eve.
People can go cool off, leave for a couple of days.
And at first, Eve said she hadn't been too worried, and those who knew Tim felt the same way.
At first, I didn't think anything of it at all. I thought that he was off doing his own thing.
It wasn't too alarming to me, really. I mean, I figured he would show up.
But after he failed to come home on Tuesday, Eve had decided to call the police.
She stated that he had a drug problem and he may have relapsed, so she was reporting him missing at that time.
As a theory, it sounded plausible to the police.
Tim had a history of multiple drug offenses.
Tim's record may have made Eve's claim that he'd gone off on a so-called drug binge seem credible. But when the investigators talked to Tim's friends, they told police a very different story about Tim's involvement with drugs.
He, at one point, dealt a little weed. He wasn't a hardcore heroin dealer. He went to Milwaukee on a drug binge, is what she said. But he didn't do drugs like that. So that wasn't true.
And while Tim's friends admitted he was unfaithful, they told the investigators that was because Eve had pushed him away.
She was very controlled. Everything's got to be her way.
She always degraded him. And she used to say little things like to make herself feel like she was a better person.
And in his friend's version, it was Tim, not Eve, who suffered in silence.
Several witnesses report that Timothy was not happy in his relationship with Eve.
Was Tim simply taking a break from his troubled marriage? Was it possible he had gone to Milwaukee, as Eve suggested? Hoping for some confirmation, the investigators contacted Tim's cell phone provider.
A cell phone signal will ping off of 3 different towers, and it'll give you an idea of the location as to where the cell phone was last used or where it's being used currently.
But when the investigators pulled his cell phone records, they made a troubling discovery.
There was no cell phone activity.
What could explain Tim's silence? Was it possible he'd been in an accident? Or perhaps had an overdose, as his wife suggested?
They start to check hospitals in case, something happened.
But there was no sign of Tim. As the days continued to pass with no word from the missing man, his friends and family really started to worry.
Everyone kind of went from thinking, well, this is something that's happened before, to, okay, now maybe we should start being concerned that something's wrong.
So even as the police launched an official investigation, Tim's family and friends had begun their own search.
We started making posters, like me and my sisters went and like copied posters and took them around, asking people if they've seen him and stuff.
And despite a sometimes troubled relationship, it appeared that no one wanted to find Tim more than Eve.
She was right there alongside of them, doing candlelight vigils and making posters and putting up flyers and searching.
Tim was, I believe, the only man she ever loved in her entire life.
But would Eve and Tim ever be reunited? On November 13th, with the official search for Tim in its second week, the authorities made an appeal to the public for help.
They put out a new press release asking for help from hunters.
It might have seemed like a logical request.
If you've ever been to Wisconsin and during hunting season, there are thousands and thousands of people who go into the woods, and a hunter can help them find the person who was missing.
However, while the police didn't come right out and say it, the press suspected that asking hunters to scour the winter woods for a man who'd been missing almost 2 weeks signaled an unspoken shift in the investigation.
This was the game changer. You're not just looking for an individual, but you're pretty sure that the individual you're looking for is no longer alive.
Coming up, could Eve be responsible for Tim's disappearance?
Witnesses had reported a couple incidences in which Timothy had been threatened by Eve.
And if so, can the investigators prove it?
Am I being charged with something here?
By November 13th, 2013, it had been 8 days since 37-year-old Eve Nance had reported her husband, Tim, missing. And it had been almost 2 weeks since she said he'd walked out of their Fond du Lac, Wisconsin home after an argument and simply disappeared.
The fact that no one could get a hold of him was what was starting to spark interest, that something might not be right here.
He would take his phone wherever he go. He would respond to people's texts, to their phone calls.
And that led the police to an inescapable conclusion.
Your whole routine does not change in an instant unless there's possibly foul play involved.
However, the fact that Tim wasn't answering his phone wasn't the only thing that led the police to that conclusion.
Witnesses had reported incidences in which Timothy had been threatened by Eve.
One of those witnesses was an old friend of Tim named Deborah Hilt. She told the investigators that she first met Tim 6 years earlier, in 2007.
We just clicked right away. Personality-wise, we clicked. We had a lot to joke about, talk about.
In fact, Deborah said they had clicked so well that Tim all but moved in with her.
He spent all of his time with me.
Because according to what Tim had told Deborah, his marriage was essentially over.
My impression was that he was living separately from her. Tim's description of their relationship was one of convenience.
Tim may have told Deborah it was a marriage of convenience, but what she didn't know at the time was that Eve had actually been desperate to save her marriage.
This was Eve's one and only love. They got married young, and they met when they were 16 years old.
She didn't want nobody to miss what she had. She didn't want another woman to take that from her.
And according to what Tim's friends told the investigators, Eve had tried to win Tim back, showering him with expensive gifts and even a new car.
The car was a baby, his everything.
But when even the car failed to win Tim back, friends said that Eve had gone from desperate to dangerous. According to Tim's friend Benjamin Bobo, He'd received a troubling call from Eve in the winter of 2009.
She said, Ben, you need to come get your friend out of this house, or I'm going to do something that I'm going to regret.
Eve had driven over to Deborah's, apparently at her wit's end.
Eve Nance demanded that Tim Nance come out of the apartment.
Tim's friend, realizing that Eve was unstable and that his friend was possibly in danger, had rushed right over to Deborah's apartment. But he was too late to stop an angry confrontation.
We hear Eve screaming, Tim! Tim! And she's walking in through my front door.
When I got there, she was inside of the house.
Deborah says that when he heard Eve screaming his name, Tim had rushed out of the bedroom to confront his wife.
She's at the bottom of the stairs and she's got a gun.
A gun she was prepared to use, according to Deborah.
She had declared to him, I'll kill you. I will kill you.
Luckily, Tim's friend intervened just in time.
Ben was behind Eve, pulling her by her hand, telling her, let's go, you don't want to do this.
I got out of the house. Tim came down, he talked to him. I went back and talked to that Tim girlfriend, like, it's going to be okay. They just needed to talk.
Tim had managed to calm his wife down and the potentially deadly confrontation came to an end. But after 2 years of dealing with his failing marriage, seeing Eve storm into her apartment with a gun was enough to convince Deborah to dump Tim before someone got hurt.
I knew that Eve was unstable. I didn't want to deal with Eve anymore. I knew what that life would be like. I knew what it would be like, and I didn't want a part of it.
Deborah may have been out of the picture, but that didn't mean Tim went back to Eve, at least not entirely.
He still did have, I know at least 2 girlfriends in those next couple of years.
Girlfriends he didn't even try to hide from Eve.
He literally at times would come home with another woman.
In fact, one friend told the police he'd witnessed another potentially deadly showdown in August of 2013, less than 3 months before Tim disappeared.
He was an eyewitness to an incident in which Eve had caught Timothy in bed with a girlfriend in their residence. And he observed Timothy and Eve struggling over a handgun.
Tim's friends told the investigators they'd urged him to leave his wife for good. But Tim, who depended on Eve's financial support, had always refused.
I said, what are you doing, Tim? He said, oh, I'm just having my cake and eat it too. And I said, well, I'm not for that, but don't let her kill you.
Had Tim's cavalier attitude about infidelity cost him his life? His friends were convinced.
I know from dealing with Eve that she snapped on him.
I knew right away she killed him.
And based on what Tim's friends told them, the investigators were inclined to agree.
They were pretty open about saying we believe there was foul play involved.
But could they prove it? On November 20th, the investigators descended on Eve's house with a search warrant. And in the bathroom, they made a suspicious discovery.
They had the physical indications within the shower stall, the markings on the wall indicating that a bullet had struck the wall. The police firmly believed that they had solved the crime.
And they decided to turn up the heat on Eve.
They came to her house and asked her to come to the station.
At the station, Eve maintained that she had no idea what happened to Tim.
I thought he was on a drug binge. Now I have absolutely no idea.
Confronted about Tim's infidelity, Eve tried to downplay it, but didn't deny it.
He was a good husband other than the cheating. Where he had a man, dad? No. Listen, I knew the relationship.
However, she did deny ever threatening Tim with a gun after catching him with another woman.
That night never happened that they're talking about me catching him in bed.
But her denial of that incident made little impact on the investigator.
Oh, quickly. And I told you what happened. You killed him. No, I did not.
And that's when the investigators confronted her about the bullet hole in her bathroom.
You found the bullet? Then you need to arrest me if you found the bullet. I need you to tell him my own. And I'll tell you when we know when we're going to find it because you didn't find it. You know.
All of a sudden, now the panic sets in.
Am I being charged with something then?
What do you think?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
She told them that she thought she should have a lawyer present. They said, okay, stand up, you're under arrest.
Eve's arrest took her daughter and brother completely by surprise.
I was in total shock and really confused. And I just wanted answers like everyone else.
I was very confused about knowing if something had happened to Tim, let alone what that something was, how they could arrest her.
According to the prosecutor, the answer was probable cause.
Essentially, probable cause means that there is some level of evidence that suggests it's likely that the suspect committed a felony.
But not enough to justify a formal murder charge. At least, not yet.
They didn't have a lot of evidence. They didn't have a weapon. They didn't have a body.
For the next 7 days, the investigators worked to build a stronger case, while Eve's attorney tried to get her out of jail.
Her defense attorneys brought the matter before the judge, claiming her continued detention without charges was in fact a violation of her constitutional rights.
But even as her attorney tried to convince a judge to release her, Eve had an apparent change of heart. On November 27th, she told the investigators she was finally ready to talk.
She wanted to tell them what really happened.
As soon as Eve sat down with the investigators, she began to tell them what happened the last time she saw Tim.
There was an altercation at the house at night.
According to Eve, Tim was furious when she got home that night.
I came in, started arguing about where have I been. I should have been there when he got off work.
Eve said that's when she'd walked away from the argument.
I went to the bathroom. All I wanted to do was take a shower and go to bed. That's all I wanted. Then he comes in the bathroom and starts hitting me some more.
Her story was he showed up with a gun.
He had the gun. He was waving it around, telling me that I was useless and all kinds of stuff. I was just begging for him to just go. Just go.
But for all her begging, Eve said that Tim wouldn't leave.
He just kept hitting me, waving the gun, and then before I knew it, we were arguing and fighting, and the gun went off. Why did it go off? Because we both had it.
She was trying to get it away from him, and it went off.
I didn't know what to do. I sat back down for a little bit. You know, he wasn't moving. How long was he in? I don't know. It seemed like forever. Any thoughts of calling 911? I couldn't think of anything.
Eventually, Eve said that she did the only thing that she could think of.
I took all his clothes off, and then I put him in the plastic. And I drove.
Eve said in her panic she didn't remember exactly where she dumped Tim's body, but she gave police a general idea of where he might be.
I was down this half a street, and there was one of those cement things. Like a barrier?
That same evening, almost a month after he disappeared, the police finally found Tim's dead body, buried in the snow.
His body was completely naked and was frozen.
It was heartbreaking to think of him out there for all that time.
Without Eve's confession, Tim's body might have remained undiscovered for months. But it also gave the police enough to charge her with murder, despite her claim that she'd shot Tim while they struggled over a gun.
I swear to you, it was an accident. I just wish he wouldn't have left.
And despite the fact that he had mistreated her, Eve said that Tim's death had left her heartbroken.
I just kept telling him how much I loved him. It was all a big mistake.
Coming up, the prosecution makes the case against Eve.
Prosecutor basically says it was an execution.
But the defense put the victim on trial.
Tim was an aggressive person. He was a violent person.
On January 20th, 2016, 39-year-old Eve Nance stood trial in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. She was charged with the murder of her husband, Tim, a crime that she had essentially confessed to more than 2 years earlier.
Detectives at the City of Fond du Lac Police Department received information from Eve Nance indicating that she had been involved in an altercation with her husband at their 10th Street home, that a gun had been fired, and that it resulted in the death of Mr. Nance.
The person who was most helpful closing this case was Eve Nance herself. I'm not sure where investigators would be if they didn't have help from me.
Although at the time of her confession, Eve claimed that the shooting had occurred during a struggle.
Her story is that Tim had pulled out a gun. Both of them were fighting over it.
Eve stated that she was trying to defend herself.
But according to the prosecution's opening statement, that was a lie. And they claimed that the giveaway was something else in Eve's story.
According to Eve, the gun went off twice, and he was shot twice in the chest.
But as the prosecutors explained to the jury, that wasn't what Tim's autopsy revealed.
The associate medical examiner testified to the locations of the gunshot wounds in the head of Tim Nance, one being the left side below the ear, the other left side on the top of the head.
Not only did the locations of where Tim had been shot differ radically from Eve's account, according to the medical examiner's testimony, the shots couldn't have been fired during the sort of struggle she described.
The medical examiner testified on stand that the gun wounds could not have been fired at close range. The story really started to unravel when you looked at the case from the medical examiner.
Not only that, the prosecutors claimed that Eve had a clear motive for murder, too.
That motive was both anger and revenge for his infidelity.
Infidelity that everyone agreed had gone on for years.
This wasn't a crime of passion in the heat of the moment because Eve Nance's anger had been building up over a period of time.
In the past, Eve had always stopped short of doing something she would regret. But not on the evening of November 1st, 2013. According to the prosecutors, that night, Eve had finally had enough.
Prosecutors argued that this was no accident, that Tim was taking a shower and getting ready to go out for the evening.
And Eve, fed up with her husband's infidelity, had stepped into the bathroom and finally made good on years of threats.
I think that she came up behind him and put a bullet in the back of his head.
Prosecutor basically said it was an execution.
Shooting Tim in the shower not only explained why he'd been found naked. According to the prosecutors, the cold-blooded execution meant that Eve deserved to be sent away for life.
The first-degree intentional homicide charge carries a maximum penalty of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
Based solely on the evidence, a conviction looked likely.
The medical examiner's testimony directly contradicted Eve Nance's account of the events.
But the prosecutors did face one big obstacle.
Timothy Nance was not a great individual to his wife. He was not a faithful individual.
Would the fact that he brazenly cheated on Eve for years, all while taking advantage of her financial support, be enough to earn the jury's sympathy?
She just loved her husband so much, and he didn't love her back the way she needed to be loved.
When it was the defense's turn, they began by claiming that Tim's cheating wasn't even the worst thing he'd done to Eve.
The defense presents their case that she was a battered woman.
Tim was an aggressive person. He was a violent person.
To bolster that argument, Eve took the stand in her own defense.
She got on stand and tried to make him look like he was this kind of monster.
Eve told the jury that she was the frequent target of Tim's wrath.
My dad was the aggressor because he wanted things his way and kind of his way only.
He would start like yelling or just getting mad about just random stuff. But there were some times where like it would escalate while we were there. We've seen it get physical.
Family members testified that they'd often urged Eve to leave Tim, but that Eve had clung to the relationship despite the violence.
I was always worried that something would happen to her in one of their fights. When you don't know anything else, what you have right in front of you is what you learn to accept.
My aunt just didn't want to realize what was really happening. Like she's kind of in like a fantasy thing.
But according to the defense, on the evening of November 1st, Eve couldn't deceive herself any longer because Tim had taken their arguments to a new and potentially deadly level.
The defense argued that he was the one that brought the gun into the situation.
And the stories from Tim's friends and ex-girlfriends describing all the times Eve had allegedly pulled a gun and threatened her husband. According to the defense, they simply weren't true.
No police officers had ever seen her with a gun. She had never been arrested in her life. She'd never been in any kind of trouble in her life.
But Tim, as the defense was quick to point out, had been in trouble. In fact, he'd actually shot someone early in the couple's relationship.
He spent time in prison.
That was hardly the only thing on his criminal record either.
He has different domestic abuse charges.
The police were called to their house for domestic issues numerous times.
And when the case went to the jury, the whole thing hinged on Eve's testimony. Would jurors believe she was a battered woman who killed her husband during a struggle to save herself?
A spouse that is a persistent victim of physical domestic abuse, at the time they commit a homicide, they're acting under a reasonable belief and fear for their own safety.
Or would they decide that it was Tim's cheating that had finally pushed her over the edge?
She just couldn't take it anymore. I definitely think it was intentional.
Coming up, Eve's fate hangs in the balance.
It really was a tale of two stories.
But will the outcome be justice?
If he didn't die from those 2 bullet wounds, someone would forgive him.
On January 29, 2016, the jury announced it had reached a verdict in the murder trial of 39-year-old Eve Nance. She was accused of killing her husband, Tim, as revenge for years of adultery.
Prosecutors argued that Eve came in and point blank shot him, basically execution style.
But the defense said that Eve, not Tim, was the true victim. According to Eve and her lawyers, the shooting was merely the last incident in a long string of abuse that she'd suffered at her husband's hands.
Her defense was that they had an argument that turned into a physical fight.
There was a struggle over a gun, and the gun accidentally went off.
But which version of events would the jury believe?
It really was a tale of two stories.
After just 2 hours of deliberation, the jury had reached its decision.
The verdict came back guilty.
Eve was stunned by the outcome.
She was very sad. She couldn't believe that it only took them a couple of hours to convict her.
Eve's family and friends couldn't believe it either.
People that really do know Eve and Tim know that they loved each other.
In fact, at her sentencing on May 27th, many of Eve's friends said just that when they spoke on her behalf.
She cried a little bit, and you could tell that she was touched.
And when it was Eve's turn, she begged the court for mercy.
She said, all I can hope is that I would have the opportunity to have Pearl.
In a surprising twist, many of Tim's friends, including his ex-girlfriend, agreed that Eve didn't deserve life in prison.
Even I don't want to see her there because I don't believe that Tim would want that.
if he didn't die from them 2 bullet wounds, Tim would have forgiven him.
But would the judge be as forgiving?
She was given 25 years to life in prison with the possibility of parole.
His exact words were that this was not a planned crime, it was a crime of passion.
And when it came to the possibility of Eve getting out of prison early, he felt that a certain amount of leniency was justified, given the circumstances.
I know what it feels like to love someone and lose control over your situation.
Love can make you put up with things that you would not expect, and love can make you possibly do things you would regret.
That was amazing. I loved it.
They are the very places in which so many put their trust and lives. Hospitals.
The idea of having a serial killer in the healthcare industry, it's tragic.
All have to deal with hospitals. Everyone, at some point in time in their life, puts their life in the hands of others.
We are not looking for predators among this population.
We know that nurses are supposed to be healing patients. Instead, some use their power to kill them.
The nurse was like a shadow in the corner.
The angel of death, Charles Cullen, killed dozens and dozens of sick patients.
Very few healthcare serial killers actually have mercy as their motive.
This was a man who had a lot of loss in his life.
He felt as if he had been betrayed by the hospital system. Charles Cullen exploited the trust that is part of many healthcare industries in order to carry out his crimes.
Charles Cullen, you stole the last years of my father's life.
This individual has escaped authorities for 17 years.
Charles Cullen is probably one of the most prolific serial killers the world has ever known. But when you start looking at why he did this, that's when the case gets really perplexing. It was a dirty, dark secret. Jersey Police Control Center can help you.
Yeah, hi, I'm calling from Somerset Medical Center. We're trying to investigate a discharge toxicity that occurred in a patient in our critical care unit. This person went into ditch toxicity and actually expired. His ditch jumped from 1.33 to 9. Unusual.
Oh, this is a police matter. You have to report it to the police. This is a huge issue. In 2003, I was contacted by Somerset Medical Center. My name is Tim Braun. I was one of the lead detectives in the Charles Cullen investigation. Somerset asked me to investigate the death of a patient that did occur in their facility. In June of 2003, Florian Gall went to the Somerset Medical Center critical care unit. He was a Catholic Church official who was in his 70s. My name is Jeff Mulvihill, and I was one of the lead reporters covering the Charles Cullen case with the Associated Press. Florian was on a breathing machine to help treat his pneumonia. He was on the road to recovery and discharge after his terrible illness. But on June 28th, 2003, Reverend Gall suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died.
Because he did not have any type of heart issues. It was unusual, which rose suspicion within the hospital administration to look into these matters.
An autopsy was conducted. It turned out his digoxin levels were off the chart.
Digoxin is a drug that can either save your life or end it. My name is Dr. Harry Millman, and I'm a toxicologist. Digoxin is used primarily for patients who suffer from congestive heart failure. When you give too much of digoxin, the heart will be doing a lot of extra work. And as a result, you're going to have a heart attack.
Gall's death was a big problem for Somerset Medical Center. This was not the first digoxin overdose.
Somerset Medical Center had been conducting an internal investigation for several months. They were in particular looking into 5 suspicious occurrences. 3 of the patients had abnormal levels of insulin in their system. And in 2 other cases, there were indication of extreme high levels of digoxin.
After 5 suspicious deaths, Somerset medical officials fear a dark pattern is emerging, and so they call on the police department to investigate.
Our investigative team were summoned to a meeting that took place in a conference room at Somerset Medical Center. At that early stage, we weren't quite sure if this was an intentional act by an individual or some sort of medical mystery type of case. We did investigate nursing staff on the critical care unit where all these events were occurring. We recognized that a nurse named Charles Cullen was not at any one hospital for any long period of time.
Charles Cullen worked as a nurse for 16 years at 8 different hospitals between Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And that alone raised suspicion. I'm Dr. Casey Jordan, a criminologist who specializes in the study of violent crime, including healthcare serial killers.
So we began to focus on Cullen actually quite early. But when mentioning Charles Cullen's name, the hospital did emphasize that he did not.
When a street... For this Arizona couple, happiness meant having it all.
He was very smart with money. A super nice house, like a 5-car garage, 2 stories.
But a devastating diagnosis would turn their world upside down. He had been diagnosed with early ALS.
Imagine having a brain that is exactly the same, but a body that is completely failing you.
He had went to sleep last night.
Is this really the heartbreaking story of a life and love cut short? Or does the true tragedy go beyond what meets the eye?
Okay, here's what I think happened.
She's like, this crazy guy's trying to kill us.
This man either is nuts or they have stumbled upon a major crime.
We found with handwritten notes about sexual preferences men had and different intimate details.
The lonely widow before she actually was widowed.
Scared. He was just scared.
November 16th, 2012, Prescott, Arizona. Just before noon, a call comes in to the Prescott Police Department's non-emergency line.
Hi, my name is Angel Butler, and I'm a caregiver for an elderly man. And he passed. Went to sleep last night.
19-year-old Angel tells the operator that his patient, David Mueller, suffered from the terminal illness ALS.
Okay. And about how old is he?
He's 52. he had Gary believe.
If there's someone who's deceased, police will respond. Even if it's a hospice, police will respond just to ensure that there's nothing suspicious that took place.
Around 11:45, patrol officers and paramedics arrive at the upscale Mueller residence. Angel directs them to the master bedroom, where they find David lying in bed.
They find David unresponsive and cold to the touch in the bed.
They would check the patient, see if there's any chance of, bringing them back, and their assessment was that he was gone.
At David's bedside is his wife, 48-year-old Cynthia Mueller. She is visibly distraught.
When the authorities showed up, Cynthia was still on the floor bawling. She was speaking in disbelief, can't believe this happened.
Another caregiver, 61-year-old Chuck Todd, attempts to console her.
He was laying there peacefully. There was no blood, no sign of a struggle. There was no sign of anything.
He looked like he was well cared for. He's face up. He was clean. It just looked like a natural passing.
But could something evil be at the root of David's death? For many years, David Mueller and his wife Cynthia enjoyed a comfortable life together in their sprawling Prescott home. For Cynthia, this luxurious lifestyle was a far cry from her humble upbringing.
Her father is in the military. They're moving around all of the time, so she's being ripped in and out of schools. A lot of what happened with her early on in life is going to make her a very independent person, very driven to make sure that she finds her own success.
When it came time for college, Cynthia enrolled at Arizona State University in Tempe, majoring in public programming. No longer being shuttled from one military base to the next, Cynthia became a social butterfly. Her good looks didn't hurt either.
She was tall, she was pretty, very outgoing.
Cynthia, an attractive woman, definitely an extrovert, didn't have any problem in social settings.
As the years passed, Cynthia seemed to always have a boyfriend by her side. It wasn't until 1999, at the age of 35, that Cynthia met the man who would become her husband.
Cynthia was working for APS. It was at APS that Cynthia met an engineer, David Mueller, who they struck up a friendship.
38-year-old David was a brainy engineer who'd landed in Phoenix after growing up in Michigan.
David, was driven. He and his dad would sit there and have, technical conversations. He was very intelligent.
He wanted to go to med school, but he switched to civil engineering, which made a lot more sense to me. He wasn't the social guy. He dated occasionally when he was in college and stuff, but I never saw too much interest in that.
For Cynthia, a woman who was used to having men fawn over her, David was different and also a challenge.
She saw this guy and was very interested in him and had to pursue him. He wasn't interested at first and had to convince him to go out with her.
But after their first date, David fell hard for Cynthia.
David was approaching 40. I think he thought he would never be married and he would never have kids. All of a sudden, he saw a future that he didn't think would ever happen.
Just a few months after they started dating, David proposed. Cynthia said yes. The two were happier than they'd ever been. Their bosses, however, were not.
APS had a no dating fellow employees rule, and it came out that, they were dating and they broke the rules.
David got demoted back to subcontractor, and Cynthia, I believe, got let go.
A few months later, David accepted a job as a contractor at the Palo Verde nuclear plant in Tonopah, Arizona. The pay was extremely good, so good that Cynthia no longer needed to work. Instead, she spent her newfound free time planning the wedding of her dreams.
It was like a whirlwind relationship. I don't even think it was 6 months from the time they met to the time they were walking down the aisle. It was that fast.
After tying the knot, Cynthia and David began building the family they had both longed for, adding a daughter, and 5 years later, a son. They purchased a home in Prescott to provide a safe environment for their children.
It was a house on kind of like the outskirts of town, like kind of in the forest where the mountains are. It was a super, super nice house.
Thanks to some wise financial planning, the house was something David could easily afford.
He knew how to take care of his money, too. And he wasn't going to spend it frivolously. He tried to give her, what she wanted.
This is the American dream, right? We have Cynthia staying at home, raising her children, becoming very active in her community. She and David are very active in their church.
Then, in 2009, David began experiencing some unusual health problems.
All of a sudden, David starts having numbness in his limbs. He could not do things with his hands that he used to be able to do.
He would be walking and stumbling for no reason. They didn't know what was going on.
David's doctor delivered a diagnosis that blindsided the couple.
We went to the doctor, and he had been diagnosed with early ALS.
ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease. Imagine having a brain that is exactly the same as it was before your diagnosis, but a body that is completely failing you.
The disease progressed quickly. By 2010, David was wheelchair-bound and unable to work. Cynthia stepped up to the plate.
She needs to find a job that gives her the flexibility, and she's able to do that with real estate. In fact, she starts flipping properties in Prescott and is able to keep everything copacetic, keep the family going.
But as David's disease continued to progress, it became clear to Cynthia that she needed help. She hired a nanny to help with the kids, and in the summer of 2012, she hired 18-year-old Angel Batres Estrada as David's in-home caregiver.
I first met David at Granite Gate, which is a care facility. After a good month or two, he asked me to go and do private caregiving at his house. We'd get him up in the morning, take him to the bathroom, toilet him and everything, and then he had a power chair that he rode around in. And he just basically chilled in that all day.
Then, in November, Cynthia's father offered to send help in the form of a fellow veteran and family friend, Chuck Todd. 61-year-old Chuck was looking for a change of scenery after a failed marriage.
Chuck Todd was a snowbird from Washington State. He had had medical issues in the past, so it apparently was better for his condition to be in warmer weather at that time.
Chuck proposed that, in exchange for a bed in Cynthia and David's basement, he would care for David at night, for free. Cynthia jumped at the offer.
He came down in this cool little convertible car and brought everyone presents. Everyone's happy to see him.
With a nanny, Chuck, and Angel on board, Cynthia felt the situation was finally under control.
She did what she could, in a tough situation. She hung in there.
Their luck had finally seemed to change, which makes David's passing on November 16th, 2012, all the more difficult to fathom.
Cynthia continues to be exactly as you would expect a heartbroken wife to be, knowing that her husband has just passed away.
Me and Chuck had to kind of restrain her and pull her out of the room, where she once again fell on the floor and just falling.
While the scene appears to be the end of a heartbreaking chapter in Cynthia's life, investigators will soon learn that there may be more to David's death than meets the eye. Coming up, officers on the scene hit a roadblock.
They refused to sign off on that death certificate.
And an unusual situation becomes even more bizarre.
She's like, this crazy guy's trying to kill us.
Police in Prescott, Arizona are gathering information in the death of 52-year-old David Mueller, who suffered from ALS. David's caregiver of 4 months, Angel Estrada, tells police that he was in disbelief to discover that David had passed.
Everything that he needed, I had to take care of. I became friends with him. I learned the man's life. I knew his beliefs. I knew how he thought, everything. It's like seeing a friend pass away.
Angel says that just before noon on November 16th, he found David unresponsive in his bed.
He was back there just checking on him. That's when he found out that Mr. Mueller was deceased and in turn called the Prescott Police Department.
If authorities thought that this was the natural progression of ALS, of Lou Gehrig's disease. They thought that he had finally succumbed to his disease.
Following protocol, the responding officers notify David's physician of his passing and request that he sign the death certificate. However, David's doctor is surprised to learn that David is deceased.
David's doctor believed that David, while very sick, was not in immediate peril. He did not believe that David was going to pass away from his disease anytime soon.
They refused to sign off on that death certificate. He said David Mueller was not in the terminal stages of his disease, and therefore he did not think he should have died from ALS.
With that, patrol officers have no choice but to call in detectives.
And everything on the scene looked consistent with someone who had passed away of natural causes as David Mueller was found. Lividity was present with his body, consistent with the way he was lying, indicating he hadn't been moved.
Detectives want to talk to the three people who were present when officers first arrived, caretakers Angel Estrada and Chuck Todd, as well as David's wife, Cynthia. However, it appears Cynthia is still in no condition to speak to police.
At that time, Miss Mueller was reported to us as being distraught, too distraught to really talk. There really was not a lot of information that we received from Cynthia Mueller as far as details go. The patrol officer did speak with her briefly, but there wasn't a lot of information relayed to us.
Instead, detectives turn to Chuck Todd and Angel Estrada. Angel explains that he is a professional caregiver who works full-time for the Muellers. Chuck tells them he is also a caregiver, of sorts.
Asked him to expand on his relation to the family and that he was just a, quote, longtime family friend, unquote. And he advised me basically that he was there helping out the family with Mr. Mueller.
Police ask Angel and Chuck to pace them through the events prior to David's death.
David usually wakes up around 9:30, 9:45.
But that morning, with David still asleep at 11 a.m., Angel became concerned.
So I go over there and I start calling David's name, just to try to wake him up. I tap on his foot, which was exposed out of the blanket. And once I do, I feel that his foot's cold. I go farther up his leg, probably onto his shin, and I tap him on there too, and it's cold too.
Angel says that at that point, he called out for Chuck.
He comes in and he's like, hey, what do you need? And I'm like, David passed away.
Angel and Chuck tell detectives that, at the time, Cynthia was out running errands.
Cynthia is not actually home when the caregiver discovers David in the bed. In fact, she had just dropped off the nanny at college.
I call the police department. I tell Chuck to call Cynthia and tell her what's happened. We tell her that she needs to come home. It's an emergency. And at first, she resists it. She wants to know what's going on, refuses to come home until we tell her. So we just tell her that it's something that needs to be addressed while we're here.
According to Angel, Cynthia arrived just minutes ahead of the first responders.
She gets home, and she walks in, and that's when Chuck kind of grabs her by the shoulder and tells her that David has passed away in his sleep.
She went over and started beating on his chest, trying to give him CPR, slapping him on the face. Wake up, wake up.
She has like this look of disbelief on her face and just kind of throws herself to the ground, just bawling.
Detectives ask the two, when was the last time they saw David alive? Chuck says he heard David around 2 a.m.
He apparently would snore and people could hear him in there.
Both Chuck and Angel appear to be telling the truth.
There didn't appear to be a whole lot of information or suspicious activity that would have led us to believe a crime occurred.
They were not going to do an autopsy based on the fact that he had a terminal illness and that was the likely cause of death.
With no autopsy slated to be performed, David's remains are turned over to the family, who informed detectives that David had left specific instructions regarding his body.
David Mueller's wishes had been that he goes to a medical research facility.
On November 16th, David's body is released to a facility in Phoenix. Over the next few days, his loved ones struggle to come to terms with the news of his death.
We were sad, especially sad because he was not going to get to see his kids grow up.
It's not unexpected. It took him way too young. But, unfortunately, bad things happen to good people. And it happened to him.
As David's family is mourning his passing, a bizarre sequence of events is about to unfold. It starts on the morning of November 24th, 8 days after David's death and almost 200 miles away.
In Henderson, Nevada, a woman suddenly calls 911 saying that she is being stalked and harassed by a man. In fact, she's driving at the time on the phone with police and telling them that that man is following her and at times pulls up alongside her, and you can hear them yelling at each other back and forth as they're going down the road.
As the caller tries to distance herself from her pursuer, she identifies herself to the operator.
Her name is Cynthia J. Mueller.
As for the man following her, Cynthia identifies him too.
She looks over and sees Chuck Todd driving next to her.
They're speeding. They're going down. She's trying to get away. Todd's trying to run them off the road.
Cynthia tells the operator her kids are in the car, and as she narrates the events as they are unfolding, it's clear to the operator that Cynthia fears for their lives.
She pulls off into this gas station, alerted the patrons there that this crazy guy's trying to kill us.
Coming up, police in Henderson attempt to defuse a terrifying situation and quickly learn there's something even more troubling to come.
He said, "Oh, you want to know what's really going on?"
He was extorting and said, "If you don't do this, I'm going to do that."
And the mystery around David's death deepens.
Why did Chuck dead?
Because he loves me, he told me.
Detectives in Prescott, Arizona have concluded that 52-year-old David Mueller died of natural causes inside his Arizona home. Then, 1 week later, police 200 miles away in Henderson, Nevada, get a call from David's distraught widow, Cynthia Mueller. Cynthia claims that one of David's caregivers, Chuck Todd, is trying to run her off the road.
She pulls into this gas station in Henderson, and Todd quickly pulls in afterwards, and cops come. They release Cynthia, and then they arrest Todd.
Henderson police take Chuck to the station for questioning. Within the hour, detectives in Prescott receive a game-changing call.
It was a Saturday morning, and I got a telephone call from the Henderson Police Department saying that they had a subject in custody. They identified as Chuck Todd. I ended up speaking with the detective about what had occurred, specifically Chuck's statement on what he had told the Henderson Police Department.
When police asked what brought Chuck and Cynthia to Henderson, Chuck explains that after Cynthia's husband died, she thought the best way to help her children cope with their loss was to take a little vacation.
They go up to this RV park where Chuck Todd is, and they're doing stuff with the kids. They're taking them to the water park.
But Chuck says that while they were at the RV park, he and Cynthia got into a bit of a squabble.
She and Chuck Todd got into an argument, and she packed up the stuff and left.
Chuck claims that he never tried to follow her and had coincidentally crossed paths with her on his way to the gas station.
He says that he had just so happened to see them driving on the road, and that ended up following her when she parked over the gas station. He parks over there.
Chuck insists the whole thing was one big misunderstanding. But according to the detective, it was clear that Chuck was getting more irritated by the minute.
He was getting more and more agitated. At the time, he blurted out something in anger. He said something to the effect of, "Oh, you want to know what's really going on? She and I just committed a murder in Prescott."
They realize that this man either is nuts or they have stumbled upon a major crime.
We're a little bit skeptical with just by nature of doing the job. But when somebody's making an accusation like Mr. Todd made, you have to take it serious and you have to follow it through.
Is it possible that the murder he is confessing to is David Mueller's? If they want to answer that question, there's one thing detectives must do first.
We were scrambling at that point to locate David Mueller's body.
Detectives reach out to David's physician, who puts them in touch with the research facility in Phoenix where the body was sent. But the facility explains that David's remains are no longer there.
It was determined that he had a condition that wouldn't allow them to do research on his body. So based on that, they'd sent him to a crematory in Phoenix. It was scheduled for cremation that day.
We had to hightail it down there and get the body secured.
The entire unit basically scrambling at that point. One detective, hey, you have to track down David Mueller's body. One detective was trying to verify what's going on with Chuck Todd and see if we have to extradite him back. I was working on the search warrant affidavit to present to a judge for Cynthia Mueller's residence.
On November 24th, the body is secured and transported back to the Yavapai County Medical Examiner's office. But one question remains. Did Cynthia conspire with Chuck in order to murder David? Or was Chuck lying in order to cover his own true motives? Detectives believe there's one way to find out.
We attempted a ruse telephone call with her from the medical research facility.
I'm in charge of the dissemination of the body parts and organs and tissue. And I was doing the preliminary checks on your late husband, and some of the stuff's just not adding up.
During this call, the detective who was posing as one of these people at the medical research facility said that he had seen David's body and it appeared he didn't pass naturally, and it appeared to be a murder.
Posing as the researcher, the detective tells Cynthia that he believes she's the one who murdered David. And if she doesn't pay him some hush money, he's going to the cops.
You need to do something for me in return. We can have this whole thing cleared up tonight.
How would I take something I didn't do?
She didn't play ball. She just essentially acted very confused and hung up.
Is Cynthia telling the truth? Shortly after the phone call, a judge signs off on a warrant to search the Mueller residence. When detectives arrive, Cynthia immediately tells them about the call.
She said something to the effect of, I got the weirdest phone call, with the presumption that she was referring to the ruse phone call.
While CSIs scour the home for signs of foul play, detectives escort Cynthia to the station.
We were contacted by homicide investigator down there in Phoenix, who was contacted by that biological services, and they did see evidence consistent with an asphyxiation. I'd like to ask you what's going on, and go from there, you know.
Okay, here's what I think happened, James. Instead of talking about David's death, Cynthia steers the conversation toward Chuck Todd. It turns out Cynthia had met Chuck at the very RV park she had just left, long before Chuck moved in to care for her husband.
This is where I met Chuck Todd, and he was a married man, and he's a Marine, and he's like my dad's.
Cynthia claims she thought Chuck was nice, but over the next several months, she didn't think much more about him. That is, until her father suggested that Chuck move in to help her care for David. Cynthia was thrilled to have the help, but once Chuck arrived, she could tell he had other ideas.
He kept coming on to me a lot there, and I think he alluded himself that we were going to be a couple or something.
According to Cynthia, she said that he had a romantic interest in her, but she didn't have one in him.
Is it possible Chuck killed David in order to have Cynthia all to himself? Detectives pose that question to Cynthia, but getting a clear-cut answer from her proves tricky.
Our interview was very non-linear. It was very difficult to keep her on focus when I was interviewing her.
Then, 2 hours into the interview, Cynthia does an abrupt about-face.
She says, you know what? I heard Chuck Todd say he strangled, murdered someone.
You said he strangled somebody?
Yeah, I think he said he strangled him.
I mean, why did Chuck get it?
Because he loves me, he told me.
Just as Cynthia dropped this bombshell, she immediately ends the interview.
She stands up in the interview room saying she wants to leave. Based on that, she has every right to terminate the interview, so we ceased it.
There's no physical evidence. Nobody's admitting to it other than Mr. Todd, but she's not admitting to it.
It's either Chuck's lying and David died of natural causes, or Chuck murdered David and now he's trying to drag Cynthia into it, or he's telling the truth and they both committed the murder, so we had to determine which scenario took place.
On the morning of November 25th, the Yavapai County Medical Examiner's Office begins its examination of David Mueller's body.
Body had arrived and they were ready to do the autopsy, which I believe was about 8 that morning. I shot over there and assisted.
What was relayed to me, I couldn't believe it. It was crazy.
You know, the ME's saying, I may not be able to tell you exactly what killed David Mueller, but I can tell you what didn't. ALS did not kill him.
Coming up, tawdry new allegations raise even more questions about Cynthia's statement.
They begin this rather salacious affair.
Investigators in Prescott, Arizona are working to unravel the true story behind 52-year-old David Mueller's death.
Not only is Chuck Todd confessing to murdering David Mueller, but he's actually saying that he had help.
Police weren't sure if he was telling the truth or if David's wife Cynthia was also involved, as Chuck Todd claimed. Investigators hope the coroner will be able to clearly identify David's cause of death. Unfortunately, that isn't the case.
Essentially, he was searching all obvious causes of death in the human body and found none.
While David's cause of death is inconclusive, the medical examiner does feel certain about one thing.
The medical examiner said he did not die from ALS.
Prescott detectives pay a visit to Henderson, Nevada, where Chuck Todd is being held.
The detectives bring Chuck Todd in, and the first thing he says is, "Hey guys, I made the whole thing up. You know, I was just trying to get even with that lady."
According to Chuck, he made the whole murder story up to exact revenge on Cynthia for ending their love affair. An affair Chuck claims began 6 months earlier when he met Cynthia at the RV park in nearby Boulder City.
Cynthia was up there visiting her father, and at that point, somehow they were introduced to each other.
According to Charles Todd, that's where they first begin this rather salacious affair.
Chuck says that over the next 6 months, Cynthia often left her husband David in the care of Angel Estrada and would slip away to have sex with Chuck. Chuck also claims that just a couple weeks before David's death, Cynthia, not her father, asked him to move in with her.
She finds a use for him back here in Prescott under the assumption that he's coming here to help her and help her take care of her husband.
But Chuck says that when David died, Cynthia's passion toward him quickly began to cool, and at the RV park in Boulder City, Cynthia dumped him.
For her to say, "I don't need you anymore," and that really hit him to the core.
According to Chuck, he was so angry and heartbroken that he decided to make the false claim that Cynthia had conspired with him to murder her ailing husband.
He might be trying to say that she did things that she didn't because he is heartbroken and doesn't have anything left to lose.
Detectives aren't buying it.
My initial response to him is like, "Hey, sorry, Chuck, it's too late. Can't play that game anymore." And he said, "Okay, fine. You know, I did it. Let's just get this thing over with." And then he started going into a couple-hour interview and telling us what occurred.
Chuck tells them that on the night of November 15th, Cynthia brought up an unexpected topic: how to kill her husband.
When they were out in the garage drinking wine and smoking cigarettes, she said, "Hey, he's going to die anyways. You know, what do you think we can do to make it quicker?" And he said he'd seen in a movie or something where somebody did the plastic bag and the pillow, so he kind of threw that out there.
Chuck tells police he didn't think much else of it until they went into David's room around 2 a.m. to check on him.
He said that he walked in the room with her and she pulls out a plastic bag. They took a plastic bag and they wrapped it around David Mueller's head and then pressed a pillow over his face. Chuck Todd said he had restrained David's right arm while Cynthia actually smothered him with the pillow.
He put up a fight. He refused to die. He actually physically resisted.
And after that, they put the pebble back, removed the plastic bag, left the room. He said Cynthia told him this is going to be the best relationship of your life. And he was under the impression there was a lot of money coming his way, they had a nice home, and there was going to be a lot of benefit to him coming down the road.
Chuck tells detectives that a few days later, after David's body was delivered to the research facility, he and Cynthia took her children to the RV park in Boulder City. Chuck thought they'd be celebrating their 6-month anniversary and the fact that they could now openly be together. But Cynthia had other plans.
I don't even think it was a week after her husband died that she cut him off completely. She told him that she didn't need him anymore.
He was so upset with her that he implicated himself.
With Chuck Todd's third and most salacious statement now in tow, detectives aren't sure what's fact and what's fiction.
Just because Mr. Todd says that this is what happened, we have to know for a fact, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this is what happened and this is who did it.
However, Chuck's statement does give them enough ammunition to place him under arrest and charge him with first-degree murder. Unfortunately, detectives will need more concrete evidence before they can charge Cynthia with any crime. So, they decide to reach out to David's primary caregiver, Angel Estrada, and his helper, Juan Navarez.
He said originally he was at an assisted living facility where David was staying. He had at least a several-month relationship with David.
He became like a best friend to me.
The two men tell detectives that they could tell the Mueller's marriage was toxic from the moment they began caring for David.
I observed some good times, but it was quickly overshadowed by all the tension and all the arguments between Cynthia and David.
There were disagreements over money and what was to be done with certain money that they had.
They were very, very bitter with each other. They were always arguing. It was just ugly.
According to Angel and Juan, the situation was so bad that David had expressed fear for his life.
David told me more than once that he was afraid. He said they're trying to kill me in this house. Just came out of nowhere, so it freaked me out too, but he was having these type of feelings for a while.
He believes that he was trying to poison him.
He goes into a state of where he's delirious almost. He thinks that people are out to kill him. He would have days where he was completely fine, or other days where he was just completely lost. And so at the time, I didn't think about it until later on, but that was the first indication.
Angel and Juan tell detectives that David was so convinced Cynthia was trying to kill him that in March 2012, David took matters into his own hands.
Cynthia and her children went out to visit her father in Boulder City, and at that time, David was able to transfer from the residence to an assisted living facility. And it was reported that when Cynthia got back, that she was very angry.
Juan says that Cynthia quickly moved David back into the family home, and that David was more fearful than ever.
David was scared by that point. He was just scared.
However, Angel tells detectives that when Chuck Todd showed up, the mood around the Mueller home lightened, at least for Cynthia.
I didn't know that anything was actually going on, but I do know that the open sexuality between Chuck and Cynthia was kind of, in my opinion, crossing the boundaries.
That wasn't the only time Cynthia's behavior made Angel uncomfortable.
He said approximately a couple weeks prior to David's murder, he was sitting there talking to Cynthia. He said she was musing out loud.
If you were to murder someone, how would you do it? I was like, wait, what? Yeah, if you were to murder someone, how would you do it? And get away with it? And I just kind of sat there.
She came back with, and I think kind of in a lighthearted tone, well, what about smothering them?
Looking back at it now, they're just all huge red flags.
After speaking to David's caregivers, detectives are certain Cynthia Mueller was the mastermind behind her husband's murder.
I think there was a very clear linear pattern of behavior leading to David's murder that showed preparation, showed planning, showed knowledge and foresight that she was going to kill David Mueller and enlisted the help of Chuck Todd to do it.
Coming up, detectives hone in on their suspect and look for her weak spot.
That she was very angry that David was accessing that money.
But as the investigation around her tightens, a new witness threatens to derail the entire case.
Somebody actually slept with her that night.
Prescott, Arizona, 2013. Authorities believe 48-year-old Cynthia Mueller and her alleged lover, 61-year-old Chuck Todd, conspired to murder Cynthia's terminally ill husband, David.
She became extremely angry when she got the first bill for the assisted living facility. So if there was a cataclysmic event that really started to down spiral, that may have been it right there.
Detectives decide to take a closer look at the couple's finances. It turns out the Muellers weren't quite as well off as they appeared.
They were having difficulties financially. They were already behind on their mortgage. They were behind on all kinds of different bills, credit cards, those kind of things.
In fact, the family's primary source of income was the proceeds from David's life insurance policy.
He had a life insurance policy that he was able to draw off of because he was terminal.
The original life insurance policy was $400,000. They chose to take $200,000 out, where he secured a bank account with only his information on it because he wanted to go to his care and not allow Cynthia access to it.
The longer he was alive, the more money that was being spent from his insurance. Daily, she was losing money.
Then, detectives finally catch the break they've been looking for.
You start to learn all kinds of different things. When you have access to an email, some things showed up when we were doing searches on Mrs. Mueller.
She has signed up to all of these dating sites and is going on dates with men and telling them that her husband is already dead.
The image she was projecting was the lonely widow. It had been a long illness and that she was sad.
She was researching Dr. Jack Kevorkian, euthanasia, and death dignity, and found his keyword searchers on her computer.
Detectives now believe they have enough evidence to arrest Cynthia Mueller for the murder of her husband. And on April 4th, 2013, they make their move.
My advisor, she was under the arrest for the murder of David Mueller, and I think she said, "You're kidding me." Cynthia Mueller was ultimately charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, fraud schemes, felony theft, and a misuse power of attorney.
When I found out that Cynthia was arrested, it was devastating for me just because of the kids.
In May 2015, Cynthia's trial gets underway inside a Yavapai County, Arizona courtroom.
The state's theory was that Cynthia's motive for taking David's life was monetary.
The state parades all of these witnesses in. They build a fairly substantial but solid case of the mindset of Cynthia. But the biggest witness for the state is Chuck Todd.
Chuck Todd was a crucial witness for our case. I mean, he was able to say exactly what happened in that room, and all the external facts supported what he said.
Cynthia's defense team pushes back on the state's assertions and claims that if anyone had a motive to kill David Mueller, it's the man now sitting on the witness stand.
Todd's the jilted lover, and in his mind anyway, and Cynthia denies that it happened in that fashion. She denies that she ever had an affair with him.
They are trying to paint Chuck Todd as a stalker, as an obsessed man who wanted to have a relationship with Cynthia, and for whatever reason, she was refusing him, and he had an axe to grind, and he was going to bring her down with him.
The defense then calls their own sensational witness, Natasha, the former nanny to the Mueller children. Natasha claims she was in the Mueller home the night of the alleged murder and tells the court her version of what happened that night.
Todd and Cynthia are out in the garage smoking, drinking wine. Cynthia becomes extremely drunk, according to Natasha. Cynthia is so intoxicated at that point in time that she literally falls down in the hallway, that Natasha has to help her up and physically put her in bed.
According to Natasha, she and Cynthia stayed in Cynthia's bed all night.
Natasha actually slept with her that night. So our theory was, at least based upon what Natasha had to say, Todd clearly does this on his own, thinking that he is going to gain Cynthia's love by doing this.
But prosecutors don't believe that ever happened, and in their closing arguments, they remind jurors of Chuck Todd's testimony just days earlier.
According to Todd, Natasha's asleep, and that together they go into David's room and take a pillow, and Chuck Todd physically smothers David.
With so many different versions of events, when the jury begins its deliberations, a guilty verdict seems far from a sure thing.
You don't have any physical evidence in this case. You just have one man's confession dragging another woman into a crime.
On June 11th, the jury announces they have reached a decision.
They convicted her of every single thing that she was accused of and gave her the strongest sentence that she could have possibly received. She's now serving a life sentence.
Her conviction was sweet, and it was peace and justice for David.
I felt relief, and I felt like justice was served.
This seemed like particularly heinous crimes. I can't even begin to fathom the horror that David Mueller went through in the weeks, months leading up to his murder.
For more information on Snapped, go to oxygen.com. Straight-laced bachelor falls for a fiery biker babe 30 years his junior, sparks fly.
Tall, long legs, very lean, beautiful hair, beautiful eyes, everything you could imagine.
He provided her with a nice life. He took her on vacation.
He had 2 jet skis and 2 motorcycles for them to ride together.
He got his first tattoo right after he started seeing her.
But their joyride unexpectedly hits a dead end.
He's dead. He has blood all over his mouth and it's dark. I don't know what happened.
The violent way in which he was killed was pretty shocking.
The ensuing investigation will lead into dangerous territory.
The last conversation they had right before his death, they exchanged threats.
And one wrong turn may have cost him his life.
There was a love triangle going on.
He was on parole for drug dealing. If she were able to protect him, he would be able to make her more powerful.
I didn't even know what to think. I think I was in shock. When you love somebody, it's hard to believe that they could be capable of something so horrible.
August 8th, 2017. It's just past 6 p.m. in the suburban town of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, as Mary Ann Shockley and her daughter Amber arrive at the home of her 64-year-old co-worker, Mike McNew.
He's a sales rep, and he had missed a call-in or a check-in that day. It's very unusual for Mike not to be available by phone.
He was an incredibly reliable coworker, so she went to his house to make sure he was okay.
Mary Ann looked inside the garage and discovered Mike's vehicle was there.
The front door was unlocked, and they were able to just enter.
Inside, they call Mike's name, but there's no answer. When they make their way up to the living room, they're relieved to see Mike at first.
Mike was seated in a recliner. His head was rested back peacefully, and he looked like he had been sleeping.
But Mike's not moving.
When they got closer, they saw the blood and immediately called 911.
911, where's the emergency? River Road, Washington Crossing. The man I think might be dead in the house. Please release the ambulance.
Dispatchers request more information, but Mary Ann is too stunned to move, and Amber takes over the call.
Look at his chest. I want to make sure it's rising and falling continuously. Is he cold? Is he blue? He's dead. He's dead. He has like blood all over his mouth and it's dark. I don't know what happened.
Mike McNew always knew he wanted to be a family man.
My dad was born in Waynesboro, Pennsylvania, and then they moved and lived in Williamsport, Maryland his whole life.
He had a very average childhood. 2 parents who were married, grew up in a pretty quaint little neighborhood.
After graduation, Mike married his high school crush, Ann Hennessy, and had 2 children, Katie and Patrick.
We had a pretty typical upbringing, middle-class family. We had nice houses. We went to the beach every summer. My dad worked really hard.
But family wasn't Mike's only passion.
My dad was very success-driven, and he was the main provider.
He sold insurance for a while, and he did really well at that, and then moved into pharmaceutical sales, and was really good at that. And just, he worked a lot in order to succeed.
Mike's career as a pharmaceutical representative provided a great life for his family, but it came at a price.
We moved every 3 to 4 years due to promotions and transfers.
Eventually, Mike and his wife Ann grew apart and divorced, but continued to share custody of their children.
They cared about each other. I don't ever remember my parents fighting even after they were divorced.
In the early 2000s, Mike moved out on his own to Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and decided to finally settle in for his eventual retirement.
He had a beautiful home on the river, he had the jet skis, and he was a single man. And he just enjoyed life in general.
He started to get interested in art. I wouldn't call him a major art collector. However, he started getting into it with some smaller pieces and things of that nature.
Though he'd loved and lost in the past, that didn't stop Mike from putting himself out there.
Mike was a bachelor. He wasn't tied to anybody.
Then, in 2012, Mike began dating 28-year-old single mom Jennifer Morrissey.
You have this almost retired man in his 60s, and in Jennifer he saw youth, he saw excitement.
The two went on vacations together to the Caribbean. They spent a lot of time together.
He had 2 jet skis and 2 motorcycles for them to ride together. He even went so far as starting to get tattoos up his one arm to kind of enjoy the things she enjoyed.
He got his first tattoo right after he started seeing her.
In 2015, Mike asked Jennifer to move in with him.
Mike really provided a nice life for Jennifer. She lived in a beautiful home. There was a room for Jennifer's son. He clearly was making room in his life for her.
But after 5 years together, their wild and free lifestyle comes to an abrupt end on August 8, 2017, when Mike is found in his home by his coworker.
Marriott Shockley reported a male who was not breathing, not responding, who had some blood on his face. The call taker took all of that the way she described it, with the blood being from the nose down, and assumed that there might have been some issue there and put it in as a cardiac arrest.
As the sun sets, first responders arrive and work quickly to process the scene.
He was leaned back in his chair a little bit, with his hands in his lap. Almost looked like he had been sleeping. And at the base of the chair, just behind him, was a pool of blood that had gathered.
There's blood visible around Mr. McNew's mouth. There's blood visible on his black polo shirt.
It's clear this is no heart attack.
Michael McNew had a gunshot wound to his face.
Once they got in there and saw the apparent gunshot wound to his face, they contacted their detective, Detective Jeff Jumper.
When we got to the second floor, aside from Mike's body in the chair, you would have never known it was a crime scene.
Police immediately begin to develop theories of how Mike McNew met his demise.
Perhaps he had ended his own life and then the gun had inadvertently fallen underneath him.
You always have to be open-minded and not focus on what you believe, right off the bat could have happened. We take everything in and analyze it, but there was no gun present.
It was apparent that the subject on scene had died as a result of a homicidal act.
Authorities scour the living room looking for evidence.
Maybe 8 to 10 feet to his left was the single bullet casing that would have fit a .380. It was ejected and rolled over right near the wall. There were no injuries that indicated Mr. McNew had been in a struggle. His shirt was tucked in. He was wearing slippers.
A tan line on the victim's wrist indicates that Mike had recently worn a watch, but like the gun, it's nowhere to be found.
There was a device charging cord plugged in behind the little night table that was next to his recliner. No device was located, and there appeared to be a laptop that was missing from the first floor office.
All signs pointed that it was a robbery that had gone bad.
Coming up, the mystery surrounding Mike McNew's death deepens.
Investigators believe that he was shot with his own weapon.
There could be something on there the person who took it did not want law enforcement to see.
It certainly seemed like a personal crime, given the nature.
On the evening of August 8, 2017, Pennsylvania authorities are investigating the murder of 64-year-old pharmaceutical rep Mike McNew.
The Bucks County District Attorney's Office was there almost immediately, and the detectives, along with Upper Makefield Police, really a lot of detectives there doing a lot of investigating.
But as they make their way through Mike's home, their initial robbery gone wrong theory starts to crumble.
Mike McNew's pockets were turned inside out. A laptop and a cell phone were missing from the house. But that theory didn't hold a lot of water, ultimately, because other valuables in the home were not disturbed. They left behind some pretty significant items.
Most noticeably untouched is Mike's extensive art collection.
It was all framed nicely. Most of the artwork had individual lamps to highlight it.
Mike McNew had very expensive pieces, and nothing was disturbed.
It didn't look like robbery was the motive in this case.
The condition of the home is something else that stands out to investigators.
The house, for having a dead body in it, was otherwise really pristine. There were no scuffs, nothing leading into the room, nothing leading out of it, no broken windows, no disturbed locks.
There were some concerns about there being a lack of evidence in order to try to identify Mike's killer.
But as detectives make their way to the master bedroom, it's what they don't find that changes everything.
He had 2 pistols and a rifle registered to him. We were able to find a rifle, and we found an additional .22 caliber pistol in the home. But what we did not find was Mr. McNew's .380 caliber Smith & Wesson body card.
Inside Mike's nightstand was an empty holster, which we believe at one point contained the .380 Smith & Wesson.
Investigators believe that McNew was shot with his own weapon.
Though clues are few and far between, they begin to paint a picture for investigators.
It wasn't so much as the evidence that was on scene, but the absence of certain evidence. Mike McNew's phone and laptop. It led me to believe that whoever had taken those belongings knew that they contained some valuable information.
Those 2 items can both share backup text messages and things that we would want to have. There could be something on there the person who took it did not want law enforcement to see.
It certainly seemed like a personal crime, given the nature. It was in his home. There was no apparent signs of a break-in and being shot in the head between the eyes.
As officers continue to process Mike's room, they notice a photo of him with his arms around a young woman. Nearby in the kitchen, detectives discover several boxes filled with personal items.
The items all appear to be females, placed near some mail with Jennifer Morrissey on it.
If Jennifer lives in Mike's home, detectives have a new worry on their hands.
My concern was Mike was dead and she was living in this house with them, but yet she was nowhere to be seen or heard from since the time we got the call.
So not only did we have a concern about where was Jennifer, but was Jennifer okay?
With Jennifer unaccounted for, police turned to Mike's friends and neighbors for more information.
A lot of people didn't know what happened to Mike, and they were kind of fearful about talking about it. But a few neighbors at the scene immediately described Jennifer as his girlfriend.
According to neighbors, before she came into 64-year-old Mike McNew's world, 33-year-old Jennifer Morrissey's life was anything but easy.
Jennifer didn't like to talk about her past a lot. She did volunteer that her relationship with her mother was very strained, and it was some very, very difficult, abusive times that she had spent as a child in her mother's care.
She suffered abuse at the hands of various people, different men that had come into her life through her mother, and dropped out of school due to bullying.
It was a very, very difficult, very stressful and abusive time in her life that seemed to leave her very scarred.
Jennifer eventually got a job as a motorcycle mechanic, but spent her free time living on the edge.
She had a motorcycle that she rode quite often. She bragged about how fast she rode it. Everything was just moment after moment of thrill-seeking.
Jennifer has numerous tattoos, some words across the chest. There's a revolver pointing at you on one of her biceps.
She had this very distinct tattoo on her hands.
It was sort of a skull grinning.
But Jennifer found her softer side when she became a mother in her mid-20s. Though her relationship with her son's father didn't last, Jennifer worked hard to provide for her child.
She was a single mother. She was sort of struggling. Part of the way that she supported herself was by working as an exotic dancer in Bristol Township, Pennsylvania.
It was there at the club in 2012 that 28-year-old Jennifer first met 59-year-old Mike McNew.
He was sort of a regular, and during one of her shifts, they struck up a conversation, and he offered to take her out to dinner. They went to some pretty swanky places, and from there, their time together becomes more frequent.
She saw him as somebody stable, had success and money. She also saw him as an out.
Jennifer just wanted a place in life to fit in where she could be herself and be respected and loved for being herself.
As months turned into years, their relationship grew more serious. And in 2015, they moved in together.
It's very clear that he loved her, cared about her, and was willing to provide for her.
But now, as detectives speak to Mike's neighbors outside his home turned crime scene, it seems Mike and Jennifer's May-December romance had started to unravel.
Based on the crime scene, talks with the neighbors, we learned throughout the relationship, it seems like they fought a lot.
It's not entirely clear when the two drifted apart. It was clear that it was a happy relationship between the two of them. There was a lot of tension there.
Hoping for more answers, detectives reach out to Mike's children, who are struggling to come to terms with the shocking news.
When they said he had been shot in his house, I didn't even know what to think. I wasn't shocked. I just remember thinking, this can't be true. Then I called my brother.
She told me, and I didn't handle it too well. It was kind of a mess. We immediately packed bags, and my wife and I headed from Pittsburgh. My sister and my mother headed up from Maryland, and we met up there.
Despite their grief, Katie and Patrick are able to talk to detectives about the case, starting with their feelings towards Jennifer.
It was difficult, him dating somebody that was close to my age. Jennifer was definitely rougher around the edges than other women I had ever seen my dad with.
Dad was very intelligent, well-spoken, and meticulous, where she seems not so much any of those things. I never really did accept it just because I didn't think it would last.
None of Mike's friends approved of Jen and said that
She was trashy.
A few different friends have really tried to talk some sense into him. They didn't really want to be around her.
I got engaged in July of 2016. I did not want to invite Jennifer to my wedding, and he didn't want to attend my wedding without her, so he did not come to my wedding. For him to make this decision really showed where his mind was.
Coming up, sordid details emerge.
She just didn't know what to do with herself, which contributed to the nonstop drug use.
And investigators uncover a dangerous love triangle.
Mike was scared for his life. She had been dating a man named Ruthless.
Mike McNew's children have informed police that his romance with Jennifer Morrissey had driven a wedge into his family life.
Jennifer's relationship with my dad was definitely a reason why our relationship, my dad and I's relationship, was estranged. It was difficult. I was angry.
But according to Mike's children, in early 2017, his relationship with Jennifer began to be strained as well.
Jennifer became more distant from him, and he would get frustrated. She'd disappear for hours, and he didn't know where she went, and then just wouldn't come back. And, when she was there, she would just sit there and literally not say a single word. From the outside looking in, it appeared that my dad was more invested in the relationship than she was.
To top it off, Mike's children say Jennifer had begun using drugs heavily.
She would be home alone and she just didn't know what to do with herself, which contributed to nonstop drug use. It was enough to develop a physical dependency on heroin.
She had been arrested a number of times, I believe, for drug cases as well as a hit and run accident.
Mike McNew helped her pay for legal fees and court fees that resulted from the 2 arrests of hers. When you have court fees and obligations, you're required to make a payment monthly. And McNew every month was making those payments for her. I think a total of about $4,000. One was a drug case, and the other one, she was accused of clipping a bicyclist while actually driving McNew's car.
Mike had decided to effectively end that relationship, which means she would no longer have access to the beautiful home, the jet